hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We may be live here. Alright, we are live with the Unibet Super High Roller €1,100 buy-in. Featuring on this table, we do have the man of the hour, Dara O'Kearney.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just pull up Twitch chat on my phone. First hand of the day, Dara O'Kearney getting dealt the 6-4 off under the gun. Coming back to blinds, 2,000, 5,000. They started with 100k starting stack. So Dara coming back to day 2 with just under a starting stack. Would expect to see a raise here from Levine. 40 big blinds effective, blind to blind with the Ace-10 offsuit. Anywhere in the midst of... Oh, he just makes it 11. Very small raise, blind to blind. 40 big blinds effective here. Just over min raise. You would normally expect to see a 3x here from the out of position player. Oh, wait, maybe... Oh, no, sorry, limp. Oh, sorry, the cutoff opened Queen 10. I completely misread the first hand. What a great start to the day. And there we are of our chip counts for the day on this Super High Roller feature table. O'Brien in the chip lead on this table. By positions, we have Mulan, Davey, Levine, O'Brien, O'Kearney, and Chan. €18,220 for first, as you guys have just heard. Currently at a blind level of 2,000, 5,000. Mulan with a pretty reasonable open here. Queen 8 of clubs. Would expect to see this one open a little bit loose there from the hijack. Finding that fold. 9 places paid in this tournament. I think we came back to the start of day with about 30 runners, 32 runners. Dara O'Kearney gets a walk in the big blind. Little smile there.
Yeah, I didn't know what on the stream.
Oh, you're gonna see the line.
No, see if I did.
Oh, you don't look.
I don't want to look at it.
Would you look this up on this?
It's on the Unibet Twitch channel. It's on the IPO YouTube channel.
Alright, we should be live on Twitch, we should be live on the IPO website, internationalpoolgroup.ie. If you're watching from either of those places, hello. How are we getting on today? Just trying to make sure I can get the chat up on my phone, maybe try and change the title. Beautiful, it's been changed. Looks like there's going to be just over 18,000 for first. We see a pretty reasonable open from Davey in the hijack here with the Ace-5 of clubs. Levine with a pretty reasonable call on the cutoff, but you're going to see this Ace-6 suited get used more as a 3-bet, I would expect. Brian with a very reasonable call, King-9 of hearts. And Chan priced in with his 3-4 offsuit. Go off to our first multi-way flop of the day. Do see it 9 rainbow. Not too much for anyone except for O'Brien, who bangs top pair. And I expected to check to O'Brien, and it would be very reasonable to see a bet in the range of sort of 15,000. You could also see a slightly bigger sizing, closer to half pot, when you're betting multi-way. But O'Brien does go for that 15,000 bet. If anybody is currently watching on Unibet, if you could let me know how the audio is, if you guys can hear me loud and clear, if you can hear the stream nice and well. That would be very handy for myself. But as you can see, we are currently playing six-handed on this featured table. I would imagine that we're going to get a few players over to this table once one of the other tables break. Dara Davy under the gun here. Very well-known Irish player. And looks like he's going to come in with the raise with a hand that we are not too sure what it is yet. Ooh, a nice little hand here. Ace Queen offsuit. Playing six-handed, you're definitely going to be able to use this one as a 3-bet. You are playing just shy of 35 big blinds effective to Dara, but you yourself with a nice stack size. And I would expect to see a 3-bet come in quite often here with the Ace Queen. And we do see a very reasonable sizing, 3-bet to 32,000. Looks like Dara's going to go for a little walkabout here, stretch the legs. Mulan, King Queen of Diamonds in the big blind. Pretty reasonable spot to just let this one go, especially when you're only playing a stack of 31 big blinds. Even though you're six-handed, you have face, another gun open, and an early position 3-bet. And he does make the correct and disciplined fold. We don't currently know what Davy has here. One of the downsides of playing feature is always remembering to put your cards in those little boxes so we can read the RFID tags. And here we go, new player joining the table, Loop Daddy. Coming in with his, what looks like a tin of Monster or something. And our player coming into seat 7 here. And Davy folds his unknown hand. Is that Max Silver coming into seat 7 there? If my eyes do not deceive me. Listening on Twitch, and it sounds good. Thank you, Fresh. Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Happy that the audio is sounding well. We've used different headsets today, so it's good that the audio is sounding well, and hopefully it's coming through both of your guys' ears if you are using headphones. And confirmation, it is indeed Max Silver who has joined this feature table. One of Ireland's highest paid players in the poker scene, and definitely a considerable foe to everyone else who's sitting at this table. Staying in the Bonington, a great event. Yeah, it's been a lovely event, hasn't it? Massive, massive, massive crowds. The room has been filled from essentially midday the whole way through, all the way from Wednesday, or from Thursday. We will have coverage of this 1K Super High Roller the whole way through today. Hopefully playing down to a winner and a trophy that you guys will watch get crowned. 9 places paid, just shy of 20,000 euros up top, attracting a field of 66 entries. And just a quick break here while Max gets set up on the table. It does look like Max is sitting with, if my eyes don't deceive me, just over 100k chips, so just over starting stack. About 120 potentially if the blues are 1ks, which I think they are, and the yellows are 5s. About 120k. Half an hour levels in this tournament today. Not sure if there is a level increase once they make the final table. Levine, Queen 10 suited under the gun here, playing his deeper stack. This is going to be a pretty reasonable open, 7-handed.
I'd say I remember almost running you over, but
Just playing mostly chip EV, these guys here. Not too much ICM to consider. Half the field is roughly gone coming back into this day 2. So there's going to be a little bit of that factor, a little bit of not wanting to collide so much with other big stacks. But a lovely spot here with Dara. Playing sub 20 big blinds. He does make the strong aggressive move, going all in for 71,000 chips. Definitely a very standard spot here. And unless the big blind wakes up with it, this is just going to get through. I don't see Levine calling off with Queen 10 suited here. If Dara was shoving something more similar to 45k, maybe 50k, you would expect Levine to come along a few more times with the Queen 10 suited. But Dara picks up an uncontested pot, and that pulls him up to 19 big blinds. Nice standard spot there. Ledge of the Satellite into the high roller at 7 today. Yes, so for those of you watching on Twitch, if you're potentially thinking about coming down to the Boddington for this IPO or are already down here, there is a €550 high roller, I believe. Whereas this is the 1K super high roller. So for those of you who think that you would enjoy it, there's a Satellite tonight at 7, and there's also, of course, direct buy-in to that event tomorrow. However, if you're feeling like you enjoy the aspect of a mystery bounty, the chip race mystery bounty is starting tomorrow, day 1 with day 2 on Monday. I'm not too sure what the buy-in is for that one. I would guess somewhere in the midst of about €300. But Brian, very strong hand here with the pocket queens. Would expect to see it open. Anywhere from min to 2.5x is going to be fine here, and he does elect to just go for 2.1 with the queens. Dara with the ace-jack offsuit, 19 big blinds. Definitely can go either way here. Playing 7-handed with the ace-jack. It's definitely not the most comfortable position. Dara does make the move, and he moves all in. No aces or jacks folded so far, because O'Brien will not be folding. An ace is folded on the button. Dara not in amazing shape. Does have hearts working for him, that is something. Pretty reasonable 3-bet shove from Dara there for 19 bigs. Can he find this very well needed double up? Or is the star of the Chip Race podcast going to be our first departure on this feature table? Stoic as always. Knows he's not in amazing shape, but there's always a chance. Whoa, and there's the ace on the flop. 230 mystery bounty. There we go, there we go. No help for the pocket queens of O'Brien that were ahead pre-flop, and it looks like Dara's in great shape to find a double, and he does. Very safe river card, nice hand to Dara. So that's going to propel Dara up to 40 big blinds. Nice spot for my co-host yesterday. Max looking particularly unimpressed. I like that t-shirt though, or that jumper.
Yeah.
I myself am definitely well qualified to commentate for this 1K. I've played, I think, a whopping 3 1Ks in my career, and I have not made it past day 1 in any of them. So that's just letting you guys know how great and condensed you're going to get here. You're going to get fantastic information, great hand breakdowns, analysis. Definitely won't be using my phone to figure out what some of the ranges should be for these guys. But, you know, if some of the good players are doing it, I can just go, yeah, you know, because he's doing it, it means it must be good. Pretend I know what I'm talking about, and it'll be easy. See Boucher in the chat, hey, hey, how are we doing? Run like Doke, indeed. I wish I could win those ones. Nobody runs so good as Dara on a feature table. A lovely event here, though. At the IPO, everything running smoothly. There is another day 1 for those of you who are looking to get into the day 2 of the main event that is currently running, day 1C of the €300 IPO main event. Already over 200 runners from day 1A, day 1B, and the online day. I think we've got about 250 total entries so far. Levine, a hand he could definitely complete here in the small blind with the Jack 3 suited. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. See, look at me. I'm calling the action. King Jack offsuit. Raise that bad boy, O'Brien. Raise it up, big son. 17. Ooh. 15. Very reasonable, very reasonable. Little 3x. Why not? King Jack off. Great hand. No more satellites into the main event? I don't think so, Fresh. I think all the satellites to the main event have concluded. There is just the main event today. I think there is maybe another turbo tonight. I could be wrong. And then there is also a check and a C bet here from O'Brien would be pretty reasonable, but he does just decide to go check, check. Playing sort of 60 big blinds deep here versus Levine. King high going to be very good on this flop a lot of the time. And I think this is sort of it's a value bet. It's a bet for protection. He's playing in position here as well with his king high. Get some calls from hands like 10-8, Jack 10. And O'Brien does take that one down. I think there's the day one C flight today. I think there's a day one D turbo flight this evening. I could be wrong, but there's definitely a hyper flight tomorrow for those of you who are looking to come down, sneak your way into day 2 of the main, or come down, have your chance for the main event, and if not, jump into that mystery bounty. Blind v blind play, especially deep stacked, of course, very, very complex. So it's not going to be particularly easy to call the action, but I will do my best. All right, Max picking up the pocket eights here under the gun. And did we just see a fold from ace queen suited? Whoa, that is particularly tight. Even though Max is opening off just under 30 big blinds with the pocket eights, ace queen suited is definitely a hand in position you're going to want to play. You don't necessarily have to 3-bet it, but it is a very, very strong hand that you are going to want to take post flop a lot of the time. Instead, we see some spice. Dara defending his big blind with queen 6 suited. Flopping the overcard, the flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw. I expect to see continuation a lot of the time from Dara. Not going to be too much check raising on this board with the queen 6 suited. It's still going to be quite happy with this board texture. This turn's going to go check check a lot. Max isn't going to want to put too many more chips in the middle with his pocket eights. Eights with a spade, I think, could consider betting twice here. But hands you're going to want your opponent to continue once they've floated the flop are going to be hands continuing in 8, 6-8, 10-8. But Max does continue for 24. He does know better than I. Maybe just thinking if he bets now, he can charge some of these combo draws that Dara could have, some missed flush draws that haven't got there on the turn, some straight draws with an overcard to the 9, with the very, very distinct possibility of being able to check back in position on essentially any unfavorable river card. I would be very surprised if Max was going to continue betting on a river that was not just the 8 of clubs. Nice bet from Max, though. He does take that one down on the turn with the best hand. Always nice to see a little bit of chat at the table, even when playing a 1K. It's one of the benefits of live poker, I would say, is allowing yourself to sort of open up to your table mates, have a bit of chat, have a bit of banter. Of course, still try and play your best poker. But it's going to be a better experience for all involved if you make a few friends, ask people where they're from, start some conversations, or talk to an old friend in the case of Dara and Max. Dara on the small blind with the 9-5 off makes a pretty reasonable fold. Max showing the 7-2. Happy to take that one down without any contest. Max and Dara very equal stacks now at this table. still going to continue to play 7-handed on this featured table. Not too sure if they'll be looking to increase it to 9-handed. Brian with the disciplined fold with the King 7 offsuit there. And Max, of course, letting it go with the 8-4 off. Chan, player we haven't seen much of so far today, but as you can see, he is sitting there at almost 3 times starting stack. And a heap of big blinds to go with it. See lots of people in the chat rooting for Dara in this 1K. Not surprising, he has many fans around, especially with his books, his podcast, the chip race, and a well-known Irish player for many, many years. A little bit of card dead around the first few hands of the table here. A couple of folding round to the blinds. Something this will be a big stark contrast to yesterday, as we will see few, if not essentially 0 limped pots pre-flop from a player that is not in the blinds. We will also see far fewer multi-way pots in the super high roller. Players with a slightly more theoretical understanding of the game will understand that when players call behind and flops do try and go multi-way, there's going to be some capped ranges involved, and that does allow you to come over the top with a 3-bet squeeze to try and take those chips down pre-flop. And you would expect to see that understanding pretty commonplace in an event such as a 1K super high roller. Dirty with the pocket 7s in the big blind versus an under the gun open. There's definitely an argument if this player was on the button that Dara could just go for 3-bet shoves with his pocket 7s or a non-all-in sizing. But of course, versus a stronger range in the early position player, just deciding to call is very, very reasonable. But that is a terrible board for the big blind and an amazing board for the under the guns range. It's going to be a C-bet and a quick fold. Good wee bit of chat on the table. It's something we'd love to see. We saw it very early on yesterday in day 1B of the €300 main event. But as the day progressed, players started to dream of day 2, started to take, I guess, their game a little bit more seriously than in those few early levels. We did see the table banter, the table chat slow down. But it is something that's one of my favorite parts of live poker, is being able to chat with people beside you at the table. And again, we see a walk for the big blind. Huge, crazy action flying around this 1K table so far today. Just a reminder to anyone who's watching and doesn't tend to come down on Monday or tomorrow, if you plan to stay for Monday, I would highly recommend that you bring a spooky Halloween costume as the best costume. Gets 300 euros. Got to get in that festive fever. You bet that I drove down in my little red small Nissan Micra with my Halloween costume in tow. I would tell you what it was, but you'll just have to wait and see. You'll have to come down on Monday, play some poker, do your best to get some money for your costume adventures. We see defended in the big blind here with King 5 offsuit from O'Brien versus Max's open with Ace 8. Definitely a board that you're going to see Max check a reasonable percentage on, but he doesn't instead go for the quarter pot bet, the Ace 8. This is a turn that you could see some leading from the big blinds here. And it looks like we are indeed going to see a lead. You're not going to see leading this often, as both you and the early position player have Jack 10. The early position player also has a significant amount of straights and sets, which is why you can see Max a little bit confused at this lead here. Having a heart in his hand, not that consequential, but having a spade in his hand is because he's trying to figure out if the big blind was to lead here, what kind of hands are they leading with? Does end up folding the best hand. Having a spade, not ideal because you're blocking some of the drawing hands that the big blind may have. But a nice lead from O'Brien does make him win this pot with the worst hand. I wouldn't expect to see a lot of leading here, but it's definitely something that some players will recognize is not impossible. Leading on turns that favor the blinds is something you will see a lot online, especially at the higher level. But it definitely features a little bit less in the live streets, so whether or not that was the correct time to lead, it was still refreshing to see someone lead. Not sure if the King 5 is the greatest hand to do it with, however, but you know, the intention was there. Folds round to Davey in the cutoff. He has the Ace 5 offsuit. Definitely a very reasonable spot for him to open it up. Considering his options, and it looks like he's gone for a 3x. Oh, sorry, Max opened under the gun with 10-4 off. Something is wrong here. I don't think. This doesn't look like the graphics are correct. I would be very surprised if we saw Max open under the gun with 10-4 off. Maybe he did. I don't know. This would be a surprise to me. Maybe he misread his hand. He does call, and it looks like we're off to a flop. It's an incredibly small 3-bet from the Ace 5. As well from Davey, the in-position player. And I would expect to see Dara stabbing this flop with the Ace 5 here. It's a very reasonable flop for him to c-bet. C-betting Lexington quarter would be very reasonable. But who knows, maybe Max did have 10-4 off. Maybe he did open it from under the gun. Maybe he straddled. He did a blind, maybe he did a blind raise. And that is why the 3-bet was to 20k. That could have, that makes the most sense to me. If I was to try and justify the 10-4 from under the gun. I think he did. I think he blind raised. I think he essentially straddled. I think he was, yeah, I think they were, because they're talking about what their effective stacks were to his blind raise. So that makes a lot more sense. So it looks like Max is here to have a good time straddling the 10-4. Well, of course he didn't know he had 10-4 before he put in that blind raise. Dara grateful to pick up a couple of free big blinds. Dara with pocket 8s, another very reasonable holding. Folds to the button, O'Brien, pocket 3s. 30 big blinds effective. Going to be a very reasonable call here. Set mine in position. And it looks like we're going to go multi-way to a flop. Max coming along with that suited hand. And it's not a whole lot of anything for anyone. I would expect to see Dara Davey continuing with pocket eights here 2% of the time. But as I was going to say before, he very quickly did it for me. Checking here to the button is going to be a very, very, very common strategy. Whenever you open from mid position and you get a caller on your left, a lot of your range is going to be checking, something that a lot of lower stakes players might miss, and you will just see people trying to continue with the betting lead. But you have to think about the ranges of hands that you're coming into. And it does look like Max is going to go for the check raise here with the gut shot in the backdoor flush draw. Definitely not a hand that you're going to want to just call and play out of position. And I very, very much enjoy that check raise from Max. Great spot. And again, something that you'll miss that at lower stakes as well. Realizing that he has equity to the effective nuts, has backdoor equity. It's not like he just has 7 high and a gut shot. Understanding that a check raise is going to be making more money than just calling out of position. It's refreshing to see you play like this. It's always fun jumping from, you know, a live main event day one. People are playing loose, they're playing splashy. And moving our way over to the polar end of the scale. The 1K super high roller here in Dublin. With players who have accumulated earnings of millions of dollars playing not only live but also online. And there we have our chip count. So Brian, almost 4 starting stacks. The rest of the table doing their best to continue as well. Another very reasonable open for Levine. Folds round to the big blind. Sham with the queen 9 offsuit. Pretty reasonable defend here with queen 9. But unfortunately, that is not a board that is good for chance hand. It's great for Levine's range, and we do expect to see a c-bet here a lot of the time. Doesn't need to go much bigger than 10k. Looks like he's gone for 11. Sort of pick your poison. And if tournaments aren't just your fancy here down in Dublin, there are cash tables running essentially from morning all the way through the evening. Plenty of action, PLO, round of each, no limit hold'em. From 1-2 to 2-5, and I think there was even a 5-10 PLO game running yesterday. So there's plenty of action if you guys are listening in and you're thinking that you want to come down, play some poker. Dar with a very standard open here, pocket 9s from the cutoff. Folding round to the big blind. And this is something that we're going to see a lot more than yesterday. People understanding their ranges, people folding hands that they shouldn't be calling. And we'll see a few more blind steals. We'll see some fewer multi-way spots. More 3-bets pre-flop, more check raises on the flop. Now that I think about it, in sort of 8 hours of play yesterday, I don't actually know if we witnessed a single flop check raise. And not even 20 hands into this feature table, we've had one. We've had 2 3-bets pre-flop. Ramping up the aggression. Understanding with what parts of their range and what hands they want to 3-bet with. Max 3-4 suited in the cutoff here. Going to be a low frequency open. And it looks like we see another raise and take it. 10-6 off from Dara Davy. Definitely a hand that he should consider defending to a min raise versus a cutoff open. But I guess you do have to understand that you're not just playing against any normal player here. You're playing against Max Silver, who's just opened. And he will likely have a post-flop edge on you. But 10-6 off, definitely a hand that you should consider defending from the big blind of 30 big blinds versus a cutoff open. Especially versus a min raise. Your range will change depending on the size of the opening from the pre-flop aggressor, but when they open min, you can just add a couple more combinations of hands in that might come out to a 2.2, 2.5x, 3x. Especially as you get closer to the money or ICM becomes a factor, it will change how your defending range in the big blind looks, what types of hands you defend. Max going to open it up with the threes. And something you're going to see is people playing their small blind a lot less. People not flatting as many opens in the small blind as they were yesterday. And a very reasonable defend here. King deuce of diamonds, any suited king is going to be very, very good here. Versus an open from anywhere on the table in the big blind off of these stack depths. And there we go. Top and bottom for Levine. It is a two-tone board, and a board that does favour Max's range. Max with a very efficient 1/3 pot sizing, something he will be doing here with almost his entire range, and potentially adding some larger sizings in with some hands that potentially hold a bit more equity. The reason why you're going to want to use these slightly smaller sizings when range betting, a lot of the time, there are exceptions to the rule of course, but it's because it allows you to price in the big blind, or whoever is in the hand with you, to call with wider parts of their range. Whereas when you start to go half pot or bigger, you have to trim off the bottom end of their defending range. Would you see a check raise from the top and bottom? And Max makes a very disciplined fold with pocket threes. Max understanding that there's a lot of his range there that's going to want to continue versus a check raise. And you absolutely do not need to call with close to the bottom of your range there with the pocket threes. Jack 10 of diamonds for Dara from under the gun. Good spot here, 30 big blinds effective. And it does hold on to the big blind. He looks like he's reaching for some chips. And it looks like we're going to go heads up to a flop. And that is a beautiful flop for Dara. But not just Dara, both players with a backdoor flush draw. O'Brien with the gut shot. Dara with the 2 overs in the open ender. I'd be very surprised to not see O'Brien continue here, and he does call. Dara electing for the half pot sizing on the 8-9-3 board. I would expect to see a reasonable amount of double barreling with Dara here with 2 overs on the open ender. Does instead elect to check. A lot of his range will be checking here, and it's whether or not O'Brien thinks that he can maybe bet, try and fold out some of Dara's ace highs. Instead he does elect to check, and it looks like he is going to be giving up this hand. Dara will reach for chips here, and he does look like he's going to put in a value bet. I would expect something in the range of half pot. He's going to want to have a lot of bluffs here, and we do see a perfect half pot bet there from Dara. Dara knowing that he's going to want to bluff a lot on this river card, and he's also want to get paid off when he does have ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10, king 9 suited, king 8 suited. King 9 and king 8. Wouldn't have played the hand this way. But the theory still stands. Dara winning his second hand of the day. And here we see the blind raise once again from Max. He's enjoying the content. Something you don't see very often in a super high roller. And he's actually picked up a pretty legitimate hand once he's effectively straddled from under the gun here with the 9-10 off. Mulan, with the same hand, does make the spin lay down. Full join to the button. The button's going to want to play a lot of his range here versus a blind raise from under the gun. And I think Jack 9 is a pretty strong candidate to allow himself to raise. Making it min. Ooh, I think that's a bit of a tight fold. I don't know if he knows that that was a min raise, but O'Brien picks up a monster. Ace-King. Also out of position to the blind raise. Anywhere in the midst of 25,000 would be a very reasonable 2-bet here. Does make it 22,000. And Max will not be going anywhere with the 9-10 here. Not once he's blind raised pre. Getting very, very good odds. Calling 12k to 154. Unfortunately, we do not have a command set up for the field, Ethan. I would be very surprised to see a continuation from O'Brien on this 9-10-5. Max, top 2. Looks like he's going to go for a third pot on this flop. Would you see a bit of a speculative continuation from O'Brien here? Does pick up a gut shot on the turn. He does also have the ace of diamonds in his hand, so if this was to go check-check, which we know it won't because of Max's holding, there would be potential for him to bluff on a diamond river. But he does have 2 overs in a gut shot now, and he may be compelled to continue versus Max's bet. Max, considering his options, what is a good sizing to go for here? Stack to pot ratio, just over 1.25. And it looks like he's gone for just over half pot. He's actually sized up to 3/4, setting up for that river shove. Playing with position here is very good. It is very, very hard for O'Brien to continue here. Having the ace of diamonds, a card he doesn't particularly want to be holding anymore, facing such a large bet from Max. Because if he's going to want to continue here, he's going to want Max to have the flush draws, the straight draws. He doesn't want to be holding the cards like the king or the ace of diamonds that sort of block Max's bluffing range. So Max is only really going to be continuing there either with made hands or hands that contain a lot of equity. Max picks up a nice pot. The blind raise from under the gun, getting him paid with some chips. You can see that smile. I am surprised that the Jack 9 off fold from the button holds position on everyone at the table. There was a blind raise under the gun, so you're effectively playing versus a small blind, big blind, and a big, big blind. And Jack 9 is going to be a hand that you're going to open from the button under normal circumstances. Chan, very, very nice holding here. Ace Queen offsuit. Playing 51 big blinds. Dara making a disciplined fold with Queen Jack offsuit on the button. A hand that could definitely consider continuing. And here we see Chan flopping top to Max's bottom pair. Max does, however, have some backdoor draws from the big blind. And it looks like we've seen a slightly larger sizing from Chan here. He does elect to go for 20,000. And that has prevented Max from continuing with his bottom pair and backdoor draws. And that's what I sort of was saying. Whenever you take those larger sizing on flops, you're going to fold out the bottom part of the continuation range from the big blind or from a player that's in position. That was a very good spot to take a slightly larger sizing. His hand is strong, but his hand is also vulnerable. When your hand is strong but vulnerable, choosing larger sizings is always going to be a very reasonable option. Pocket fours under the gun for Mulan. Playing about 18 big blinds, and he does make a disciplined fold. Here we see O'Brien ace-5 in the cutoff. It's a very tight fold. Dara, of course, can open the button with the ace-7 offsuit, but I think ace-5 is definitely a hand that you should bring in from the cutoff, playing his effective stack size. If he wants to, he can remove ace-6, ace-7, but ace-5, just going to have that little bit better of a post-flop playability. Chan, queen-9 in the big blinds. Very reasonable defend. Dara just making sure he does in fact have 2 cards in front of him. And it's a flop that is good for Chan, but it's also good for Dara's button range. Would expect to see a c-bet here in the midst of 20,000 from Dara, but he does elect to check back with ace high. This turned pair could spell a little bit of trouble for Dara. There is going to be a reasonable amount of turn checks from Chan here with top pair though. But with a hand this strong, I do think he's going to want to charge some turn draws from Dara's, even though he is playing from out of position. And I would expect to see a bet in the region of half pot. And it looks like that is exactly what he's done. Just shy of half pot. Dara continuing with his turned pair. Understanding that there is still a ton of draws on this board. And the front door flush draw does complete. Dara is going to have some hands to check the flop that do contain a flush draw. Some king-5 of diamonds, for example. King-7 of diamonds, both hands that are well within Dara's range. And you would expect to see Chan check here. I would be very surprised to see Chan continue betting on this river card with his top pair. His hand has just become a pretty reasonable bluff catcher. He is blocking 9-10, he's blocking the straight. Yes, he doesn't have any hearts, but he also doesn't have any diamonds in his hand. Does check, and it's now whether or not Dara thinks that he needs to turn his 7 into a bluff. Dara knows better, takes his showdown, and unfortunately is showing the bad news. Dara down to just over 20 big blinds now. Nice to see this table chat. Something I was saying earlier, you saw it very early on in day 1A, or sorry, day 1B of the main event yesterday in our coverage. But even with these guys, you know, playing a 1K buy-in, you normally expect sunglasses, scarves, and stoics. But instead, we have blind raises from under the gun, multiple conversations going on at the same time, guys having a bit of fun. And that's what we're all here for, especially when you're playing live poker. A lot of the professional scene has moved online these days, and you sort of supplement that with live as people understand that the volume is hard to get when you're playing. Dara with a very reasonable open here with ace-9. Oh, sorry, O'Brien makes it 30k? Is that correct? I can't actually see his chips because the dealer's head is covering. But that is a very, very, very large open raise with the ace-9 off if it is the case. But it does not look like it is. I feel like I've just seen Dara call, but it doesn't look like 30,000 chips. It looks like a yellow and some blues. Could just be 12k, but I could be wrong. Mulan, very easy shot with the jacks here. Both players likely to fold. Unless it was made 30k pre, then Dara might feel like he's priced in with ace-10 suited. Is there a grey chip in there? I don't know. I am finding it very hard to see the definition of those chips. Dara now wondering, because of the very, very large pre-flop sizing, is ace-10 suited a hand that he's going to have to call off with? It's flipping against smaller pairs. It's dominating hands like queen-10, jack-10 that might elect to shove here from the big blinds. Dara makes the fold, and it looks like a really big pickup for Mulan. I can't quite believe that he opened to 30,000 chips there, but there is always a chance that that is what happened. Unfortunate spot for Dara there. A warm welcome to anyone who's just joining us on the Unibet Twitch channel. We also have coverage on the IPO, the International Poker Open.ie website. But you can always get joined in the conversation here in the Twitch chat at Unibet Poker. My name is Pred Poker. Some people call me Tom Parsons, my real name, but I do stream here on Twitch. I do play poker full time. And I have the privilege of commentating for you guys. I was on for the day 1B of the €300 main event. Day 2 comes back on Sunday. But as of today, we have the €1,100 super high roller. 9 places paid. Final table does indeed pay, with just shy of €19,000 for first place. Dara, or sorry, O'Brien opening to 9s, Max with kings, Mulan with 10s in the small blind for just shy of 30,000 chips. Might have been a mistake, Dara is colorblind. This is a spot with 10s, it's a shove or fold, and I think shoving is pretty reasonable, but wow, that is a very, very disciplined fold, and that is a big bullet dodged. And the 9s, 4-bet shove, not unreasonable for just over 30 big blinds. I don't think that is a horrific mistake from O'Brien. I think that is pretty reasonable. Unfortunately, this time he just does wake up into Max's kings. And there's the 10! Oh, Mulan. Oh, equity. And he king and he 8. And O'Brien knocks out Max. Oh, and that is a sad way to go for Max. But Max was dead to the 10s anyway. Wow, what a sick river. O'Brien picking up a huge pot. Table chip leader, 500,000 chips, 5 starting stacks. And he looks like a relieved man. I'm sure the table will take a deep breath now that Max has been eliminated from this table. The most accomplished of the players sitting at this table, to my understanding. But it is always a sweat, and this time the kings get cracked. GG to Max. Going to be a very reasonable spot to fold here with the Queen 4. Dara Kearney, of course, going to send that Jack 5 towards the dealer. Action works its way round to the button. Milan is Queen. Just dodged a bullet. However, if he had reshoved the 10s, there's no way the 9s would have came through. We see an open. Is Queen, very standard here. Davey going to fold a small blind. And Levine in the big blind with king 8 offsuit. Very reasonable defend here in the big blind versus a button open. And it looks like we are going to see a flop. And the flop is ace high. Milan going to win this pot 100% of the time. I would put my life on it. And there we have it. I stay alive. Milan picks up some chips. And there we have it, our cumulative winnings of the day. Brian up 76,000 chips. Our table chip leader, Milan, Chan, all up. O'Kearney up on the day. It's only Dara Davey down 69. Nice. 1,000 chips. Queen Jack offsuit for Dara Kearney from under the gun. I expect to see this fold off of his stack size. But I like it. He goes for the open, understanding that he needs to take some spots. All right, let's go. Oh, we're playing six-handed, actually. Definitely a very important aspect. So a very reasonable open here from Dara. Being with nines in the small blind. A non-all-in sizing is very reasonable here. It allows you to fold to the big blind, but you also just get it in versus the early position player. So I expect to see a raise fold from Dara because Levine will, the vast majority of the time, put in a non-all-in 3-bet here. Folds? Not? No. The graphic was wrong. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way he folds nines in this spot. Oh, wow. Is that a call? So, small blind has just called their nines. Ooh. Dara, second pair. Also aboard, he is going to be c-betting. I wouldn't expect him to put much more than 9k, but he does actually check back on the ace-high board. I would have thought you would have seen a range bet here from Dara. But maybe understanding that his hand is either way ahead or way behind at this moment. River's 2-pair. Definitely going to have to go for some value now. And I don't see a world in which nines make the hero call here from the small blind. The board is just too good for the under the guns range, especially when he's opening off of a short stack. Almost all of his hands that are not all in will contain a Broadway. This would be a very speculative hero call, and he does make the correct laydown. Dara wins a small one. I'm very surprised we didn't see a non-all-in 3-bet from the small blind with pocket nines there. Dara opening sub-20 big blinds, six-handed. Nine's going to be a very, very strong hand there. Dara's going to be opening as low as pocket fives, potentially even pocket fours off that stack size from that position. Nine's dominating a lot of his pocket pairs. A slight favourite versus all of his offsuit broadways. Mulan, very reasonable open here with the king-jack offsuit and the hijack. Folds round to the button, who's going to let that go with ace-4. Brian going to be folding a small blind, and it folds round to Dara Kearney, who just lets it go in the big blind with the 9-5 off. Can't fault him. So we did manage to only go 7-handed on this feature table for the best part of half an hour. Back to 6-handed. Something that a lot of the more experienced players will definitely enjoy, playing shorter-handed. It allows you to V-pip a little more, get a little bit more creative with your 3-bets. King 5 suited would be a very nice open here from under the gun from Mulan, but it would be a little bit loose. Start coming in there, sort of King 7, King 8 suited. Move around to sort of hijack, low jack, King 4 suited is definitely going to work its way in there. King 5 suited for sure. And Chan in the big blind finds the defend with the 7 deuce suited. Understanding that he is going to be defending any 2 suited cards in the big blind versus a late position open, particularly when it's effectively a min raise. Fortunately for him, this flop is a nightmare. Not a single club, 3 broadways. Beautiful for the cutoffs range, and I expect to see a c-bet 100% of the time from Levine here. And it does look like he's counting out his chips. No need to go any bigger than 10,000. And the c-bet gets it done. It looked like he did just go for 7k, which I'm not a massive fan of, to be honest. Betting that small on that board texture isn't really necessary. Betting sort of a 5th or a 6th pot. Rarely going to go smaller than a quarter. And on a board that favours your range so heavily, most of your combinations are going to want to start piling in money on turns. And the difference between going, you know, a 6th and a 3rd when trying to build a pot on future streets does make quite the difference. So maybe a tell from our player in seat 4, taking the extraordinarily small sizing with bottom pair. Challenge the small blind with King Jack, facing an early position open. Definitely going to be a reasonable moment at the time that you can call here. Whenever you see early position opens, calling from the small blind becomes more attractive because it's harder for the big blind to squeeze because of the tighter range of the under the gun player, and it means that your range is going to be tighter in the small blind too when flooding the open. King Jack offsuit, I think, reasonable enough to work in there. Does have to be wary that the early position player is opening off of 20 big blinds. And we do see second pair for both Chan and Davey. Bottom pair for Mulan, but on this board texture, facing an early position open and a small blind flat, 9-10, not going to be very happy. I very much like this check back from Davey from under the gun. Ace-King 9 two-tone, believe it or not, is a board that you are going to see some checks, especially with some hands that do contain King X, because you're either way ahead or you're way behind at this position. I'm surprised to see the turn check through as well. I would have expected Davey to have put in a delayed c-bet on that turn, a very bricky turn. Instead, we're going to see Chan betting for value. Mulan, it's a weird spot. I think he can definitely find a lot of folds here. And rightly so. And you're never folding here from under the gun, especially once you've checked flop and checked turn with second pair. I was surprised to see the turn check, but that could be theory. That could be something that I'm missing. Almost looks like he reluctantly calls with King Jack. He massively underplayed his hand. I'm surprised to see him sort of feel like he wasn't liking it, but Chan is going to value bet worst King X there. He's going to have King 10 suited. He's going to have King 9 suited. And he may also have to turn some hands into a bluff. He can also go thin for value with some pocket 10s that flatted free, pocket 9s, try and get value from Davey's sort of under pairs to the board that didn't turn a river a set. Make sure you try and get that thin value, something that you'll see a lot more at these higher levels of the game is players finding spots that lots of players would miss when trying to bet for value. Not just betting for value with second pairs, but betting for value with high cards, betting for value with, you know, third pairs and fourth pairs, depending on the action and the understanding of the opponent's range. The action continuing on this table. Hand 32 of the day. If you've been with us from the start, it has been a pleasure. I am Pred Poker here on Twitch, but my real name is Tom Parsons. I will be with you for the remainder of this IPO. I was with you yesterday for day 1B of the €300 main event. Today we have day 2 and the completion of this 1K super high roller in the Bonington Hotel in Dublin. There is just shy of €19,000 for first. Final table pays, 9 get paid. I think at the moment there is about 28 players remaining, give or take a few. Could be something I could recommend as a graphic on the screen if they could get the player field up. It will be interesting as we get towards the final table in this 1K. Figuring out some ICM spots. Some of these better players will have a fantastic understanding of how it affects their ranges, how it allows them to either punish their opponents or stop themselves from getting put in the bin. And I will do my best, potentially with some guest commentators, to help give that analysis. Very, very reasonable call on the button with the ace-9 suited here from Milan versus the cutoff open from Chan. Allowing himself to keep in the dominated ace-x. Ooh, Levine has a spot where he could definitely squeeze the ace-jack suited, but does elect to call out of position multi-way. And the nut flush draw for Milan on the button in position. This is a board that we are going to see get checked to the button a lot from Chan. That is the case this time, and Milan should put in a bet here. Anywhere in the midst of sort of 12k, 15k is going to be fine. But instead he does go half pot on the 5, 8, 10, playing only 30 big blinds effective. And the one and done gets done for Milan. Always good to see the banter continuing at the feature table. No one taking themselves too seriously. Of course, they're all here to win. They're all here to take chips off each other. But they understand that, you know, having casual conversation with your fellow players is never going to be a bad thing.
Sorry? Pretty good. Something like that. I was thinking about it. I didn't want to play the hand against him, to be honest with you. That's kind of halfway inside.
So we hear the reasoning of the 4-bet shove from the 9s. He said he didn't really want to play a hand against him. Him being Max Silver, who was eliminated earlier on this feature table with Pocket Kings versus the Pocket 9s all in pre-flop. Pocket 9s had not much on the flop, but they turned the open-ender and they rivered the straight. Here are the players chatting about EPT London, where Jack Sinclair came, I believe, second place, to a fellow player from the UK. Sunglasses and hoodie guy. I don't know his name, but I know what he was wearing. Very distinctive. Dara was over at the EPT London, and I think he cashed the UK EPT, and I think he also cashed either a hypo or a turbo. I can't really remember what the event was, but came back with a successful trip from over there as well, and hopefully he can make a successful trip. And a deep run in this super high roller. 1,100 euros was the buy-in. And it looks like we're going to be getting a new feature table. Not sure if the players are going on break, but we will be getting a new feature. I'm not sure who we've got coming over. Say your goodbyes for now to Darrow Kearney chat. It could be a table redraw, actually. Maybe they're down to the final 3 tables. Could be final 28. They're doing a redraw, final 3 tables. There's always a chance. I'm not too sure. But it does look like we have a redraw. Smiles all round for those still in the 1K. Commiserations to those who did not make day 2 or have succumbed to the poker players around them. Everyone straight onto their phones. I am still in 1K. Watch me on Unibet Poker, twitch.tv. Lots of money for first. That's what I would say, if that was me. I did not play this 1K event. I just thought it would be unfair for the field if I was to jump in. No one would have stood a chance. Everybody would have forfeited their stacks. You guys wouldn't have had this amazing commentary. You wouldn't have had this beautiful production of this 1K Super High Roller. I was really just doing everyone a favor by not playing.
Yeah. Do 2 days. Okay. I'll do a bit of freelance everywhere.
So it looks like there's a chance that the players are on break.
Oh, all right.
I'm
Okay,
not
very good.
too sure. It could just be, it does look like it's a table redraw at the very least. But we might have a break. You never know. You guys know as much as I do right now.
Here a bit, and anywhere else as well. Like they kind of tour, like go around to that thing. Yeah, it's up. It's at kind of far side of the city from where I am. 90 kilometers down the other side, so it's handy enough to sort of traffic's not too bad. Right. I heard the word. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah, I know some lads that play there. Yeah. And the countries are big as well. You wouldn't expect it, but they.
I guess it's somewhat of a break while they also have the table redraw here.
Yeah, it can be. It's funny, yeah. I am James.
Here we go. That's them getting moved to all their respective tables. So we will have a new feature table. Maybe some more known names for you guys. So that would mean to me that we are down to our final 3 tables. Whether or not there will be a redraw at the final 2 tables as well. It's yet to be known.
Over there.
It is indeed a redraw. I should have looked at my phone as I had a text. But I could give you guys a little tidbit of who is going to be moving over to our feature table. We'll have Sean Foley in seat 1, Josh Stewart in seat 2. He will be the table chip leader with 500k. Michael Dwyer, Dieter Verlinden, Richard O'Neill, Marius Kukri, Graham Ebbs and Nikki Levine coming back to this feature. So we will just wait for our players to get redrawn and moved over to this table. You know, make sure they've got no phones on them. All the usual things, all the joys of having the shining lights and the cameras on you. While this table draw isn't going, I will be back in just a moment. I hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. I hope everything is going well. And here we go, the players are coming back, and I will be back with them.
How are you? All the girls are out. They're all making me blush. Is that flashing? Yeah. I need makeup so you can't see it. What do you need? I can change that. Yeah, can you? Yeah. How are you? Are you alright? Good. Yeah. I know, yeah. I haven't. I don't really play much. On my phone. Oh my god. I'm going to put it on silent.
Unfortunately, no. First thing, because it's rice, which is things under the table, you know. Another reason is that a lot of stuff's going on recently about cheating. Remember Jack 4? Yes? Very famous Jack 4, so that's why we try to avoid everything. Huh? So guys, please, so this box will be just right there behind the banner. You can stand up anytime. If it's there.
What's the link for this?
Go to Facebook and there will be a video link.
Did you only man won't be on Facebook?
You need emergency.
I need water in the lake. I just long okay.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
In the car.
Our days, people talk about you talk fire, right? No, it's
I won't look at it. I have 10 days. I'm not even asked. I'm going to be getting up to date. I promise I won't.
go to the Facebook IPO. But it's half an hour today, guys.
Because I only have to make
I'm not taking phone home. It's just right there.
Yeah, just give her your phone and stuff. When you hear the girl, when you stop it again. Bring you anyway.
It's not big business now.
It's gonna bring you. I'm looking for my phone. Thank you very much.
Here's our new feature table. Oh ho, look who it is. We have a studded feature table here. C5, Richard O'Neill. if I remember correctly, was featured in our coverage yesterday on the feature table of the €300 main event, and he was a aggressive player. So we might be due some beautiful action, ladies and gentlemen. Moving from the right of Richard O'Neill in seat 5, we have Marius Kukis from Lithuania. We have Graham Ebbs in seat 7 from Ireland. Nicky Levine, just moving his way around the table here on feature. Seat 1, short stack, Sean Foley, 10 big blinds. Seat 2, fellow Northern Irishman to myself, Joshua Stewart with a big stack. Look at that tower of chips, 500k. Michael Dwyer in seat 3. And Dieter Verlinden in seat 4 from Belgium. A beautiful little feature table here. Plenty of action to come. If anybody is watching from Twitch and is planning to work their way down here to Dublin for the IPO, be it today, be it tomorrow, say in the chat, let me know, come say hi. You'll see me hidden away in a little corner, commentating on all these lovely events. So this will be the final 28 redraw. We will be playing down to a winner on this coverage today. Just as I say hi to me in Twitch chat, I am currently unable to get online. Save your hellos. I do not need your pity. All the players getting comfortable, getting ready to settle back in to this table redraw. But it looks like maybe they have a short break before they do restart play. Aha. I may be able to see all you lovely folks in Twitch chat, and also hello to anyone who is watching on YouTube or on the International Poker Open website. However, I will only be able to see your comments through the Twitch chat at Unibet Poker. Twitch.tv/Unibet Poker if you want to join in on the conversation. I'm going to chuck a message into the chat. I'm going to say hello. See if it sends. It's sent. Lovely. If anybody is there, you're more than welcome to say hello back. You can ghost me. I don't mind. I'm going to be here anyway. Is Dara still in? Dara is still in. He did make it to this redraw. 28 players remaining. Chili Pop says hello. Good to see you, Piano Cat. I own a great cat. His name is Wolfie. He is this big black cat that I rescued. He's about 6.5 years old. And he is a chunky boy. And to my knowledge, David Lappin is still in this 1K field. Ron also in the chat. Hello, hello. Alright, so I'm expecting some action. Seat 5, if my memory serves us correctly, was playing the 300 main event yesterday. And he was not afraid to get involved in pots. You have a cat called Needles? Ooh, that's a pretty great name for a cat. I've never heard a cat called Needles before. Is it because his little claws are like needles? My cat is called Wolfie because he wolfs down food. Nah, I'm only messing. That was his name from the shelter But he responds to it, and he seems to like it, so we just let him have it. Good luck from Norway. I'll be lurking while making dinner. No worries, Napper. Good to see you in the chat. All right, looks like our players are ready. We have a short stack in seat 1. Crocstar was playing the cheap in deep last night. It was an €80 buy-in. No lock, but he says Mondara. I played the cheap and deep the night before as well. Great tournament, lovely structure. Ah, after Arya's sword from Game of Thrones. Very nice. Hello, hello. We have a co-commentator joining us in the booth. Keith, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Tom. Really good. Wow. Tom, I bought you a present.
Oh, some chocolate. Lovely. Thank you very much. How are we doing, Keith?
Yeah, sure. I skipped a very important conjugal visit to the toilet to be here, so you gotta give me a second. Greatness wasn't built in a day, so. Right, so where are we?
We are currently on the feature table, final 3 tables of the Super High Roller here. We have a short stack in seat 1, a Northern Irishman in seat 2, and action the whole way around. So we see Foley, fold it round.
Why do you get so much of the screen? I should be sitting here.
I can slide up, I can slide up. Look at this. Look at this beautiful.
There we go.
All right, it looks like we are struggling to see these player cards at the minute, but they did not put them in their boxes, I think is why. One thing that people always forget in a feature table is they have to put their cards in the little box so that the team can scan them.
So we have no cards.
We have a multi-way pot, no cards, beautiful analysis coming through.
Right, seed 6 is going to win. Oh, he's not even in the hand. Right, seed 5 is going to win then.
I'm going to go for the small blind. I'm going to go rogue.
You're going to, okay, well, I can tell by the look of concentration in seed 5's face, he's going to win this.
I've actually just realized the small blind doesn't look like he actually has any cards. I don't think he's in the hand.
How does everyone miss the box?
Yeah, everybody misses the box, but
The
it
box
looks
is
like
broken.
the cutoff is taking down that pot. Wow, expert analysis coming
Look
through.
at that. Look at that. Oh, I was wrong. You were right. Okay. I know nothing.
Huge pot, and that is a towering chip stack for seat 2. Josh's shirt in seat 2 started the table with 500k, and that'll be him up over 500k.
Yeah, familiar with seed 3.
Michael Dwyer.
Yep. Seed 5.
Yeah, seat 5 seems like quite the aggressive player, Richard O'Neill.
Yeah, always was. And seed 6
is Marius.
I'm familiar with Marius. I played a lot with Marius.
Oh, you'll be able to provide some player insights that I might be lacking.
Marius likes to open a lot of pots.
It seems like we have some action on this feature table then for you guys.
Okay, now we've got some cards.
Unfortunately, cards that it doesn't look like people are going to open.
Nope.
And head and hands is not a good look for seat 1. He's stressed, he's got the short stack, he wants the double.
Hijack, Jack 7.
And a lovely little open with Jack 7 suited here, very standard from the hijack, especially off an 80 big blind stack. You're going to take into account the stacks in front of you, make sure that no one's able to reshove over the top. But O'Neill, Queen 9 suited in the small blind.
Absolutely defending.
Yeah, knowing this player, he is not going to be folding this hand. And this isn't a particularly out of line hand to defend either. Like, this is pretty reasonable to defend here versus the hijack open.
I can't see a 3-bet. No, just a call. Perfect.
And of course, 9-4 suited, priced in.
Absolutely defend.
42,000 chips in the middle. The flop comes King 4-6, two-tone bottom pair for Kukis. But a flop that Stuart is going to see bet pretty liberally here. Does not need to go much bigger than a third pot. I would like to see a sizing of somewhere in the midst of 15,000, 14,000.
O'Neill's out. Kukas should call.
And we do see the 13,000 sizing, very nice sizing, but a disciplined fold from the 9-4 suited. I think it's more
that is very disciplined.
His hand doesn't have much playability on future streets. And if you're thinking about the range of the pair that's coming along, they're going to have the top pairs. They're going to have two, like the second pair, flush draws, straight draws. Lots of hands that are going to continue on turns. And 9-4 is just very vulnerable. And here are our chip counts. Stuart, chip leader, 564,000 chips. Monster stack over the rest of this table. Foley, the short stack, 60,000 chips. Everybody started day one with 100,000 chips. We are on day two. But the nature of these super high rollers is you get a lot of chips, you get deep structures. It allows you to carry through to day two with
just
stacks like
compliment
this.
you. You're good at this.
Thank you. I do try.
I didn't know what to expect when I heard you were going to be commentating this year, but you're good at this. You're naturally good at this.
I've done it once before, but I do also stream on Twitch, which is why it comes naturally.
You've got the experience.
I'm good at talking to a screen. If you guys want to check out my Twitch channel, it is Pred Poker. That would be great.
The self-plug.
Hold the fort. I'm going to fix our little dungeon.
Pocket nines should open. Oh, he's all in. Yep. It's actually a good shove with a 10 big blind stack. Foley's at risk with pocket nines, all in with his 10 big blind stack.
Very standard shove, things we love to see. Full drawing to the blinds.
O'Neill's out. Kukas is out. Elves is out.
Tight fold in the big blind there with the 5-2. Probably randomized, you know, in these high rollers. He was like, half the time I'll call, half the time I'll fold. Riceus, I think you're really good, Tom. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment.
I
should just say
why do I not get a compliment?
Keith, you're doing amazing.
Thank you.
See, if you guys just say, hey, I think Tom should get paid, you know, like a modest sum, like $1,000 an hour, something like that, you know? Yeah. I think that would be very reasonable. Pass it on, I'll pass it up, you know?
What would you spend it on?
Ooh, I would max late reg this 1K.
Yeah.
And I would fire, how many hours are we doing today? Eight bullets.
8 bullets. If I'm max late reg on a 1K, I'm firing 8 bullets. You can be guaranteed I'm not up money. We're chasing, buddy.
Pull draw into the hijack. 9-10 off. Definitely a hand that you can open from the hijack here, especially off of 50 big blinds. O'Neill, 10-6 suited. It's a hand that you can bring in. 10-7 suited is normally going to be towards the bottom here, but we do know O'Neill likes to play hands.
He likes to be the table captain.
And he's coming in with a min-raise.
He's not going to get
just
through
above.
Kukas. Okay, right. What do I know?
Pulls draw into the big blind.
Yeah, it's a fold.
And it looks like he's reaching for some chips.
Nope.
3-4 off. It's a hand you could defend to min-raise sometimes, depending on the player you're playing against, but discipline fold is always going to be good there.
I tend to let that one go myself as well, yeah.
No, I think that's definitely reasonable.
So I have my bearings now, I know where we are.
There was some 2-4 offsuit, 7-4 offsuit 3 bets coming in yesterday in the main event on the feature table. So, you know, there was always a chance that it was going to find its way into the high roller. I find it unlikely, but there was always a chance.
No, it's not going to find its way into the high roller, but in the main event, Jesus, anything is possible.
Anything really does go, and it made for some good commentary, you know. You just went, wow, where did this 3 bet come from?
I sat at a table yesterday, Tom, and if you had microphones on all of us, just it would have been brilliant.
I do love when you
You're
get
going to
a.
hear the most recreational statements you would have ever heard in your life.
It's the ooh to this sizing I call, and then you make it like a third of a big blind more. Too much, too much, too much. Queen 10 off +2. An argument for opening here. It would be the bottom of his offsuit opening range, but it would be it would be on the looser side with the Queen 10.
It'd be on the looser side. 9-6 off is gone. Jack 5 off should be gone.
Should be folding
Should be
here,
gone.
but it looks like Ebbs going for a steal off of the short stack.
No. Is he? Here is?
I think he opened the button here.
Oh, he did open. Okay.
And it falls to the short stack in the big blind as well. Foley, King 10 suited.
I think
You
this
can
is
go
a
either
shove.
way.
This
You
is
can
a shove.
shove,
This is a
you can
shove,
call.
yeah.
You've got suited playability. King 10 off, you're in all day.
I like a shove here, yeah.
But I do think this is a very, very reasonable hand to shove. Especially if he has history with Ebbs. He knows Ebbs likes to get a little bit loose off the short stack. Likes to try and steal.
No.
Wow, that is a very, very, very tight fold. Foley.
He's comfortable.
That
he
is.
doesn't want to leave a seat, yeah.
No, that is a. Wow, that was the only option I thought that was not amazing. I think calling is reasonable, but
I'd
wow.
rather a shove.
I think yeah, you're definitely not folding. But Foley decides that. Who knows? Maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe the flop was Jack, Jack, Jack. There's a chance.
Maybe he's just comfortable.
He wants a little bit more TV time for his money.
Exactly. It actually would affect your mindset when you're sitting there with a short stack, knowing you're on the feature table, and you kind of want to just stay there. But Dwyer with queens.
Playing himself sub 20 big blinds, playing about 15 big blinds here.
Let's see how he proceeds to navigate this.
A little min raise would be perfect for me.
Yep.
And it looks like that's exactly what he's done.
Exactly what he's done.
Got those beautiful yellow 5k chips, the light blue 1ks, and I think the greys are 25k.
Onions getting out the 6-4 suited. King 8's gone. 7-8 should be gone.
Full drop of the
Reaching for
button.
chips.
Ace Jack suited,
Oh,
very
ace jack
reasonable
suited, that's
defend
right.
here.
We're a little bit behind. That's all. Yeah, I like the call. It's you don't want to get shoved or re-raised when you're holding ace jack suited. It has too much value. You need to see a flop with it.
Especially versus a short stack open. When they're raising sub 15 big blinds, it's going to be a great spot to just call.
Yeah, I don't mind re-raising ace jack off, but ace jack suited is just a little bit too powerful to fold to a shove. So.
But it looks like we're playing a little bit of sweat with Stuart, defending off the big stack in the big blinds. But that is top pair for Levine. Queens, Dwyer going, why did I not shove pre? Everybody would have folded. Where's my chips?
Well, Dwyer still should probably throw a 1/3 pot bet.
I don't hate a check off the short stack, but I do think c-betting here is going to be best. And 15k is a lovely sizing.
I actually like a check out position here. But he's going to go with the, what size did he go? 1/3?
Just shy.
And Levine is just going to call. Yeah.
Either way ahead or way behind here in Levine's shoes.
Stewart is out, so we have no idea what Stewart had. And
Hero
we'll go to a turn.
folded is 6. No help to Dwyer on the turn. Just over pop behind.
Dwyer is going to check, yeah. And Levine should check.
I would expect
for
to
pot
check
control.
back.
Yep.
Because he's way ahead, he's way behind. There's very few river cards that aren't good.
He's not going to really benefit anything from betting this.
And if he does bet, I would expect like no bigger than a quarter, like 20k, 25k.
And it looks like you're right. It looks like he's going with the small sizing. He is, yeah. I think at this point, Dwyer's good enough to know that he has an ace, and Dwyer's going to get rid of this.
Yeah, like whenever you consider the range of what's folding, great fold, very quick, doesn't even know that he doesn't even have to consider it.
Well, Dwyer knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
And I do think that's a bit of an optimistic bet on the turn, because
You're only getting called by bear.
and the early position player, they can check ace king, they can check ace queen, they
Yep.
can check aces. You want to be able to keep in those queens, keep in those kings, keep in those jacks, hands that are essentially drawing dead to you, very few outs.
Yeah, I'd
You
like
have
a
position.
check on the turn and a small value bet on the river, and I think a Dwyer would have to pay him off at that point.
For sure, yeah, like just a wee half pot bet. You don't need to polarize because you know you're either way ahead or way behind.
A little less than half pot even would definitely get a call from a Dwyer. But as played, a Dwyer navigates it perfectly and loses the minimum.
Yes, keeps his tournament life. And he knows he's dodged a little bullet there. Saw a cheeky smile on his face as he posts his big blind.
Sometimes you have to accept the fact that you lost the minimum and be happy with it.
Not as talkative a table as our last feature. These guys looking a little bit more serious, a little bit more stoic. Knowing that there is close to 19,000 euros for first place. The final table does pay, and they are a final 3-table situation. The dreams of the big lights, the trophy, alluring them to play some big hands.
Should have been us, Tom.
It could have been me.
I actually didn't get to play this. I was in the main event yesterday, so I never.
How'd you get on?
I busted in the last half hour with Ace Queen against Ace King on an Ace High flop. Ace High flop, 26 big blinds. Just never getting away. I ran it through the solver when I got back to the room, and I ran it through a 3-bet scenario, call scenario, and an all-in scenario.
And all of the above.
All three is just leading to the same thing. So.
Wow, I
Well,
just
did
saw
I just see
Ace-Jack
Ace-Jack get
suited
folded
fold in the cutoff.
Why?
That's a great question. I saw some stuff like this earlier. Shoves Queen 5. It's not the worst for 8 big blinds.
I would have rather the shove with King 10 suited. Okay, let's go with Queen 5.
Yeah, he picks up the
Gets through.
chips. Gets back to starting stack, 100,000 chips for Foley.
Did Ace-Jack suited misread his hand, or...?
He must have. It was the player that was in the cutoff who had Ace-Jack last hand as well. Unless it was a graphical error and it was
Can't
just
be that many
giving him
graphical
his
errors.
Ace-Jack before. But yeah, that was interesting. Very, I don't know, tight fold. There's no other way to say it. Just not a particularly good.
We're just
fold.
going to eliminate graphical error now from the dictionary. It doesn't exist. If someone folds as aces and it is a graphical error, well, we're sorry. We are sorry.
But yeah, Ace-Jack is just never a fold in that situation.
No. 4-2 is gone. Fold the S7 from Mario.
Ace Deuce,
Foley,
Foley,
Ace Deuce.
9 big blinds. Very,
shove.
very easy all in here.
It's a shove. He's gonna make it, yep. Foley at risk. Oh, he runs straight into it.
Foley.
Now,
You
what
should have
way does
shoved the king
Stewart do
10.
this? If he
I think
wants
he just
to
calls.
Keep,
I
if
think
he,
you
yeah,
have to
I think
just
he
call.
has to. If he wants to keep the small in the big end,
Especially, it's a shove for 8 big blinds. You're
Yeah.
going to have a lot of call folds to the reshoves from the blinds. You're not going to necessarily put all of your chips in here.
yeah, the correct way is to call this. Try and get a side pot. Try and get this smaller in the big end.
And it just allows him to do this with, 6s, 7s.
Yep,
And there we go. We see the call.
just a call. Yep, perfect.
And it looks like we are going
Dwyer
to
is
see
correctly
quick
folding
folds from the
Jack
blinds.
Get out.
And I think an ace is dead. And Foley is not in good shape.
Yeah, we saw one ace dead, didn't we? So
I think we
yeah,
have.
He's drawn the 2 outs.
All right, 3 out of 4, 2 clubs, bit of spice. Okay,
We got
there's
the
there is a
3.
3.
Foley's probably hitting the showers. Oh, we got a 5. We got a sweat.
Ah, the dealer didn't even. Dealer knew. GG.
Unlucky Foley.
We lose our second player of the day on the feature table. Max Silver was the first to go. His pocket kings cracked by pocket 9s. Kings get their revenge, but unfortunately not for Max. Ace Deuce
He's unfortunately going to have
eliminated.
to go back to the showers now and rethink the King 10 suit and realise his whole tournament would have been different had he just shoved there.
Yeah. Or called.
Or called.
Or called. It was a very, very loose, very loose. And a little handshake. Look at that. Well done. Good hands. Nice hands. And a little bit of camaraderie.
Oh, Dwyer is a
Among the players.
very friendly guy. I've shared a couple of tables with Dwyer. He's a very, very friendly guy. I actually spent a bit of time with him at the EPT as well, and we had a few coffees, and Yeah, he's a nice guy to be around.
It's always nice when you get people like that in the poker scene. People who aren't afraid to chat to people at the table, have a bit of banter, learn people's stories, and meet up for lunch or go on your dinner break together. Just because you're playing against each other on the felt doesn't mean you're not allowed to.
When are you gonna ask me
make
on
friends.
the date?
Would you like to go for dinner with me?
I heard you're taken. Sorry.
Shirt folding the Queen 9 from the cutoff. A little bit tight. Opening your offsuit 9x is going to be very reasonable, but maybe he's just understanding that the reshove stack in the button is a little bit more scary, and he'd rather open sort of
small
king
blind.
9.
Do you like a raise here, or do you like a call?
Depends on the big stack or the big blind stack, but I think a raise here is very reasonable with ace-8 offsuit. And you can go for some more lip raising with your suited ace-x, and he does indeed just min. O'Neill 7s.
O'Neill is probably just going to complete.
30 big blinds. I would actually prefer to see a 3-bet.
Yeah, but I think he's going to complete. What have we got here?
A 3-bet.
What do I know?
The not all in 3-bet, and he would not be folded to a shove. For Linden,
48k off.
you can definitely call here, but I don't really like for Linden's min open blind v blind. I think if you're going to open here, opening to the at least 2.5x.
This is actually why
3x.
I like calling the ace-8s and things like that, is because generally when you get raised, this situation happens and you have to fold, and it's a bit too powerful to fold small against big. I'd rather just to complete here and then call the raise when it comes in. I'd rather raise the worst hands like the Jack 4 off and stuff like that. Just complete with the ace-8. And then again, what do I know? I don't know much about this game, so.
I think it's reasonable. With the ace-8, normally you're going to be taking like a slightly larger sizing pre-flop because it allows you to get away from a raise easier, and it means that more of their range can't use a 2-bet pre-flop in position. Because when you click it, like if you're just min-raising your entire range, the big blind's going to explode to you.
Did he just min-raise there?
He just min-raised.
Okay.
Whereas
yeah,
if he makes
like
it, 3.5x.
3.5f is kind of the standard, isn't it? Yeah.
Especially when you're playing sort of 40 big blinds, slightly less 30 big blinds, you can get away with just 3xing.
It's definitely something, yeah, I'd agree with you. It's not something I'd ever do with small against big as a min raise. It's always a 3 to 3.5.
And it doesn't achieve too much because the big blind, even though he's in the big blind, he's playing in position. Like the reason why you don't want to just min raise as you would from in position is because you're out of position.
Yeah.
And for the same reason, when you're 3-betting from out of position, you take a larger sizing to
Dwyer picks
wire.
up aces.
10 bigs.
Min raise.
And
Please tell me it's a min raise.
I think it is. I think he said 18 to the dealer. It makes it 20.
20, okay, don't mind it. I love it.
O'Neill should be folding
Now.
the Queen 10 in the small blinds. Raising off of the cutoff here is going to be a very polarized range. He's going to be all in with the sort of middling part of his range, a lot of his pocket pairs, and he's going to be raising the absolute top and the absolute bottom. Queen 10 just does not perform well. Pocket 8s is going to be all
And
in.
here we go. Cook is going to lose some chips.
Dwyer
is in great shape.
Normally
with 2 outs.
An 80 to 20, but an 8 has been folded. So Kukas with only
1
one
out
8.
then.
He does have clubs. 3 clubs for a sweat. 6, 7, 6, 7, 9.
No, I don't want to see a sweat for Dwyer. I want to see him just an ace on the flop. Just shut it down. Let's go.
That's a very, very clean flop for the pocket aces. And the graphics just have it locked up. The graphics. Maybe two 8s were folded. Maybe that's why it was 8%. Maybe it was 2 8s were folded, and he was drawing to running straights or something along those lines.
There's the jack.
But the aces don't know that. It's always a sweat.
Dwyer is going to get a double up, and my boy Kukas is going to suffer a little bit.
Just a cooler for Kukas there. Running the 8s into the aces. Very, very standard stuff.
I think O'Neill's telling him he was thinking about shoving with the Queen 10, and he's just like overwhelmed that he didn't. Oh, would he have had a straight? There was a 9 there, a jack. No, he
No, because there was no 8, and there was no.
No 8, no king.
Close.
So no.
It was close though. Or maybe there was. Was there a king on the flop? No, there was a queen. There was a queen.
I think there was a queen, yeah.
Yeah.
But had he got to a flop, had he called, got to a flop, then yeah,
A little
he
bit
would
of
have
spice,
lost significant amount as well. Who would you say of this bunch is the strongest player at the table?
Well, excuse me, I'm actually not too familiar with a lot of them. So I'm gonna go off of big stack, big player.
I mean,
And my boy Stuart is gonna be the best player at the table.
Cheating. Just taking the big stack and saying that's the best player. No, that's
Well,
cheating.
look, he's opening jack eight suited from early position off a big stack. I like it. I really like it.
Okay.
He's taking the bottom of his range.
I like a call from a Dwyer here, but he's got rid of it. Okay, discipline fold.
He is playing sub 20 big blinds, so it is harder for him to call. A raise fold strategy is going to be very good, but O'Neill on the button.
3-bet or call?
He's got 35 big blinds. I think I prefer a call versus a big stack here.
As well, yeah.
But it is not unreasonable to 3-bet, especially if he does know Stuart. He knows Stuart's going to be opening wider.
Yeah, big stack has him covered as well, so he's not going to really like a reshove if he gets reshoved. So I'd like a call here.
But it does look like he's reaching for raising chips. And if he is going to raise anywhere in the midst of 45,000 is pretty reasonable, but he goes big.
He goes big with the 60, okay.
Kuka's disgusted that he has to fold the king, queen of diamonds. And this one is going to be taken down pre-flop.
Yeah. O'Neill's going to get away with this one. I do prefer a call in that situation, but we'll go with the ladder and we'll go on to the next hand.
The sizing is just a little bit big from O'Neill. If you guys are looking at this size and going, oh, I would also go 60,000 here. The reason why you're not going to want to take this large sizing often enough is because it allows your, it disallows your bluffs. It means that your bluffs are going to be very expensive. So your ace 5 suited, your ace 4 suited, it becomes very, very expensive to 3-bet those hands. Stuart maybe watched the live stream yesterday, maybe knows O'Neill can get out of line and is aggressive, but he does make the correct laydown.
Did O'Neill get out of line yesterday?
I think so.
Okay.
If I remember, if he was on feature, and I think he was, because as soon as he came to this 1K, I went, oh, that's one of the aggressive players. I think he was playing like a 55 VPIP.
Right. Well, I've a little bit of history with some of the players at this table, and I think O'Neill is definitely the unpredictable one. He's likely to do anything at any time, so you have to watch out for that. Kukas is, I don't know how to pronounce his second name, but he likes to open pots. He seems to have folded a lot to 3-bets, which I took advantage one time, so I remember that. And a Dwyer is pretty much very alongside a GTO line. He doesn't get out of hand very much, and when he does, it's usually GTO standard.
Very reasonable open here with 3s off 20 big blinds. You could argue folding this as well, but it looks like Dwyer is going to go for quite a large open here.
I think this is a fold pre.
I think it is a fold, but I can get behind a min open, but again, he does just make it 2.5x.
Okay.
Or 2.2. O'Neill, queen jack offsuit in the cutoff. VPipping this is fine. You can either take the line of 3-betting, you can also take the line of just calling.
I like a 3-bet here. Okay.
Folding is also fine. I think folding is also completely reasonable.
I like a small 3-bet here because you can easily fold jack queen off. You know, you're not married to it. It's not a hard decision.
No. And you're also able to fold out better. So the reason why you would use queen jack offsuit there is it disincentivizes squeezes from behind. Yeah. Also, Dwyer is playing he has to play a shove fold strategy. He's not going to have any calls pre-flop to your 3-bet. So you can just make it like 5 big blinds, and he has to shove or fold, and it's a really nice spot with queen jack off.
Yeah, I would have rather 3-bet with king jack off, and ace jack off. All 3-bets there. And anything suited, then I'd rather just a call.
Very reasonable. Suited hands in position, of course, going to be much stronger to play post flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, much more stoic table. We've only lost one player at this feature table. It doesn't appear to be anyone getting broken, so it is safe to assume that we're still playing final 3 tables.
Yeah, I'd like them to bring in a new player, someone really just disgusting. Someone who we know is just going to cause a lot of trouble.
A little bit of anarchy on this feature table.
Yeah.
We are playing 7-handed, so there are 2 seats open.
Do you know any players like that?
Here in the 1K?
Yeah.
Give Lapin the big stack.
Okay.
And I think he'll chuck in some anarchy.
Okay.
O'Neill, very reasonable open here with king 10 from the hijack.
Yep. Easy.
Nice disciplined fold from Ebbs on the button off
Yeah,
the
I
short
like
stack.
the call there, but he's probably got a short stack, has he?
Yeah, he's only playing 15 big blinds.
15 bigs, yeah. Okay, I don't mind the folding.
Queen 8 suited, very reasonable fold here. You can also call, but I would also prefer
I
a
prefer a
3-bet.
fold on this situation.
If you were going to play this hand, it's going
Small
to be...
blind out position, I prefer a fold.
The reason why you could use Queen 8 suited as a 3-bet here, though, is if you think about the
Blocker.
hijack's range, yeah, the hijack isn't going to be playing any offsuit 8x. They're also playing very little offsuit 9x. So whenever you're 3-betting this hand, you're going to be folding out, and it does look like he's going to go for it. You're folding out hands like King 10 off, Queen 10 off, maybe Ace 8 off, like hands that are dominating your hand.
You're also blocking a couple of hands, aren't you?
Yeah, and you've got duplication on queens. So I really like this 3-bet from Levine. Makes a
Sorry,
move.
you actually just said you're blocking it. I just said it after you. I didn't hear you. So.
It's a really nice move with the Queen 8 suited
Yeah, I
from
love
Levine.
To say in a 3-bet pot, when the queen hits the board, it always seems to hit the caller's range.
Yeah,
Ever
whereas
heard
this
that?
time, I haven't actually.
Yeah, it's
But it makes sense because there's going to be less less hands that 3-bet containing a queen, more hands that call a 3-bet containing a queen. Just the way the ranges work.
yeah.
Similar with jack high boards, which is why there is some crazy stuff when you 3-bet the calls and say the flop comes like jack 10 two-tone or jack 9 two-tone. There's like up to 4x overbet shoving on the flop from the out of position 3-better. It's crazy. You wouldn't see it much live. You might see it at the sort of super high roller end, like the 50Ks and the 100Ks, but...
I don't think we'll ever be commentating them, will we?
No, well here, there's always a chance. There's always a chance. Nice discipline fold with the Ace 3 off from the hijack.
Ebbs with the suited jack.
And 3 suited from the button here. Very reasonable fold. Gives a wee smile. Stuart in the small blind. Depending on the big stack or the big blind stack, very reasonable here to go for a raise. Also very reasonable to call. Does look like he's electing to go for the raise. I think he's made it maybe 18, 21. Nice, better sizing. So that's where you sort of see the 2.5x sizing versus a short stack up to a 3x sizing. Dwyer, of course, going nowhere with 6-7 of clubs. Both players flopping a pair. Dwyer does not have backdoor equity.
I think Stuart's going to throw out 1/3 again, and Dwyer should let go.
Dwyer calling
is
down with his
gonna
bottom
stick
pair.
around.
Blind v blind. Ranges are going to be very wide. It is going to be hard to continue with a hand like 6-7.
Yeah,
though.
he's going to need to hit a 6 or a 7 to continue. There's argument that Stuart is going to check the turn with the king on board. Now there's less argument for that.
I think there's a pretty reasonable option that Stuart checks this turn though, because
Pocket
Dwyer
control,
does have some king X that's
He
going to
does,
call,
yeah.
but it's also it does look like he's reaching for chips. But I do think checking here is going to be pretty reasonable, especially if the board was rainbow.
He's going with the bet.
But there is still hands that you're going to be able to charge, like 9-10 of diamonds, hands that didn't necessarily check raise flop and get it in.
It's a small bet as well. You just don't want to. You just want to let a Dwyer go. And a Dwyer correctly gets away.
Nice hand from Stuart, picks up another pot. He is by far the table chip leader, playing just over 6.5 starting stacks.
For a big stack, I wouldn't say he's out of line in any way.
Oh no, I think he's playing very reasonably. Still a good while away from the money slash FT, as 9 places are paid in this Unibet 1K Super High Roller sponsored by Luxon Pay. There is just shy of 19,000 euros for first if you are joining us. My soothing voice that you're hearing is that of Pred Poker or Tom Parsons, and in the booth with me is Keith Toohey.
AKA a nobody. You're supposed to make me feel better, Tom.
Very reasonable open here. Queen 3 suited on the button from Stuart.
Min raise, big stack, like it, perfect.
Going to be a lot of 3-bet shoves from the short stack here. Queen 10 off, definitely a hand that you can use from Dwyer, but he does just let it go.
I think it's a safe option. I don't mind it.
For Linden, is
Standard
4 off,
defend.
going to be a very reasonable call here.
Yep,
Can also
standard
use this combination as a 3-bet. Using your sort of is 4 off, is 5 off, is 6 off as a 3-bet big blind versus button is going to be quite reasonable. And it looks like he is considering that option.
So what's the bet size? And probably...
And it does look like he's going to go for the 3-bet. I do very much like this.
55?
I think he's going for 60.
60 is it? I would have went 55.
Nice round number. Oh, 40.
Okay.
Wow, that's very small.
Yeah, I would have went 55. You would have went 60.
There is honestly a chance that Stuart floats here with Queen 3 suited. He's got a suited Queen in position, facing a very small 3-bet sizing.
He's going to let this go.
He is playing the absolute bottom of his suited range, but if you think about his range from the button, he is going to have to defend a ton of his range to this sizing. He's calling 24,000 to win what, like 82? 92,000? Does he think he has 30% equity in this hand? We can see he has it. And it looks like he is going to continue.
3 chips.
I think this is a very reasonable continue if he does decide to call. Understanding that versus such a small 3-bet, you're going to have to continue with a lot of your range.
Yeah, I think in most scenarios, a lot of players are just going to take a safer route and move on to the next hand. I just don't think he's going to...
You can also use this as a 4-bet. I would prefer using something like Queen 10. Using 10x in your 4-bet bluffs is usually slightly more common. But turning the bottom of his range into a 4-bet all-in, it's not. It's honestly, it's not unreasonable.
Yeah, but I can't see it happening.
But he does let it go.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Well, I say rightly so. He does have the equity to call.
We know that.
Yeah, we do. But I guess it's how you're constructing the big blind's range when these 3-bets so small. It seems like a very strange sizing to take as the out-of-position player. But for Linden, gets it done. But it's good to see that Stuart was thinking about it. He was trying to work out, do I have the equity to call here with my suited
I'm starting
queen?
to see why you think he is the strongest player at the table. He definitely knows his way around. So
I've never seen him play before either. My original idea was he has a big stack.
But he also knows his way around, so I can see why you think that. Seed 7 and 8, is it? Seed 7 and 8 are very quiet in this feature table.
Seed 8 we had on the feature table earlier, on Dara's table. He was
Seed
playing
4 is pretty quiet as well.
reasonably.
He hasn't got up to much. Seems to be the same 4 players always involved.
Small sample of hands at the minute, of course, as is the way with live poker. But it can be an indication, especially when you see what types of hands people are opening, and that is a monster for Kukas. Ace-king suited, he has 20 big blinds. I would very much like to see a min open.
Let's see how he proceeds to navigate this.
And it looks like he's going to go for 20,000, 2.2.
Okay.
King Jack offsuit, very comfortable fold here from Levine. Short stack is opening. There's players to act behind. You're not on the button, sir.
Might be Pippin.
I would be very surprised. I think it would be a little bit on the looser side. A short stack is open from under the gun. You still have the cut off on the button.
Yep, you're correct.
Nice
He's
fold.
getting rid of it.
Nice fold, sir. Nice fold. Stuart rightly getting out of the way.
And Dwyer's gone.
For Linden, see you later. Get in the bindin.
That leaves 1.
King 7 off. Arguments for defending this to a min
There
open.
is an argument to defend it, and
I would be surprised if O'Neill folds this one. However, it is unconventional to see the over min open off of the 20 big blind stack.
and he's going to defend
But
it.
King 7, strong hand, very reasonable. And we could see some fireworks on a king high flop. Instead, it is the world for Kukas and absolutely nothing for O'Neill. We have the nut flush drawn, 2 overs for Kukas.
Just out to half pot with a fold in from O'Neill.
Personally, I would prefer to see a smaller sizing, Queen 5-3. You're going to be betting range on this board. Anything around 15,000 is going to be really nice. We see 10,000, which is, again, I think very reasonable with ace king suited. And
that's it. A fold. Next hand.
I do like to see that smaller sizing being used. Something that we didn't see so much of yesterday. It was essentially, I opens pre-flop, so I'm going to continue the betting lead no matter the board, and I'm going to bet half pot.
Yep. 100% C-bet.
For those of you potentially just joining us on the IPO channel or Unibet Poker Twitch, we are currently playing the €1,100 Luxon Pay Super High Roller. 9 places get paid. We're final 3 tables with just under €19,000 for first place.
6 9's a fold, 10-5 gone. 6-3 muck. Muck. Gone.
A little bit of blind v blind action. Ace 4, I would like to see the limp blind v blind here. 24 bigs effective.
Does he raise or does he limp?
Does look like he has gone for a call, I think. No,
No,
he's
it's a raise.
20.
Raise 20,000.
And Kukas, of course, never folding a suited queen to the min-raised blind v blind. And that is a little bit for both players. Kukas probably not supposed to fold to a continuation, but the only thing is O'Neill
check.
Does have trips, and I would love to see a check back from Kukas. He's got backdoor equity, he's got Queen High. Queen High can still be the best
This is what I was telling you about Kukas. He's not afraid to get stuck in and throw bets out, open up a lot of pots. We're not seeing it at this table, but I played a lot with him, and he's not afraid to bet.
No, I think that's a bit of an optimistic bet from Kukas. You're never going to get a fold from Ace High. You're never going to get a fold from King High.
I think he feels that the 4 hits his range, and although you'd never really bet a 4, so I don't really like the bet, no. A call from O'Neill.
Kukas dead on the turn.
With not much more information.
I like the way O'Neill is playing this hand. He is allowing himself to still have Ace Highs, King Highs, 2s, 3s, 5s, 7s, 9s. Some weak 8x.
What have you narrowed his range to? What have you narrowed O'Neill's range to?
Well, I think O'Neill's range is still very wide. I think that's why he's going to continue with the bet here. He's saying that I have more 8x when I call your min raise. I have more 4x. I have a density on straights, hands like 5-7 off, 5-7 suited. A lot of hands that O'Neill is going to limp. So I really don't mind this bet from Kukas, but I think Kukas should have a 5 in his hand. He should have a 7 in his hand whenever he's going to continue here.
Yeah.
Instead, O'Neill is licking his lips. I would hate to see O'Neill raise here. Stack to pot ratio is going to be 1 when he calls.
There's an old saying in this situation. All I'm thinking about is...
I don't know.
Come on, you've seen Rounders.
I actually haven't. I
What?
genuinely have never watched Rounders.
What are you even doing in this boot?
And it does look like we do see the raise from O'Neill, and I just don't like it. What's he ever going to get called by? Is he going to hope that Nate stations him down? Is he going to hope that a 6 gets sticky? He's dead to straights. Yes, he has the best 4.
Just a call there.
Because if you call and you check, Tripster's always getting in. Big blind is never going to check back with trips. He might even value a hand like ace-8 offsuit, and he's going to go all in with top pair. A little bit aggressive from O'Neill, but he does win a nice hand. His pre-flop play was okay with the min raise, especially versus a very short stack. You are going to start using some sort of min to 2.5x's versus sub 20 big blind stacks. Is for not the worst candidate for it.
You're going to have to start insulting them or something. You're too nice to some of these players. You're just going to start insulting their play. And
we'll draw into the cutoff. Ace King suited, another suited Ace King, this time for Verlinden in the cutoff. Blinds are up to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante, which makes it really nice and easy for us to read stacks and big blinds, doesn't it?
yeah.
It's good for the players too. And Kukas in the small blind, queen 9 off, very disciplined folds. Shouldn't have been getting involved there, especially with 13 bigs. And ace 10 for Ebbs, he's going to be all in, he's going to get shown the bad news.
He is going to get shown the bad news here. Yep.
This is just a cooler. He does have 2 chances to make a flush, hearts and diamonds.
So what you're saying, he's 2 flush draws.
It's 2 flush draws pre-flop.
Welcome to the recreational booth.
But a third of the time, he's going to win this hand, you know? There's always a chance. Ace 10, Ace King. What is the flop? Ooh, there we go. There's the 10.
Ebbs
Ace
has
King.
life.
Oh, I
Ouch.
hate to see it. Is the 10 coming?
No.
Oh.
No, that's just
Woo.
sick.
Always
See
a
the 10
sweat.
and
Oh.
get shut down with
Look
the
at that smile. He knows that
Yeah.
he drew thin to hit that king. But the best hand wins.
Best hand does win, yeah.
Boilo91 says, Keith, ya boy, ya, in the Twitch chat.
Finally, someone's complimenting me. It wasn't you, Tom, even though I brought you a packet of buttons.
I don't actually need to have a button. I haven't even have a
Yeah,
button.
you're gonna have to have a button.
Chat, are you jealous? We have some chocolate buttons that you don't. Apologies if you can hear the ruffling, but I can't say no to a button.
No, I'm not gonna say no to a button either.
And we lose our third player from the feature table today. We are probably nearing the final 2 table situation. I would expect another potential redraw at the final 2 tables. But if I was a player,
Would you like to see this table, Brooke?
no. If I was a player, I would definitely not want to get redrawn. You know, you've been playing with these guys for the last hour and a half, 2 hours.
Nines, standard
You're
race.
starting to realize people's tendencies, and I think it would be.
Well, from a commentator's point of view, would you like to see this table, Brooke?
Yeah, why not? Spice it up.
What you're saying is these guys are boring. Let's go on to the next one.
Oh no, I think these guys are actually playing very well. Oh, let's
No.
see it. Let's see
Okay.
the 3-bet O'Neill. Flick it in. 30 big blinds.
Don't do it. Don't do it, O'Neill. I like
The
just to
only
call DS4 suited. I don't
Deciding
really
factor for me. Oh yeah, I think it's color 3-bet, but Verlinden opening to 2.5x. Something that he hasn't
Looks
been
like a
doing
call, isn't it?
prior.
Yep, it's just a call, correct.
A little bit of a sizing tell here from Verlinden. Levine 10-4 suited in the big blind definitely should be coming along here.
Yeah.
Do we see his?
It's a correct call.
I thought I saw a grey chip in there, and I thought
No.
he was going for some weird clicky 3-bet.
No, I don't think it's going to happen in the high roller.
Ooh.
Everybody flops something.
Everybody flops a wee bit of something. Verlinden should check this over to the cutoff a reasonable amount of the time, because believe it or not, this is actually very good for O'Neill's flatting range here.
Yeah,
Cutoff
O'Neill
versus
definitely has
hijack.
a range advantage on this point. It's going to be interesting to see if he realizes he has the range. Oh, Verlinden's coming
Does
out
decide to
firing.
see bet, and this is something that you see quite often, especially at lower levels, is betting lead. They expect this board to be good for their range, but if you actually break it down, O'Neill's got a whole lot of like Jack 10s, Queen Jacks, King Queens,
Yeah.
King Jacks,
Everything on that board O'Neill has.
and just like he literally has, he literally has
It's true
everything.
that everything
He
on
doesn't
that
have
board
pocket kings,
Verlinden has
pocket-
as
yeah.
well.
As long as you have a set, yeah. But if you think about also Levine's, or sorry, Verlinden's range, Verlinden's also opening all the pairs from 3s up. He's opening 7-8 suited,
Yep.
8-9 suited, hands that aren't going to flat as much from
Now,
the cutoff.
this is going to go check, check.
And I would then love to see the 10-4 of clubs.
Unless Verlinden realizes that with no 3-bet pre-flop, we've got rid of hands like, what, Ace King, Queens, Jacks, Kings. They're all out of his range, but they're still all in.
So he's turning
They're all in
nines.
Verlinden's
He's turning
range.
nines into a bluff.
Yeah, he is. All of the top hands are in his range, whereas Levine has none of them. So, yeah, it's a correct fold. And I actually like the way Verlinden played that on the turn. I wasn't fond of the flop bet, but I think he had made up his mind he was turning this into a
Yeah, he
bluff,
was.
and that was it.
He was winning this
As soon
pot,
as he got rid of
no matter what.
O'Neill,
Yes.
as soon as he gets rid of O'Neill, he can turn it into whatever he wants, and he knows that there's not a hope that Levine can stay in the hand. I just saw Dara. I hope that's not a walk of shame.
I hope not. I hope not. But well, no, they're on break. They're on break. Phew.
Oh, they're on break. Okay. Is Queen standard open? +1.
Verlinden starting to pick up some chips.
Starting to pick up some hands.
once again opening to 2.5x. And once again with a very reasonable hand.
Yep.
It does look like the players are going to be going on break here.
Oh, not before we see this.
Oh, this could be big.
Not before we see
The
this.
two table chip leaders battling it out. Ace King in the big blind.
What's the sizing for the 3-bet here?
100k.
It's risk 25. Oh, it's going to be what,
100K.
80,000?
100k.
100k,
Make it
yeah.
4x, yeah. 4x out of position.
I even like it a little bit bigger, but I'd say you're right. I think it's
your
going to be
range is
100.
going to be very polarized versus an early position open.
Yeah.
Stuart knows this, and we're going to see it. 105.
105, yep.
And
now Verlinden is a very awkward spot. This is a horrible spot.
He only made it 80. He did only make it 80.
Oh, did he? Okay.
So he made it sort of 3.2.
That gives Stuart a chance. Gives Verlinden a chance to realise.
Oh, he's
And
4-bet the
what?
Ace Queen. Let's go.
Oh, the timing was off. Stuart should put them all in
I'm
here.
just all in. Yeah, 60 big blinds. Ace King off.
And Verlinden should get away.
He's just going to check his stack, see what his effective stack was when he started off in his hand. Whoa!
There it is.
5-bet.
5.
No, wait, call? Oh, he just called out the 160. Interesting to play the Ace King.
Wow. Bye-bye, Verlinden.
See, one thing that I think is it's definitely not a mistake from Stuart. Ace King off, so the only thing is you're playing out of position 60 big blinds.
This is going all in, I think.
I think
I don't think Verlinden's getting away here.
And this is a massive pot for a huge chip lead.
Yeah.
For
With a new daddy in town.
I really do not like that shove on the flop either with Ace King. You know, stacks
I don't
pot
like that
ratio
either.
is still 1.2.
There's a lot of mistakes made in this hand, but we're not sitting in their seats, so we can't judge them.
we're not the ones playing.
There was a lot of mistakes made in this hand, but it all led to
he's dead
where
on the
it
turn.
was. Yeah,
It
he's
has
dead on the turn.
indeed.
Yeah, of all the mistakes made in that hand, it still went where it was always going to go.
Yeah. And that is over 1 million chips for Stuart, the fellow Northern Irishman. And you know what? By just calling the 4-bet, he got all the chips in. If he 4-bet jams, Ace Queen will fold. So
yes, that
who
is
am
true.
I to say? Look at the big
That is
smile
true.
on his face. 11 starting stacks.
I don't really think he should have been 4-betted in the first place, though.
I think Ace King. The Ace Queen.
Yeah, I think the Ace Queen is just a call, and then you can go broke on the flop. At least you feel better.
Well, the thing is, the Ace Queen wouldn't even raise the flop either. They would just call the flop because the 3-better has aces, kings, Ace King. Your hand just becomes like a really nice bluff catcher as you call down with top pair. And look at all those chips, towering.
Yep.
Stuart in a commanding position on this table, 5-handed now.
Would that make him chip leader in the tournament?
Oh yeah, I think so. Earlier on in the day, Stuart came to this table with the largest stack I've seen. And when their final 3 tables, that is a monster.
Did you see the stack that Paul Carr has brought through in the main event?
No, I haven't.
It's ridiculous.
He is on form.
He's just under 900,000. The closest to him is something like 430k.
So for those in the chat who don't know, Paul Carr is an Irish poker regular. He has come from back-to-back Irish Poker Tour wins. And not only that, he has gone through the main event. Starting stack is 30k, and as you just heard Keith say, he's taken through 900k.
No, I believe it's 865k, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, only.
The closest to him is like 430k or something like that. It's crazy. The average the people are bringing through is 200k. So he really is going in. And I talked to him yesterday about it, and you know what he said? I probably won't even make money.
Wow.
He's a phenomenal player. He is a phenomenal player. He will make the money. He'll probably win it. And I'd love to see him win it. Well, I'd love to chop it with him. I'd love to chop him.
All those players wishing that they were on the Ace King end of that Ace King Ace Queen duel. Eyeing up that tower of a stack enviously. I mean, he shouldn't shove. You hear them talking at the table. he wouldn't have shoved aces or kings on the flop. And he's not wrong, but he also shouldn't have been shoving on the flop anyway.
Yeah.
You're only getting called by worse.
Yeah, I think the both of them are going to go away with that hand saying, we played that wrong, but we got the same outcome, but we played it wrong.
I think the ace king off played it fine. I think the call 4-bet is fine, especially versus an early position player. But
Yeah,
the only
sorry,
issue is
I'm actually not giving him enough. I'm actually blaming him for the ace queen's mistake in a way. It should never have been 4-bet. So yeah, I'm blaming him for the ace queen mistake, and luckily enough he handled it very well, and he got the chips because he handled it very well. What's this? Levine has opened with king 10 and the cutoff.
Got it through, very reasonable hand. 6-4, definitely a hand you could defend in the big blinds for sure versus an early position open.
You're never going to be dominated.
It's very, very rare to be dominated. And there is the man of the hour, Bouter, coming to our feature table. Looks like he's coming in with about 150 odd K.
Do you remember I said I'd like to see a player come to the table who could cause carnage?
Bouter is one of them.
Welcome to the table.
Let's go. Friend of my stream, friend of the Irish Poker Tour community.
Yeah. He's just getting comfortable, he's ready to cause carnage. We're just going to see what he does now.
And he's looking across the table at that massive chip stack and he's going, what has gone on this feature table? 183K he is taking through. 18 big blinds, he joins our feature table. Levine on the hijack. King 4 suited, definitely a hand that he can open here off 32 bigs, but he does decide to fold it. It would be the bottom of his range. King 5 suited definitely would be, in my opinion, an open around 40 bigs to 35 bigs. Stuart starting to apply a little bit of pressure, 9-3 suited from the cutoff. I definitely don't even think it's that out of line when you're playing such a deep stack on a table that have essentially push-fold ranges. You would rather open like the king 3 and the queen 3 because you have blocker effect to hands that are going to reshove on you. But he can just start doing whatever he wants, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you got any close friends still in the tournament?
In the high roller?
Yeah.
Well, Bouter I would chat with regularly, so I think he is my new player I'm rooting for. A fellow Northern Irishman is nice to see, as there's not many of us that play poker, so it's good to see that he has a monster stack on this table.
Okay. Then you've got the obvious Dara David.
And then, of course, Dara and David
Lappin,
would be great to see on the final table or the feature table.
The king himself is still in there as well.
Not getting too out of line, folding the 8-6 off, rightly so. Should be an all-in here from Dwyer for 12 big blinds. Instead, it looks like he's having a think, but he should be all in.
No, he's comfortable. He's just going to raise.
Wow, raising off 12 bigs is optimistic with a hand as vulnerable as Queen Jack offsuit.
I still don't mind a raise fold here. Queen Jack getting called by anything is not going to be good, but so I don't mind a raise.
It's not so much the getting called, it's the vulnerability of a hand like Queen Jack offsuit. It has a lot of fold equity versus the stack sizes that are behind. Of course, he does get it through now, but I think that it just should be all in. It just shouldn't be a fold.
That's
not
fair.
positioned in that stack size.
I just think though that if you do get called, you're always going to be in trouble. So.
But the reason why you shove is because like you're going to be in trouble anyway whenever you shove with other value hands. So you raise the tops and the bottom of your range, and you shove like the middle of your range and like the vulnerable hands. So like your king 10 offs, king 10 suiteds or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you can raise fold your ace 5 suited, your ace 4 suited, your ace like your lower suited ace X. Shove your pairs, open your aces, your kings, your queens, and just shove like everything else. Because picking up the big blinds is very important, and you're just allowing like big blinds to come along with, say, queen 8 suited, queen 4 suited, jack 5 suited.
You're allowing too many hands to realize.
You are, exactly. And your hand is just very vulnerable.
O'Neill should be getting rid of this.
Well, 8-9 off from the cutoff is definitely a reasonable open off 30 big blinds. I think this wouldn't be particularly out of line. It would be towards the bottom of your offsuit 9x range.
Jack 9 on the button.
Jack 9 on the button is a very loose fold.
This is the quietest I've actually ever seen Kukas.
I do think Kukas had only about 13 big blinds, so it's not the worst thing in the world there to fold the Jack 9.
Yeah.
Looking at a stack, that looks like it's about correct. If he was playing like 30 big blinds or whatever, of course you're going to open a hand like that.
He's playing different in the high roll than he would in any of the games I've played him in. In any of the games I've played him in, he's risen less than Jack 9. I just have
It
so
could just
much
be an
history with
exploit.
this guy.
Yeah, it could just be an exploit. He just knows the field he's playing against.
He knows,
he
yeah.
can play looser and weaker fields. He has
Yeah.
a post-flop advantage.
He's a good player. He's strong. He's not a player I like seeing at my table, but I play against him in gardens.
Live cards on the internet. What a time to be alive. Very true, more TBC. Nothing better than a little bit of live poker for your viewing content. Vouter on the button, Queen 6 for 16 big blinds, makes the correct fold. I would like to see a completion here in the small blind with the 9-4 suited.
Standard call. Looks like call and chips, yep.
And there is going to be a lot of raising from the big stack. Of course,
Now,
a hand as strong as Ace Queen is definitely going to raise
I
here.
don't think this is going anywhere. I think this is going to be a raise from Stewart. It'll be pretty large, and a fold from Levine, and be on to the next hand.
35k would be my guess. It looks like he's made it 40. 45k. That is a pretty large raise, making it 4.5x versus a 30 big blind effective stack. I think it's reasonable. I think it's definitely reasonable.
Well, I think with the big stack, he's going to size up on everything now, isn't he?
Well, you don't really want to size according to your stack. You want to size according to the effective stacks the players you're playing against. So he's actually only playing 30 big blinds effective because the player he's playing against has 30 big blinds, if that makes sense.
It's a very controversial topic. Some say that you should size up when you're the chip leader. Others say that you should never change your raise size.
It also depends on factors like ICM. Whenever you're in ICM, you're going to want to size down because the value of losing chips is much worse than the value of gaining
I
chips.
actually never got that info. Are we in an ICM scenario yet? Are we in the money? Are we near the money?
I think we're still final 3 tables here. We will, whenever this table fills up, we'll know we're final 2 tables, and the money is 9. 9 players paid. So we're nearing the money, but we're still, sort of 30% of the field remaining. So of course there's a little bit of ICM in play. You're going to fold some of the bottoms of your range that you might have opened in pure chip EV. Stuart, 6-7 off, very comfortable fold. I like the open here from Vouter off of 16 big blinds with the king 10 in the cutoff. It's definitely a spot that he's going to want to start.
Standard raise, yeah.
On 6-4, again from Dwyer, it's a hand he probably should be defending. If you think about the range of the cutoff, you're getting the right price to call. You're very rarely going to have a hand that's dominated. A lot of boards are going to favour you in the big blind.
Well, I think I actually said earlier on that Dwyer plays a very
comfortable game.
Very comfortable and safe game. He's not going to get into too much trouble. And there is an argument out there that there's certain hands that yes, they should be defended because it's plus EV to defend them. But when you actually realise how many times you lose with these hands that get you in trouble, it becomes break even or sometimes even minus EV. So there is that argument as well.
And I'm coming in with like an online player's mindset. I don't really have many exploits for live. I don't have enough live experience to really go forward here and say you should be defending these hands. Like in a theoretical situation.
Well, I believe it's
very
Doug Polk that brought it to
defend.
light about too many defends due to GTO. There's too many defends out there, and because of that, a lot of players think that defending is plus EV, but in reality, when they get themselves into trouble so many times, they're actually losing EV.
O'Neill with a very, very comfortable 3-bet here. I would actually prefer a 3-bet all-in sizing and use your non-all-in 3-bet sizings. And he does shove, very nice shove from O'Neill here.
Like
of course, Stuart, going to be letting go.
And that's going to put you, look at the little smirk. Hand in the cookie jar.
Is on this feature table.
Hand in the cookie jar.
He is sitting, I think, in seat 7 or seat 6. Seat 7, Vouter, playing a stack of 18 big blinds.
It was 340, but just got stopped a lot of times because of all the redraws and everything. No, 40 minutes. Playing 40 all day. We're losing 10 minutes a day without even noticing.
Ace Jack, Vouter under the gun off 18 big blinds. A very comfortable open for our friend of the stream.
What do you call him?
Vouter, it's like his screen name.
Oh, okay.
Vautour. It's also easier to pronounce than Prendergast.
I actually know a couple of Prendergasts, so for me it's pretty easy. I went to school with a few of them.
Stuart, discipline
Not
full
him,
with
though.
Queen 10. Dwyer on the bottom with King 5 suited. If you're playing extraordinarily deep,
Yeah, that's a fold in this stack. That's 7.
but yeah, anything like sub 100 big blinds, you're just going to let that
Yeah.
one give. And it looks like these players are going on to a break.
Not before we see. Is that 8-6 or 8-8?
It is indeed.
8-6
8-6 suited. Very, very comfortable hand to defend. Let's see 3 diamonds on this flop. Let's see an all-in. Instead, we see nothing for Kukas and everything for Wouter.
Prendergast
Wouter is going to bet
go
one big
33%.
blind. I think he's going to bet one big blind. Just 10. All you need to do is bet one big blind here. He does. He takes it down. Read him like a book.
Easy game.
And it looks like our players are going on to a break here. It's been a pleasure, myself, commentating alongside of Keith. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. We will be back in not too long. Keith, any final words before we take a quick break?
Yeah, get down and play the main, and let's try and take Paul Carr's stack. Just under 900k. Should be easy enough. No,
It's been
no
a
big
pleasure,
deal.
guys. 20-minute break. Catch you guys soon.
Chat to you in a bit.
Hello, hello, hello everybody. Welcome back from this break for the 1.1k Super High Roller Luxon Pay sponsored event here at the IPO, sponsored by Unibet. We are working our way down to the final two tables of this tournament with 9 places paid and 19,000 euros for first. Notable still in the event, friend of the stream, Vouter, Dara O'Kearney, David Lappin, and a bunch of others that you guys will know. Joining me, Pred Poker, in the booth is Keith Toohey. Keith, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, how are you?
I am doing very well. We will be coming back here. I think there's maybe 20 to 22 players remaining in this field. There will be a redraw at the final two tables. We'll play down to an FT, get in the money, and crown a champion this evening. Keith, who is your favourite to win it? Would you like it to be a big name?
I'm not actually sure if my favourite is still in it. Justin Boyle, is he there?
Justin Boyle, he might still be in. He could still be on one of the tables. I'm not too sure.
I'd like to see Justin take this down. I'm very fond of Justin's play. I'm very fond of Justin himself. So, you know, if he's in there, that's the guy I'd like to see take this down. Obviously, then there's the king himself, Mr. Dope. I'd like to see him take it down. Lappin, I'd like to see good things for Lappin.
Yeah, the big names are always good.
The usual suspects.
So here on this feature table, working our way round from seat 1 through to seat 9, we have Sean. No, I don't actually have an updated player count. However, oh wait, no, we do. I am just a fool, I think. No, never mind, we don't. Doesn't matter, you guys will see it at some point. Stuart, chip leader on this table, 1.2 million, is a player to watch. Friend of the stream in seat 7, Vouter, another one. Our double feature table player in seat 5. And lots of regular faces known here.
O'Neill's been here a while, has he?
O'Neill was on day 1B feature table as well.
Oh, right.
I think so. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was yesterday. It was a long day.
Camera loves him.
And so did chat.
That was me.
I presume in a few minutes we've got Bruce Buffer arriving to announce this in.
And here you guys can see a very stark contrast to yesterday. Players drinking coffee and water instead of the midday beer. Well, it is now 5:30. There's always a chance that you could get that 5 o'clock beer in. But these players playing for some serious money with a very, very serious buy-in.
There we go. Levine, 9-10 suited, under the gun, probably a fold.
Absolutely open this. There's no way. 9-10 suited, amazing hand. Click it in. 24k. Yes.
I think this is.
No, honestly, trust, believe in the 9-10 suited. I believe in the 9-10 suited. Beautiful hand here, especially even off 25 bigs. Just has such an amazing post-flop playability. Has a lot of equity. However, he's going to run into it. Dwyer is going to be all in with the ace queen.
And he's going to let go of it easy. See, I told you 9-10 suited was fold.
Levine, he has a wee smile. He knows he wanted to see the flop. 9-10 suited.
Looks like you're right though, it is an open.
It is just one of those hands that just has such amazing post-flop playability.
It's an open at the very bottom. It's the very bottom.
Yes, it's the bottom of your range.
Yeah.
But look at those chip stacks. Stuart, 1.2 million. O'Neill, 300k in seat 5. Levine, seat 8, 300k. And we work our way down to the shorter stacks. Sub 20 bigs, Dwyer, Vouter, otherwise known as Prendergast, and Cookies with 4 big blinds, 48k. He is definitely in the danger zone.
Yeah, he hasn't really been getting, he hasn't been picking up much realistically. No.
Stuart, this would be very optimistic and does make the correct fold. Dwyer with a beautiful hand, ace 10 suited.
This is definitely going to be opened.
One singular grey chip with the raise announced is my prediction. Da-na.
Whoa!
Ooh,
Whoa!
Okay,
Unexpected.
Dwyer just decides 19 big blinds.
Rip it in.
Ace 10 suited, that's good enough for me. Post flop is overrated. Big blind, no action. Dwyer picks up those blinds.
Yep,
nice
go
hand,
pick it
sir.
up. Just rips it in.
He is not here to play around.
Do you want to call? You show me as Tansu. Do you want to call?
No, absolutely not.
No.
And there he is, the man of the day, 1.2 million chips. Very standard stats, slightly on the more aggressive side, but a 35 VPIP, very reasonable. 30% PFR, very, very reasonable. And would you look at that? Look at that. Look at that table
lead.
domination.
That
He's
is
in
really
a
a commanding lead.
great spot to cash. Down to about 20 players in our high roller. Super high roller. Not even high. It's super high. As you guys can hear the TD announcing, we do still have main event flights running. Kukis, ooh, great hand for 4 big blinds.
I like it.
It's a huge hand for 4 big blinds. And the big blind is going to have to call a lot. Oh, he's going to run into it.
This is unlucky.
Stuart, asking
Stuart,
how many.
just gonna pick up a few
Stuart,
more.
even if it's 12 big blinds, you're not folding.
No.
Come on, big son. Bit of a net roll.
Just always seems to be in the right place at the right time with the right hand. It's incredible to see.
King 10 in horrid shape. He must have looked at that hand and went, this is an amazing hand for my stack size. Does he get help? He has clubs. A club on the turn. A queen of clubs would be an amazing card for the King 10 of Kukis.
We have
No club, and that is going to be pain for
Showers.
Kukis unless he can find the Miracle
need
King.
to find that king.
3 outs. Bang. Oh, he's got it! Let's go, Kukis.
Brilliant!
Look at, he just barely any emotion. A smile and a shrug. That's all you're going to
He's been
get.
here before. He's used to it. He has been
There
here.
we go. There's a little bit more. There. Tip the dealer. Go on.
I actually think
unamused.
you'll always know an experienced player and how they react to stuff like that.
Yeah.
The inexperienced players will just jump out of their seat and
Yeah.
cause havoc, whereas an experienced player, he just
Part of the game.
accepts it and moves on. So it was nice show of personality from Kukas there.
There you go. There's the smile creeping through.
Finally, we get him to smile.
However, he does still only now have 8 or 9 big blinds, so he is not out of the danger zone yet.
No.
But that was the first of many double ups needed. O'Neill, easy fold with the ace-3 off under the gun.
Okay.
Unless...
Get rid of it.
There we go. And Kukis has a lot of hands that he's going to want to shove here. This is not one of them. A
Correctly
good
folds.
fold. Fautour remains card dead with the 10-4 off. Levine, 9-6 suited on the button.
Open.
Definitely a hand you can min raise.
It's an open. And he correctly opens.
And he does flick in the min raise.
Steward.
Ooh, pocket nines. So here you can just see an all-in, especially with the effective stack sizes. He's
Yeah, I
asking
think
how
he
much he
could-
has.
He could put him in.
Not
He can
all-in
easily
3-bet is
re-raise
fine.
his-
Yeah, like not all-in 3-bet's fine. But
I think all options here are open for Stewart.
Yeah.
All 3 options are open. Let's just see how he navigates this.
Well, I don't think he's ever going to call the nines here. He's always going to want to get the chips in the middle, 20 big blinds. Even like sub 40 big blinds, nines is a very nice hand to 3-bet shove or just not all-in 3-bet sizing and call off versus the button reshove. It is a nightmare when you run into the 10s plus, but it is a great spot. The reason why you prefer a non-all-in 3-bet sizing with nines, especially at slightly deeper stacks, is because you allow then 6s, 7s, and 8s to reshove over the top. Whereas when you shove for 40, shove for 30, you might fold out those hands from the button. But because of the short stack and the big blind, both the big blind and the button playing 20 bigs effective, he does just put it in very, very standard.
And Levine lets it go. Nice easy fold.
And Stuart picks up the chips that he had just lost.
Stewart is just
Here we get it.
constantly in the right place at the right
Lovely view for any of you who are new to the poker game of how efficient the dealers are at shuffling these cards. Wash the deck. Split, split. Split,
dealer.
split. Yeah, lovely dealer. Very, very nice. I always like watching it. I always think being a dealer would be fun as like a retirement job. Like I love the game, and yeah, just being like a retired, like say once you're retired and you become like a poker dealer, that would be quite fun.
Yeah, but let's be honest, are you ever going to retire?
Yeah, do you ever
I think
retire?
as poker players, we never retire.
No, you just play the seniors
It
events
actually
instead.
goes the opposite way.
Yeah,
Dealers
yeah.
retire and become poker players.
Yeah, that is exactly it.
Goes
Stuart,
the opposite
lovely
way.
hand, ace queen from the button.
Wow, this is a sun run. is
24,000 chips. He could just raise to 25. It doesn't make much of a difference. It's effectively a min raise. Keeps it nice and easy when you're trying to calculate the size of the pot. And O'Neill in the big blind.
Out of trouble. Yep.
A lovely little hand to defend here.
Can defend, but he defended the king 7, didn't he?
Oh yeah, and
So
you
he's
yeah.
not to defend the king yet.
Oh yeah, and
If he
this is just a pure defense. It's just a beautiful hand that you can't defend, unless he gets out of line and he goes all in. But I would be very surprised.
Call, yeah. He defends king 7. He's going to defend the king.
And 9-6-4.
Nobody flops anything.
But it is a board that you are going to see the button still continue on quite often. They're going to have the best 9x. They still have 7-8. They still have hands with a lot of equity. Over pairs that are going to want protection. Turning an ace or a queen is always going to be good. I very do much like this c-bet. And I would actually like it if it was closer towards half pot.
Yeah, I don't
But
think
it does go for the third, which is completely fine. It's just one of those boards that by sizing up slightly to half pot versus the big blind, you disincentivize check raises. From hands that might just use their hand as a bluff, but a very disciplined fold from O'Neill, and Stuart takes it down. Maybe go half pot with your value hands, just go a third with everything else. It's not something that's going to be exploited particularly hard, even in a live 1K.
New dealer.
Hello.
Very experienced dealer. Putting their headset on. What are the dealers listening to anyway?
So when they announce the action, that's what tells the people in the studio they know what to put in for like the bet sizings and stuff.
Okay.
Keeps it quick and easy.
Right.
And it means that, say, the studio can talk to them and they can say, oh, dealer, can you tell seat 3 to put their cards over the little box?
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Makes sense.
When do they do the bomb pot to decide who gets the next round in? Oh, I love that, TBC. I love that. It should happen every dealer change, but we'll see if they enforce the rule here.
What's happening? We've got
Instead,
to break the tables.
it looks like we might be getting a table redraw here for the final 2 tables. That looks like we are down to 18 players. Final 2 tables of this Luxon Pay.
Someone brought the banana. See it?
Oh, that would have been, I think that's Bouter. He knows, the man knows. Keep the brain active, get those sugars in.
Yep.
All right. So we are going to have a quick break here
Fresh fish.
while we get a brand new feature table. The likelihood is you will see some of these players reappearing on this feature as they redraw the final 2 tables of this Luxon Pay Super High Roller. Exciting times as we near the money, we near the final table. That coveted trophy and close to 19,000 euros for first. And if one of the mods on Twitch, because I'm on my mobile, it's kind of tough. If one of the mods on Twitch could just change the title and just say final 2 tables, like just stick it in the title somewhere, that would be great.
That would be lovely.
Get ourselves some numbers, get ourselves some content, some viewers. And hopefully everyone who is currently in here is enjoying it, whether that is on YouTube, on Twitch, or the IPO website. If you do want to get involved in the conversation regarding this high roller or any of the days, twitch.tv/UnibetPoker. That is where I can see your comments. That is where we can talk to you as we move our way towards the final 2 tables.
Do you prefer to watch All Pros, or do you prefer to watch the Rex mixed with the
Ooh,
Pros?
that's a good question. I like both, but personally, I prefer a mix. Because sometimes some people just put regs in the bin. Like if you're a recreational player, you know that there's certain spots that you're not going to want to play post-flop. For example, start of today, we had Max Silver, one of the greatest players, one of the biggest all-time winners for Ireland on this feature table. And we saw a 4-bet shove with 9s for 35 big blinds, very standard, facing a 3-bet. But the justification was, and you heard it after on the table, was why would I want to play out of position versus max silver? And it just means that they're allowed to make plays that are still plus EV, but it might be more plus EV in a reg on reg or recreational situation, just a flat out of position. But it allows for a little bit more drama, a little bit more excitement. You've obviously got the dynamic then that there might be someone.
So it's better for TV. It's better for interest.
Because
I prefer myself to watch the
Just Pros.
Yeah,
I think.
I learn more from watching
Yeah, if you're looking for learning, that's definitely the best. But if you're looking to see someone make life-changing money, and here is our new feature table. Man of the hour in seat 4. Dara O'Kearney still in this tournament. It looks like he has some chips. Not loads, but he's got some chips.
12 bigs, I believe he has. We've got Dara Davy here as well, did I see?
Yo, Daniel, thank you. I can actually just copy and paste that. Potentially. Nope, my mobile is not having... Oh, copy message. Nice, nice. Status.
Is O'Neill still here? It looks like O'Neill's still here. He's been very comfortable at this feature.
Maybe. I will be able to get the list of who is coming on to this table very, very shortly. Thank you very much for that, Daniel. You've just made my life a lot easier. Alrighty, so our new feature table. Final 2 players, or final 2 tables. I wish it was final 2 players. That would be very exciting. As we play our way down to a final table, 9 places paid. Min cash is 1.8k. In seat 1, we will have Richard O'Neill, who we just had in seat 5, with 275,000 chips. Michael Graydon in seat 2, also from Ireland, with 177,000 chips on the shorter stack. Dara Davy, seat 3, we saw at the start of today, alongside Dara O'Kearney in seat 4, both also playing sub 150k chip stacks. Marius Kukis is still here, seat 5, again nursing a short stack. Tournament chip leader Joshua Stewart remains at the table but moves himself around to seat 6 with a commanding chip lead on this table. The player closest to him in chips is Ivan Tononi, seat 7 with 500,000, but that is as close as you're going to get to catching Joshua Stewart on this great run. Taking up seat 8 and our last seat on this feature table, so we must be final 16, is Owen Mulan, who we saw at the start of day as well. He himself also just under 150,000 chips, so we're going to get some serious action here. We're going to get some short stacks, we're going to see some people playing, and it's going to get crazy.
I think the story here is we also have 2 best friends at the feature table. We've got Dara O'Kearney and Dara Davy side by side.
2 very renowned, very well-known players.
2 very well-known players, 2 very incredibly smart players. Arguably 2 of the top players to come out of Ireland. We'll see how they navigate these stacks.
It's going to be very interesting. Lots of short stack play. Everyone looking to make that final 9, make that min cash. But moves are going to have to get made from these shorties. And the pressure is going to be ramped up by the big stack. He is very, very happy to have the opening advantage on the big stack to his left. He can put him in the bin. He can put difficult decisions on the deeper stacks here because the risk of ruin is not something that they want to see. They want to cash this tournament with their bigger stacks.
The question is, will he?
Will he? I think he will.
Is he gonna risk it all? Is he gonna risk it all to put pressure on these stacks? Or is he just gonna sit comfortably and glide into that final table and go from there? What's Stewart gonna do?
I think he's gonna apply a little bit of pressure. He's got the big stack. He has no chance of busting. Even if he doubles up second in chips on this table, he is still gonna be second in chips by a big, big margin.
Like realistically, what we've seen so far from Stewart is he's just been in the right place at the right time with the right hands, and he's played them the way they're supposed to be played.
Oh, he's played very well.
So, but he hasn't exactly just stepped out of line and said, "I'm just going to put a lot of pressure on this."
And he hasn't needed to because they haven't been that close to the money. But now it's final 2 tables. The final table is in sight. Final 9 coming up. We're going to get some action from some well-known players.
time does the main event net reg close?
I'm actually not sure.
Or what level?
I also don't know.
It was level 9 probably.
Maybe. Because there is a main event flight on today for anyone who's looking to come down and play the €300 buy-in. You also have a hyper flight tomorrow morning with day 2, I think, kicking off around 2 p.m.
All eyes on Paul Carr at the moment.
with a monster stack, and he's fresh off some hot runs in the Irish Poker Tour.
He really is. He's playing his best. He's just in the right place, right time. Everything's going right for Paul, and it's great to see him. Delighted to see him.
And it looks like we are getting the cards shuffled up and ready to deal. We have our final 2 tables. Other notable players still in this tournament: David Lappin on one of the outer tables, someone we have not seen on feature yet today. However, if he does make the final table, you will absolutely have him on your screens.
I think if we have Lappin at the feature table, we need a microphone.
Well, there is a mic on the table. It's just the players have been quite quiet.
We need David Lappin. The microphone should be on it, right in front of him all the time.
Yeah, I'll donate my headset. He can commentate from the final table.
And here we go.
Is that Big Mick G in seat 2? Seat 2 is, in fact, drumroll please,
Regular for Dublin Poker Club.
dun. It is indeed Michael Graydon.
Yeah. Regular from Dublin Poker Club.
Cards chat free roll password. I don't have a clue, Hamid. I don't have a clue. Dara is back. Piano Cat, you are true.
C7. Who is that?
Double Dara action. That is very true from Unibet Poker in the chat. Thank you for the shout out. And hello, Connor, in the chat. Seat 7 is our tournament chip leader, Joshua Stewart. Sorry, seat 7 is Ivan Tononi, the Italian stallion.
Interesting to see what I come up with here. Not a player I recognise.
I'm ready for some action.
The IPO.
I'm ready for some action.
I think the IPO is it's my favourite event of the year in Ireland.
Oh yeah?
I just think it's the best event, the best atmosphere. We obviously have the Irish Open, but I don't know, there's something about the IPO every year that I just love.
I'm going to be very biased, and I'm going to say IPT Killarney was the best event of the year, and it will be.
Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. I think I just mean like every year.
I know what you
look
mean.
forward
I know
to
what
the
you mean.
IPO.
Yeah.
That's
Yes, and I think it has a great reputation. People do look forward to this event. People come over from Italy, from England, from the UK, everywhere. You're from Liverpool.
I've seen the 22 guys that came over from Liverpool, and absolute madness yesterday at the table from these guys was.
It's been great crack.
Just incredible, all of them. I was at a table with 3 of them, and I think it was the funnest table I've played in a long, long time.
And it is a completely full room. All the events going.
I actually was dominating the table, and then for some reason, after I developed a nice chip lead, I got into the banter with the boys.
Got involved in punting of
Domination
stacks.
no more. It was more so soft playing because I like you type stuff. And at one stage I was 4-betting king, queen, and getting folds. And then after that I was just like, oh no, I like you. I'm just gonna fold everything. So it's my own fault I didn't qualify yesterday. But
All right, the action
go.
begins. Graydon under the gun, rightly so,
Correct
folds
fold,
the
yeah.
king 10.
Davey, ace-5 is a fold. Dara's gonna let go of ace-2.
And as you guys can see by the stack sizes, lots of short stacks. Kukas, 10 big blinds, gonna go for the min raise, I would guess.
I like the min raise, yeah. Although, against this field, I think of a 10 big blind stack min raise, it's a bit obvious that he's playing with the top of his range.
Well, that's the thing, you're allowed to open the top of your range off these short stacks as long as you're balancing it with some sort of ace-5
He's
suited,
not, though.
ace-4
That's the
suited,
issue.
well, yeah.
He's not, so there's arguments that he possibly would have got a better result by he's never getting any other action in this situation, but I like his shove here with the kings, basically saying I've got 7s, 6s.
Yeah, using the more middling parts of your range.
Exactly, rather than just like a min raise saying I've got the top of my range. And
Yeah.
they're not exactly seeing him balancing with the bottom of the range, so.
Our Italian stallion in seat 7 with a little card protector. Is that a giraffe? What's your thoughts on card protectors, Keith? Do you have a card protector?
I don't. Every now and again, I bring a little toy belonging to my son. That's why.
That's quite cute. I like that.
It's more of a good. I don't need to use it as a card protector. I never put it over my cards actually, so I don't even class it as a card protector. No, I don't use card protectors at all. They're just they're not for me.
Yeah. Dara Davy, 12 big blinds, very standard shove with the ace-10 suited.
Yep.
Darrow Kearney, King Queen, pretty comfortable fold here. King Queen offsuit. It's close,
He's in the tank,
especially when you're against a slightly better player who you know is going to be able to shove a little bit wider. But Dara Davies, the bottom of Dara Davies' range here is going to be
I'm going to bet you dinner
offsuit.
that Darrell Kearney's going to fold this. I'm going to bet you dinner on it.
Because Dara Davy isn't going to be shoving any lighter than ace-10 offsuit here, so King Queen is going to be dominated by a lot of his range.
Kukas is going to get rid of King 10 nice and easily. Another King 10 in the muck.
Tononi has woken up with ace queen. He is not going to be folding to this 12 big blind
he's
shove.
definitely making a call here.
And it looks
Possibly
like
a reshove.
potential cooler city for Dara Davy.
That's a reshove, yeah. And Dara Davy.
And we have seen, I think, 3 10s folded. Dara Davy is in horrific shape here. Final 2 tables of the high roller.
Yeah, this is not very good.
This is
for
not
Davy.
good.
Not with the 3 10s folded, this is very bad. He's got hearts, some straights, and that's about it.
But we've seen some kings and jacks folded. Dara Davy
Yeah.
is in horrific shape. Can he get there? It is a
One jack.
horrific flop for Dara Davy. He has 4% in this hand. And
Turn.
he is picking up equity on the turn. Okay, 9 or 10. And the board
Showers for
pairs. GG Dara Davy.
GG Dara Davy, yep.
Some of these players definitely excited to see Dara Davy departing from the table, not only because it gets them one step closer to the money, but also because it removes one of the better players from the field. GG Dara Davy busting in what I believe to be 16th place.
Making his way over to the main, I'd say.
Commiserations for Dara coming out in the chat. I'm sure he appreciates them all.
He's got to follow him. He's got to follow him. That's the thing about poker. You can do everything right and still.
Does anyone have a link to the payouts? How could, how could I do this? I could send one of the mods a photo of the payouts and you guys could link it as a command through like Gaizo or something in the chat. Who should I DM? Value Heavy, would you like to do that? And I could get you the payouts. I could whisper them to you on Twitch.
Hijack Tononi, we
Or
can't
could
see
I
his
even
cards,
actually? I don't know if
so
you can send images
we're blind
over
with Tononi.
Twitch.
He has decided to raise in 25k, but we do not see his
Let's
cards.
see. Let's see if I can.
King Queen O'Neill on the button. Let's see what he does. I like a re-raise. I like a 3-bet here, but he's just going to call by the looks of it. I like a 3-bet there. You can easily fold any 4-bets. You're not going to get attached to the hand, and you're blocking a lot of big hands. Makes a good re-raise hand. King Queen suited, pure call. So a bit of a sweat here.
Value Heavy, I've sent you my number over Twitch Whisper. If you can message me on WhatsApp, I can then send you the payouts. You can potentially upload them and take a screenshot. But that's, I think, the best I can do or think of right now.
This is an action flop.
Oh, King Queen.
And we're blind.
And the King of Spades, Tononi,
And we're blind.
sweating with O'Neill.
So we've got to check.
Open ender 2 of our cards. The second
50.
nut flush draw. And a just over third pop bet. Tononi playing very deep versus O'Neill.
And
Stack to
it's
pot ratio is 1. And it is the second nut flush for
Second nut
O'Neill.
flush.
Just think, guys, how sick would it be if Tononi doesn't have the ace of spades, but he has 8-9 of spades? There is a pretty reasonable chance that that happens. Or,
Oh, okay, now we've got some. This has changed things up.
There could be some Jack 10s for Tononi. He could still have the nut flush,
Could have 7s, could have jacks.
but it does look
Pocket
like
2s was folded, I believe, pre-flop.
Tononi doesn't really want much to do with this flop. That's a very small sizing from O'Neill.
I think he's leaving himself
In
room to get rid of
position.
it if he gets re-resed. Yeah.
I don't think you can. You're just never going to fold the second nut flush there.
I think that's the reason he actually went small there. I don't think he was betting there for value. I think he went small.
Well, it has to be for value. He's not turning his hand into a bluff, so it has to be for value.
It's a mixture of both. It's for value, but at the same time, if he gets re-resed there, what's he getting re-resed by? All the full houses.
I would shove
spades.
the queen high flush.
You'd shove it.
Yeah, like I would shove that over his small bet, because the small bet is just it implies weakness. You're going to polarize with your best hands. What are you going to ever get called by, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you may as well just go for value. All right, value heavy. Here we go. See, look at this amazing communication. The age of the internet. There are the payouts sent over to you on WhatsApp. So through some magic, through some magic way.
Are you using the viewers?
I am.
do
I'm
your
using.
job?
I'm using the mod. I'm using the mod
you're
because
using the mod.
it would be if I had access to like using this laptop, it would be quite easy, but I don't. So he can open WhatsApp on the web. He can use the web app on WhatsApp. He can then screenshot it using Gaizo and upload the payouts as a command using the Gaizo link. Wow. I'm sure we'll get the payouts on screen when we get down to the final table as well. But just for those in Twitch chat, this should be easy. Very standard open here with ace-6 suited from Stuart, especially as the larger stack getting closer to the money. You can apply a bit of pressure to these middling stacks. Dar with pocket 2s definitely has an interesting spot here. All in is very reasonable for 10 big blinds, but I think folding is also completely fine.
No, I don't mind the fold there.
You have very little to zero fold equity versus the big stack. You're only shoving 10 bigs. Big stack is going to call most of his range, if not almost all of his range. And you're only ever flipping at best. A nice disciplined fold from Darrow Kearney. Biding his time. This man knows how to cash tournaments.
One thing about Dara, he knows how to navigate himself into the money spots, and he knows how to play. I had a chat with him during the break, and one of the things he said was he's not exactly short off a 12 big blind stack. That just shows you how much Dara respects a 12 big blind stack as loads, whereas
And it really is.
a lot of players would say, oh, I need to get it in here, I've got 12 blinds.
A lot of people think I've got 20 blinds. I need to get it all in here.
That was a thing for a while though, wasn't it?
It used to
under
be.
20 blinds, you need to get it in.
Yeah. Tononi, ace queen, very standard open here. Does effectively min open. And look at that, beautiful. Thank you, Piano Cat.
Dara's got the queen 8.
Oh, you can just edit com, I guess. Edit com payouts.
Queen 4 is gone. Jack 3 is gone. Oh, it's Stewart. He's got the big stack. He's got Jack 3. Is it a defend?
Nah,
It's a little bit
not
wide.
a chance, yeah. Thank you, Piano Cat. I appreciate that a lot. And now, chat, you can see the beauty of technology, the beauty of communication.
I don't even know how you can see the screen on that phone. It's, it's the size of my car keys.
It is a tiny phone. It is a very old iPhone. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Oh, the payouts, those aren't the right payouts. They're close. They're close, but they're not quite right. Because 9th is 1870, first is 18820. But they're very close, the payouts. They're very close. Yeah, they're essentially right. A couple of hundred euros off. What does that matter to anyone? Dara, of course, folding out these weak hands. Kukas,
There he goes.
very easy shove
Yep.
with Queen 9 suited for 10 big blinds.
Count.
Stuart's
looking for the count.
I think this is a very reasonable reshove with ace 8 off. It'll be the bottom of your offsuit 8x range that you are going to reshove versus a button open. But it's definitely Yeah, there we go. Great reshove from Stuart.
Easy fold from Tononi.
Just making Kukas sweat a little bit.
Yeah, come on Tononi. Let it go.
Oh, well, Stuart hasn't actually
Oh, yes,
called yet. But he is calling. He is calling. Slash is all-inning.
He's all inning, yeah.
Yeah, just isolates.
King Jack, not even a hand, so get rid of it.
And here we go. We have an essential flip. Ace-8 versus Queen-9 suited. Lots of flops that are going to be great for this Queen-9.
Yeah, I don't mind the shove. It's
a great shove. It's very, very standard, this Queen-9 suited shove. And there we go, top pair.
Yep.
Ace-8 needing the ace or the 8. No backdoor draws available.
That's
5
not
of
gonna
hearts,
help.
inconsequential. Kukas looks set for a double. Bang. Kukas, the short stack doubles up. He has managed to survive here. He had 4 big blinds, just to remind you guys who may not have been here earlier on this feature table. And now Kukas flying 20 big blinds.
I told you,
and
my
in a
boy
great
Kukas, he
spot
knows his way around. He's been here before.
to get to the money.
He knows his way around. If you're Kukas and Dara, with Stuart sitting on that particular side of you, with
But
that
that's the
tower
best.
stack,
They have the best. They actually have the best seats at the
they
table.
have the best seats at the
Yeah.
table.
It would be much worse if they were in the Italian Stallions seat.
Mm.
Direct left, because the
Yeah.
big stack can then bully you. It's much easier to shove than to call a shove in ICM.
Yeah.
And we are, to my knowledge, about 5 off the money. We will be playing down to a winner today.
This is your car protector.
It's not even my car protector. I just use it to fidget because I'm a leg shaker.
Oh, so this is your leg protector.
So that's my leg protector. For those who are wondering what we're talking about, it is just a little fidget spinner. And I like to use it because I fidget a lot. And the dealers tell me off, especially when I'm sitting in seat 1 or seat 9, and I'm just shaking my leg constantly. And they just look at me and they're like, "Can you stop?" And I don't even realize I'm doing it. I'm going, "Huh?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, okay."
Juice. Stop.
So instead, I just spin the fidget spinner
Spin
around.
this thing around.
It's quite satisfying, though, isn't it?
It's very colourful.
It's sort of like an oil spill chrome effect.
I know what you're talking about with the leg thing. I do it as well sometimes. When I'm nervous. Not during a hand, you know, it's more so. When
Yes.
I'm nervous in a big tournament, I'll just constantly do it.
Yeah.
But I won't just do it in a random hand.
Well, for me, it's not even nerves. It's just a thing. It's almost like a habit because I've always done it. I'll just sit like this.
I think we all have our own way of sitting. I actually had this conversation with Jamie Flynn at the EPT main event. We were talking about the different ways that poker players sit at the table. One of them, a common one would be, if you look at Stuart, if you just raise his hand up to his shoulder
Yeah,
and you lean on the table, that's a common one.
that is very
I
common.
never figured that one out myself. That's
And,
a common
yeah, and
one.
also the one arm on the bicep, and then you lean in and you move your hand up. That's
Yeah,
and look,
that.
seat 8 is doing the exact same.
Exactly. Daryl Carney's got pretty much
The stoic.
that's how I
2 hands
conduct
down.
myself. 2 hands underneath the table. Yep.
The arms crossed for seat 2 is very common as well, sitting
It's a
like
common one
this.
as well, yeah.
I'm more like Dara here. I usually just sit with both elbows on the felt, and I'll lean forward with my hands on the table quite
Oh, okay.
often.
Right. No, I think we just copy them from our favorite player most of the time, or sometimes you just fall
I
into
guess
it
there
because
is a
that's how you're
chance.
comfortable.
Yeah, it's whatever's
But,
comfortable. I would love a 3-bet here from Stuart. Apply the pressure to Kukas with the pocket 2s. Whoa, he lets it go. I guess 3-bet or fold is fine, but because 2s aren't going to play great post flop. But you have an amazing amount of fold equity getting close to the money here. You can just make it 5 big blinds and fold. Just make it 60k. Allow yourself to get away. But you're going to fold out a lot of the hijacks range. But folding is definitely very, 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 very reasonable. I just would have liked a bit of drama. I would have liked to have seen the 3-bet with the 2s. 2s through 5s there. Definitely working a little bit nice as a 3-bet. 6s plus, you can just go, yeah, okay, I'll 3-bet call off. And there we have it. 7-3-4 two-tone. Neither player picking up much, but it is a better board for the big blind. And if O'Neill was thinking about it, he would lead this flop quite often. 7 high flops, going to be very, very good for the big blind. Especially connected boards like this. You know the hijack's not going to have hands like 5-6. They're not going to have hands like 2-5, hands that have a lot of connectivity with this board. The big blind's also defending a ton of suited combinations. The hijack having a couple more offsuit, not so much off this shorter stack.
How do you feel about a lead from O'Neill?
Oh yeah, I would have loved it. I would have loved to lead on the flop.
Yeah,
I would have loved
a
it.
lead on this board for O'Neill.
And Kukas does decide to go for the larger sizing on the flop. Something I would say is that on a board like this, you're going to check or you're going to take a slightly larger sizing. With ICM, you can just use half pot, especially at these stack depths. But as you get deeper, going up to sort of 75% of the pot is something that you will see quite often at the higher level of the game. Kukas, very nice c-bet, does take that one down with the queen-jack offsuit. O'Neill maybe missing a spot to fire out a lead.
Yeah, I think a lead might have just took Kukas off guard and he'd probably end up folding. Maybe he just calls, I don't know.
Unibet Poker says someone needs to start sitting like those inflatables that sit outside the car showrooms, the spaghetti noodle men, with their arms waving, and I'm doing that right now, so Keith can see me being spaghetti man, but unfortunately you guys can't. They're great. I would love that.
I don't know this man.
You know what? I've actually never been on a feature table before. If I do that and someone reminds me, I'll just start.
You're just going to do with spaghetti, man.
I'll just start doing that. I'll be in the hand or whatever, and someone will go, "What kind of raid?"
Is it illegal? If you just sat there all day doing spaghetti, man, is somebody going to say, "Sorry, sir, you can't"?
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. You're just like you're distracting the players or something.
It'd be interesting to see if you can do that.
Stuart, very standard open, and Tononi with a monster pocket kings. There is an argument for just flooding this open with the reshove stacks behind.
Yep, and I'd like it. I'd like to see it happen.
And we do
and
see
he does.
it happen.
Sets the trap. Okay.
I'm inside Tononi's.
Going to let go. Graydon.
What does he have? What's our boy got? He's going to have a lot of defense multi-way in the big blind here off his short stack. Every suited hand is going to be coming along. And he does come along. Okay, it's sweat against Graydon. Graydon off the short stack here, 11 big blinds, finds the call multi-way. Unless he's getting real sticky with aces, Tononi in an amazing spot.
Wow.
And that is danger for Stuart. It could be amazing for the big blind as well.
We have no
lots
idea
of
what
two
Graydon
pairs, lots of open-enders. Stuart definitely going to be c-betting this board a certain percent of the time, but checking here is going to be pretty reasonable, especially with the cutoffs range. Now the question is, does Tononi want to build a pot on this Jack 6-7 rainbow? I think checking in a little raise to about 90k is not bad, but he does just call. I don't know if he's doing this as an exploit for ICM, or if he's just setting the trappiest trap of all traps that have ever been trapped. But look at this. No snap fold. That's the look of a man who wants to go all in. He sees the chips in this pot. And this could spell disaster for Stuart. And Graydon. Oh wow, are we going
chips?
No, that's a call. We are going 3 ways to a turn. Tononi is still going to be loving life here. We could get some very spicy turn cards. A Jack, a 6, or a 7. That 9 is not good for Tononi's hand.
No, that's definitely going to complete some of
Stuart
hands.
And Stuart can easily have 10-8 suited here, and we do see an all-in. The real question is, can Stuart get away from King Jack here? This is a very, very tough spot. I think we might see the flat from Stuart, and Tononi might just come over the top. I don't think Stuart's
going to have to do at this point.
I don't think Stuart's ever going to isolate.
No.
But I don't think Stuart can fold.
Stuart's not going to put 500,000 chips in on this board with the hand he has.
So he does find the call to Graydon's shove, and Tononi wondering, are kings good? Do I really want to reshove here? Do I just want to call and see a river? This is a very, very interesting spot.
I think Tononi should just call, but he might isolate here.
Oh, it's so tough though, because you can actually be dead to the big blinds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to get a side pot going.
Does he have the king of spades?
So
he does have the king of spades as well, which is blocking a lot of the drawing hands. It makes it more likely for players to have value. And I think he's just going to call. I think Tononi wants to keep this pot small. Dara's standing up.
What?
Wow!
No!
Honestly, I really don't hate that fold, because he can be dead to the big blind. He has no idea what the range is of Stuart.
7-9.
And he has made the correct fold.
What a fold!
Great fold from the pocket kings. I actually really rate that fold from the Italian
Jesus.
stallion. What an amazing fold. And there we go, Brick River.
Brick River.
A triple up for
What
Graydon,
a fold
effectively.
by kings. That's all I can say.
Great fold. And I love it as well, because if you think about the range of the hijack, the chip leader's going to have straights, he's going to have sets, he's going to have two pairs. The big blind has the exact same, and you've only got an overpair to the board. Having the king of spades, I think that's why he checked his cards. He wanted to make sure he wasn't blocking the backdoor flush draw.
I think the hand play is completely different if he does 3-bet pre.
Oh, for sure.
Probably
oh, yes.
takes it down.
9-7's not
Pre.
coming
Yeah,
along.
probably
3
takes
bets
it
at pre. But even still, can't be results oriented. An amazing turn fold from the Italian stallion. And we somehow don't lose a player that hand. Big smiles from seat 2. Michael Graydon finding essentially a triple up. Very, very, very well played.
That was a big fall by the kings. It's very well played. Would you fold? Would you fold?
I think I could definitely find the fold. It's going to be very, very hard, but once you think about it, like, he definitely sat down, he stayed calm, and he thought about the hand. He thought about the ranges of the players he was playing against. I think it was a very, very good fold. I think I might call and see the river.
I'm going to try and work out a pot with Stuart to cover the
Oh,
side pot.
all on a call, kings and sevens. That was very quick. I don't really know who's in. This just happened at the speed of 1,000 gazelles. Sevens, the all-in player at risk.
Is it Kukas and O'Carney?
It looks like, okay, he's drawing to a chop.
Ah, okay.
And it is Mulan with sevens, losing to Dara O'Kearney. His
Dara's
pocket
not
kings
done
boat up on the river. And Dara, 228k. A much, much needed double. Still very much in the danger zone, but getting that one step closer to a cash. That will be us down close to final 14, final 13. Not sure on the exact numbers. Oh, Mulan still left with some chips. Excuse me, I thought he had left the tournament. But Dara O'Kearney with a huge double, finding kings at the perfect time. Managing to hold on versus those sevens.
Looks like Anna played itself.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cut off open, kings shove, sevens never folds.
One of the things you just have to accept.
And Dara, a breath of fresh air.
I wondered did Tononi announce that he folded kings. Did he just keep that?
Oh, I
to
think he's
himself?
kept it quiet. He has not spoken a word on this table. He is stoic. He is here to win it.
Hell of a fold though.
Great fold from the kings.
In GTO land, is it a call?
I think it's a fold. I think it honestly might be a fold, knowing the ranges. Like, if you apply correct ranges to those players and the big blind shoves, is he really shoving Jack 10 on that turn? Is he really shoving any one pair hands? There is no side pot because you haven't built up a side pot versus the early position player. I think he honestly found a really nice fold.
Is there any calls in GTO land, I wonder?
I think there would be.
Pre-flop.
Oh, calls pre-flop? Yeah. I think you can definitely call pre-flop with kings there as well. I think even like aces are going to call pre-flop, kings are going to call pre-flop. You're going to 3-bet your queens, jacks, 10s. For sure, for sure.
Open.
O'Neill coming in with the
A7
A7 off from the cutoff. Going for one of those cheeky little steals. Dara O'Kearney in the small line with queen 10. Definitely a hand you can 3-bet shove, but versus a cutoff open it's not as nice. You would much rather be shoving versus a button open. Dara does fold. Into the big blinds, Kukas has not snap folded. Having a little think. Effective stacks are less than 20 bigs. It makes a great all-in with an unknown hand. O'Neill never going to call off with his ace-7. And it looks like Kukas will take this one down pre-flop.
Yeah, it's never getting called by any hands after.
Yeah, Kukas, ace-jack. Very standard shove. Picks up a nice pot. O'Neill punished for going for the steal.
I think Mick is getting told off for not putting his cards on the box.
Maybe.
Even though we've been able to read his cards, no problems. It was just that one hand, I think.
It's like, pretty please, can you put your cards in the box? Everybody wants to see.
Yeah, I know, I just taken.
Yeah, sure. He played the 9-7. We played that blind.
Oh, as well.
So
Yeah.
Makes sense. Mixed pin board.
Italian Stallion going to find a fold with the 9-3 off. And the short stack here. About 6 to 7 big blinds. I think he just didn't know if the action was on him. And he is all in.
That's it.
Going to be a lot of hands that are going to reshove. 10-4. Mulan getting very out of line with the 10-4 offsuit.
He's tired of it.
He is. I saw someone do this yesterday, I think, with 10-4 as well. Dara, Queen Jack suited. It is a 6 big blind shove. Queen Jack suited is going to be a call here.
We can see the 10-4 off, so we know, but...
But even versus a 6 big blind shove, look, Dara's going to be all in.
Dara knows. Dara knows it's
and oh, Kukas, this is a tough spot for ace-8.
I think he lets it.
Dara noticing we are close to the bubble. For example, it could go Kukas all in.
Did you see that? He just looked up at the clock, so Kukas is aware that we're close to the bubble as well. I think he lets this go.
Because it could be Kukas all in.
Has he got both of them covered?
He does cover both.
Okay. I see, yeah, 100 each.
And he's making a good thought of this. And honestly, it's not that... I mean, it's not that far off in Chippy V. I think if you work it out in ICM, you are just going to be folding here 100% of the time. But it is good to see that he is thinking about the spot. Wow.
Oh, so close. There it is. He's meant to call.
Oh, I think it's a graphical error. I think he's only put in 16k. That's only 16k.
Oh, okay, so he's put in...
So Mulan maybe doesn't have 10-4.
What did we say about graphical errors?
So we're going to go multi-way here. And that is a good flop for Stuart with the 8-5, but I don't think... Oh, wow, he does lead. Lovely. This is what I was saying about these 7 high connected boards. Very, very nice for the big blind. So Mulan is not all in with the 10-4. I think it actually just folded to Dara, who opened the Queen Jack suited. Got a flat call on the button. Oh no, so we did see the all in.
We did see an all in, so he is all in.
I think he is all in.
He's all in with. 10-4 should be a graphical error. We just don't know what he's all in with. And I think it's safe to say Stuart does not have 8-5.
I think he does. Stuart can have 8-5. He would lead. Stuart would lead from the big blind here with 8-5 on 7-5-4.
We got rid of Dara,
time.
we got rid of Kukas. No, we didn't. Kukas still in it.
And we're going to see a thin value bet here from Stuart. Says nice hand. And he actually did have 10-4.
Did he?
He did actually shove 10-4 pre. Mulan was, I don't know, fed up, I guess.
Some guys, 10-4 is their favourite hand. Let it rip.
Honestly,
you see that sometimes.
That is true. That is true.
6-9, the 10-4. Some guys love the 10-2 because it's the Doyle hand. Maybe it's just a favourite of his.
That is true. People do have that.
I
Not
actually
theoretical.
know a guy from Tullamore who, no matter how much it was for, no matter how big the tournament was, if he got, I think it was 9-7, so it would, there was no amount of chips that was getting him off that hand, and he was going the whole way.
Okay, so we do see Darrow Kearney in the danger zone, 7 big blinds. Braden, very, very similar stack. Cook is not out of it yet. There is a lot of short stacking going on. There is a lot of ICM hell for these short stacks. They all want to find that cash. And we are getting ever closer to that final table, to that in the money. O'Neill opening under the gun with Queen 10 off of a very short stack. And does manage to get this one through. The 15 big blind open with the Queen 10. Very nice steal. Good move from O'Neill.
So how close are we from the money?
I think we're a few off the money. We're only 3 or 4 off the money at the minute. I think there's maybe 12 or 13 players left.
Okay, so we should expect a bit of tighter play.
With only 6 players left on this table, you would expect to rebalance it. If they had 8 on the other, they would move a player over. So it could be 6 and 6. Graydon, he's going to be all in.
What's this? Is it the all in? No. It's just there is.
Surprised we didn't see the open shove. Stuart on the button, given the opportunity to call this open with a very, very playable hand. A hand that's going to work very well post-flop in position. And he does indeed find the call with the 8-9 of hearts. Tononi, pocket 6s. It's a great spot to set mine versus the big stack.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what he's going
Your
to do.
risk of ruin versus Stuart is just too great, and he does find a very nice, smooth call. O'Neill in the big blind now, 10-6 off. Look at him, he's smiling. He's going, can I shove here?
I think he's thinking of defending, but
I think he has to with 10-6. He's just getting, even though it says he's got 14% here, he's calling 19k to win like 20k to win 155.
yeah.
Arguments for folding an ICM for sure with the 10-6 off.
7-8-7 and Stuart
And
gets
8-9
the
Stuart.
top.
Stuart still running well, but this is still a very vulnerable pot. Graydon should be checking here on 7-7-8. He has no 7x that he opens here. Just none. But it looks like he's going to bet, and I'm not a big fan of this. This should be a range check on 7-7-8. This is a mistake. And it looks like he's going to go around half pot by the looks of it. He goes bigger than half pot. He is saying, I have an overpair. But Stuart isn't going to be going anywhere. He's got top pair. It doesn't matter. There's 3 players behind.
Stuart's not going anywhere.
Tononi makes a very disciplined fold with 6s. And Graydon needs to find that king or queen. An ace might save him. It might get him off Stuart.
How much is Graydon left behind? 34k.
And that's just an even better turn for Stuart. Picks up a gut shot to go with his top pair. I think the graphics are wrong. He has a lot more than 34k.
Yeah, it does look like.
He's got about 100, 200k. He's got about 200k behind. So it's still less than pot behind. But it would be a miracle play to go all in here. Will he compound his mistake on the flop?
There's the check. He's giving up.
Stuart
should take it away from him here.
Stuart, I don't mind a check back. I don't mind pot controlling. Yes, you're giving a free card to ace king, ace queen. But you're also never going to get called by worse if you go all in, because your own sizing here on the turn is effectively all in unless you go like 10% of the pot. And I don't think that's really a thing in position.
Okay. So you think the check back is
But
best room?
yeah, because it's just like you're never going to get called by worse. Ace king isn't calling. Like, yes, there's diamonds, yes, there's clubs. I guess that does lead slightly more to the argument. He also has hearts. He does unblock those flush draws. Does he think if he shoves, he's going to get hero called by ace king of heart or ace king of diamonds, ace king of clubs? He does do it. He does do it. And I really don't mind it because he has hearts. it does mean that hands like Ace King of Clubs, Ace King of Diamonds,
Yeah,
Ace
he
Queen of
doesn't want
Clubs,
to
Ace Queen
give
of
them
Diamonds.
that chance to realise with the clubs, the diamonds, and the ace kings, ace queens.
Yeah. So there was a
Queens,
slight
king
stack
jacks.
error in the graphics there. But Stuart continues his dominance on this feature table, getting very, very close to the money now. But lots of short stacks on this feature table. Everybody wanting that €1,870 min cash for 9th place. Among them, Dara O'Kearney in seat 4. Wakes up with a monster, 9-2 off. And this is the spot where Stuart can really start opening a lot of hands. Of course, he's going to fold 7-3. Tononi should not be folding a lot of these buttons. He's able to put a lot of pressure on these short stacks in the blinds. They want the cash. Of course, he's going to open the King 9. It's a great spot to open, but he's going to have open shoves as well. A lot of his offsuit 8x he can just shove from the button here. A lot of his pairs he can shove from the button, knowing that these players are playing effective less than 20 big blinds. O'Neill, 10-8 suited. Don't get out of line, just fold it. To the big blinds, Graydon, 10-3 off. The stacks are wrong. He isn't actually all in to call. That should be fixed in a few hands. It would be quite funny if he left himself behind like 1/9 of a big blind.
Yeah, I think I watched the feature table yesterday and there was a similar situation where it looked like Mark Fanan went all in for 3k on a
Yeah.
200k
And the other guy folded.
what's that guy's name?
Yeah, it was Fanan that went
Yeah, it
all
was
in.
Fanan against...
I'm not sure he was against, but I remember the hand.
It looked like it went into the tank for 3k. It was
Yeah.
hilarious to see. Obviously the graphics were wrong.
Yeah, because when we saw the chip stack, we went, oh, okay, that's not 3k.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's because like the dealer's head was blocking the chip stack because he was in seat 5. Stuart, oh wow, it just has a monster. Graydon
Again.
is not all in the small blind, slight graphical error. Very, very standard open for Stuart. He's going to be opening much wider than this as they approach the bubble. But of course, they're going to wake up with monsters sometimes as well. Dara O'Kearney in the big blind,
What
A6
does Dara
suited.
do here?
I think it's hard, man. This is a hard spot. I think just
he
defending.
shoves this, I think.
But I think defending is good. You have a lot of playability. And it is going to be a defend. In ICM, a defend is so much better here than a shove.
He's going to call.
Because you're only going to get called. Like, even though he's opening a wide range, you have no fold equity. So you'd much rather realize your equity on the flop. You have a suited ace, very, very nice hand. I see a 4 on the flop there. It is a black card. And you're going to see a lot of like one big blind C betting and stuff here from the early position player. And Dara is going to have to let it go on whatever that flop was. Dara continuing to get shorter. Are any of these graphics right? They have been all day, but there was just a mishap there. And they will be fixed in a few hands, Deadeye.
Until then, we'll leave it to Tom to feel his way around this table and try and tell us exactly what everybody has from his amazing eyesight that he can see that phone with. And the fact that you saw a 4 on that table actually impresses me. I didn't see anything. All I could see is IPO.
It was a four of black. I think it was a spade there. Stuart, definitely a reasonable open with the Jack-8 off here, covering everyone at the table. Knowing that they're getting very close to the money, I would like to see this be opened. Just let it go. It's not the worst.
I told you Stuart was going to lock up a bit.
You did.
Said that's exactly what was going to happen. Navigate to the final table safely, and that's what I feel he's going to do.
Graydon's stack is not correct, but we do know he is short. So shoving the King 10. Dara has 6s. He is not folding here.
No, Dara's in.
One of these players is going to be left with absolute 0. Dara knowing that Graydon is going to shove all of his pocket pairs. He's going to shove ace-2 through ace-5. 6 is in an amazing spot. I would be very surprised to see Dara fold.
There
and he
is.
does go all
Dara's in.
All right, we are off to the races. Graydon and Dara O'Kearney. Oh,
Kukas let go of ace-9.
Very reasonable. They're getting very close to the money. Every chip matters. We are going to flip City Life. Dara O'Kearney, I think, is the player at risk. It does look like he is. If not, he would be left with pennies. Sixes versus King 10. Is that Lappin controlling the graphics? And that is disaster for Dara O'Kearney.
Not good.
He needs the miracle 6 on the river. Doesn't come. Dara O'Kearney bubbles the super high roller. We are now down to, I think, 11 players.
Unlucky Dara. He didn't let the bubble factor affect his decision in any way. He knew it was the correct call. He made the correct call, and unfortunately, it didn't work out this time.
Nope. Flips are hard. Flips are hard.
You have to win your flips, don't you? So was that the bubble?
This stone, not stone
No,
bubble.
so that's not the stone call bubble. So
No, because once they make the FT, that'll be them in the money. So you'll have 5 people left on like each table, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So I think there's 5 left on this table, 6 left on the outer table. Dara Buston 13th. So there are 12 players remaining.
Your money's still on Stuart?
He's in a great spot. He's in a great position. He was playing well earlier in the day. It just depends. We'll have to see where the players are situated on the final table. Who has the chips?
Yeah.
That'll help factor in my decision. But at the minute, especially on this table, Stuart, I would definitely put money that he's going to cash the tournament.
I'm not making that bet unless you give me like 201.
Yeah, it would need to be some pretty crazy odds. So that means we are 3 off the money in this super high roller event.
Testing. One test.
All the players looking for that min cash. And that is us saying goodbye to our fellow commentator Keith. He is going to jump in the main event. Keith, any final words of inspiration?
Don't play a high roller. Unless you're stuck and you're chasing.
All right, best of luck, my friend. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating with you, and I'm sure we'll have you in the booth again.
See you in the main or see you whenever. See you.
Hopefully I'll see you on the feature table. Final table of the main event. I'll give you that one.
No problem. I'm chasing the stack. I'm chasing the 865k.
Best of luck.
Best of luck.
And then there were one in the booth. And we have Chan joining the table in seat 7. One of our early day bigger stacks in this super high roller. Looking comfortable. It looks like he's built himself up a nice stack as well. Maybe not quite enough to rival that of Stuart in seat 6. But an unfortunate send-off to Dara O'Kearney. Mods, if one of you would be able to change this title. 30-minute delay? Yes, there is a 30-minute delay. To like stone bubble or money bubble of the 1K, I would greatly appreciate it. Graydon. Ace 7 suited. His stock size is still a little bit dubious. Kukis' stock size is going to be all in with the pocket 9s here. Stuart with the Ace 7 suited is just going to let this one go, I think. Definitely over 100k going in the middle here, but it is sub 10 big blinds. But with a player that has already raised an early position in that of Graydon, I think this is a very reasonable fold. And a snap fold from Graydon. Depending on the chip stack there of Kuskis, that might have been a little bit tight. If he only had 77k, I don't think you're allowed to fold the ace-7 suited there. A title has been changed. Thank you, I appreciate that. The pressure really starting to mount for some of these short stacks. One of which is O'Neill, who is currently under the gun with 9-3 suited. Although maybe it should say soft bubble. Nah, everyone likes a little bit of clickbait now and then. Six-handed on our feature table. 6 players remaining on the outer table. Tononi, 9-10 in the small blind. A complete here would be normal. Jack 7 off for Chan here in seat 8. I think there is a world in which he raises this one. And it looks like that is what he is going to do. And he does get it done. Very nice move from Chan with the Jack 7 offsuit. Hey Kev, good to see you. Deadeye says Mick G is a sit-and-go legend. He will know his ICM and push-fold ranges. For those who don't know, Mick G is in seat 2. He has managed to build himself a stack. He is the one that sent the dearly beloved Dara O'Kearney to the rail in 13th place, winning a flip with King 10 versus the pocket 6s of Dara. ICM definitely a factor. 3 off the money on this super high roller. A lot of these players, if not all of them, will be acutely aware that this is the time to not just dust off into big stack versus big stack. Stuart making a very reasonable open as the big stack at the table. 1.5 million chips, 16 starting stacks. Chan in the small blind with Jack 10 off. Does not want to collide. Collision between 2 big stacks and ICM is a horrible, horrible thing, and he does make a very good disciplined fold. O'Neill in the big blind, King 3 offsuit. Again, making the fold. An argument for defending this one, but defending offsuit hands in ICM is a little bit harder, especially when it's a hand as weak as King 3 offsuit. We have a dealer change. All right. Welcome, welcome, new dealer. And our Italian stallion engaging in some conversation with the dealer. He made a beautiful fold with kings in a multi-way pot, where Mick G had found an effective triple up by turning 2 pair, and kings, the overpair, found an amazing fold on the turn. Looks like we're going to see some action now with the new dealer at the table. Stuart, very reasonable open once again as the big stack, King 5 of clubs, recognizing his position at the table as the chip leader. Something he wants to abuse. Tononi, King Jack offsuit I think plays better as a 3-bet in ICM here. He only has 24 big blinds, but he could just make this 100k. I would really like to see a 3-bet here from Tononi. Folding is just as reasonable, but I think a 3-bet would be very, very nice. And it looks like he's reaching for raising chips. And hopefully he bets 100k, and I have read this action beautifully. It looks like it's just sized up slightly over 100k. 110, I think, is what he's put in. But again, Tononi recognizing that this is a lovely spot to 3-bet. Stuart could use King 5 suited as a 4-bet. It would be very, very spicy, the 4-bet all in with King 5 suited on the bubble, applying maximum pressure to the short stack, but I don't think he's going to get out of line. I do think he's just going to find the fold here. And he does let it go. Nice move from Tononi. The 3-bet paying off, and the Italian Stallion clearly recognizing that that is a nice spot to go for a 3-bet. Simplifying poker is a great thing, especially in ICM. And Tononi finds a lovely spot to do that. That doesn't mean that King 5 suited was a bad open. King 5 suited definitely a great open from our chip leader, and he should continue to do things like open those King 5 suited, Queen 5 suited, Jack 5 suiteds from most positions, because he really can just use and abuse. Jack 7 suited, I think, would have been a very reasonable open once more. Maybe a little bit results orientated, having just been 3-bet off of the King 5 suited, but I think Jack 7 suited in ICM as the chip leader here is very, very reasonable. Great in pocket nines, depending on the stack of the big blind. Limp shoving here is good, raise calling is good. Basically everything bar fold is pretty reasonable in the spot with pocket nines. All in is also a very reasonable play. It does look like we are going to see a 3x from Graydon, making it about 60k. We see a very quick fold. Yep, we do see the 3x from Graydon, 60k. Kukis with nothing, of course, lets it go. Playing only 13 big blinds. Is Stara out? Yes, Stara is out in 13th, unfortunately. He lost a flip with pocket sixes versus mix King 10. Tononi, of course, going to let go with the 9-7 off. Button, Graydon, easy fold. Playing well, and Kukis, of course, giving a walk here. Stuart, ace jack, big hand for the big stack. No action. And that's why he has a little smile, a little bit of a laugh. Look at those chip stacks. Look at that commanding chip lead for Stuart. The collision effect for Chan and Tononi versus Stuart is something that would be devastating. Looking at the stacks of O'Neill, looking at the stacks of Kukis, not knowing how many short stacks are on the outer table, just remembering they have no watches, they have no phones, no ways that people can communicate to them. The short stacks on table 2. It does make it that little bit harder while playing on feature, not knowing. Can't get fed that information. Can't get told, oh, there's a 4 big blind stack on the other table. The risk premium is just very, very high for those deeper stacks versus Stuart. Stuart should be raising here, blind v blind, very liberally. And Tononi, I think with the King Jack this time, especially blind v blind, it plays much better as a call. And that looks like that is what we're going to see. Tononi playing very, very solid in this 1k super high roller. I have a lot of respect for the way he's been playing. Stuart with a very reasonable c-bet on 10-3-4. It's a board that you are actually going to check a decent amount, but in ICM, Stuart can just continue piling on the pressure. He doesn't even need a heart, and he does look like he's fired out to c-bet. And unfortunately, Tononi with no hearts, he does have 2 overs to the board. He should continue a reasonable bit of time, but I really like this fold in ICM. And Chippy V, he's just going to call once there. He's going to see a turn card. 2 overs, backdoor straight draws. Doesn't necessarily need a heart, but in ICM, that is a very nice fold. Respects the fact that even on a king or a jack, pressure can be applied massively from the big stack. And Tononi navigating the stack very well, this middling stack. A lot of respect for the way he's playing. Of course, the big stack applying pressure on this bubble. Things you do expect to see at a 1K. Doesn't necessarily always happen, but you do expect to see it. O'Neill with an easy fold here with the Queen 7. Mick G, seat 2. Queen 9 suited for Kukas. I really don't mind an open here with the Queen 9 suited. Definitely a much better hand to open than, say, Queen 10 offsuit. But Stuart, recognizing that he can apply some pressure, but this is not one of the hands he wants to do it with. He wants to have card removal. He wants to duplicate the strongest hands. Tononi, pocket aces in the small blind. How do you navigate this? He's asking how many chips Kukas has. Can he credibly flat from the small blind off the effective stack sizes? Does he need to move all in? Does he have a non-all-in 3-bet sizing? This is not an easy spot to navigate with pocket aces. Of course, he's loving the hand, but it's how do you proceed? And I don't know. I think a non-all-in 3-bet is reasonable, but the all-in is announced, and I think that is completely fine as well. He's looking, he knows himself, he's going, what am I really supposed to do here? What does my range want to do? It's not just the fact that he has pocket aces, but how is he going to navigate his value range? What's he doing here with 6s, 7s, ace-king off, ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 offsuit? Is there any calling? Can he credibly call a hand and not make it look like aces? Can he non-all-in a 3-bet? But he does decide to push. He gets the chips. But that is not an easy spot with aces. Because you have to remember, at levels like these, especially playing a 1K, people are going to pick up tendencies. People are going to go, this isn't something you should do in GTO, in theory. So why are they doing it? And they might just work out and be able to put you on very specific hands. Is 5 for Kukas. Does make a disciplined fold from the hijack, respecting the fact that the pressure can be put on him. Tononi folding the button with Jack 7 suited. Interesting spot. I think he's recognizing that Chan in the small blind can apply a lot of pressure. Chan does push the 8-3 suited for 9 big blinds effective, not allowing O'Neill to realize his post-flop equity. And it's a very disciplined fold from Tononi on the button. A very disciplined fold. Knowing that Chan, maybe he has history with Chan, maybe he knows Chan understands ICM. Chan will be able to 3-bet liberally. Even though he's playing out of position, he still doesn't want to collide with those bigger stacks. But it does look like we're chip racing the blue chips. Those are the 1,000 chips. And of course, our big stack, that tower of chips from Stuart, is going to buy them up. It's always a great feeling being the stack at the table that gets to buy up all those chips. It's very satisfying building a little castle. Look at him, he's like, yeah, look at all these chips. I know how to navigate this. I want these chips. Tononi, Jacks, powerful hand, never going to fold here. And this is where Chan could get in trouble if Chan wakes up with a hand like a suited king, a weaker ace that is going to want to apply pressure in ICM, but he does just fold. Folds to the big blind, great, and king 10 off, very reasonable spot to defend your big blind. And that is what he's going to do. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Ooh, this could be bad for Graydon. Tononi with the overpair. Graydon with top pair and the second best kicker. 10-7 deuce two-tone. I love the c-bet sizing from Tononi. 20s, 30k. About a quarter pot. He bets 40k, sorry. About a third pot. Graydon is a tough spot. Very, very tough spot. I really like a call. In ICM, I love a call. In Chip EV, just check raise getting it in isn't the worst either with King 10, but seeing a turn here is definitely the play. Graydon understanding that. The turn could save Graydon. The flush completes, and I expect to see check a reasonable amount of the time, but with a hand like Jacks from Tononi, can you credibly bet half pot? Understanding. But I do like this check in ICM. Very, very nice. Just pot controlling. Very bricky river. Graydon may think his hand is good, but I would be very surprised to see him bet. And if Graydon does bet, I think he's going to block, but I do not think you want to block a hand like King 10. I think this hand plays much better as a check from Graydon. But I could be completely wrong. In ICM, this could be a spot that you definitely want to block. Just put out a bet like 30k. But it looks like he's going to value bet. It looks like he's reaching for about 100,000 chips, maybe 125k, and I don't think Tononi's going to fold here. There's very little deuce X that's going to call from Graydon. Tononi has the overpair to the board, and it does look like he is just going to call. And that is the bad news for Graydon. Tononi recognizing that Graydon has very little deuce X, especially deuce X that's going to call the flop. Even deuce X that's going to call pre-flop that's not suited. It's all going to fold in ICM. I'm not too sure about that value bet from Graydon, not in ICM. In Chip EV, sure. Tononi's not going to check flushes on the turn. You might be able to get a call from Jack 10, Queen 10. But I don't think that value bet on the river is particularly prevalent here from Mick G. I think that might be a misstep. Tononi wins a nice pot. Of course, it's easy to say, knowing the hand, but even if you think about the range that Tononi has, he's going to do a lot of checking on that turn card. He's going to check ace-10. He's going to check over pairs, as seen by checking the jacks. Bloating pots in ICM is not something that you want to do, and that is why you did see that turn check. You didn't see the double barrel, because facing a bet, if the big blind was to check jam and you're sitting there with jacks, no diamond, you could fold the best hand quite a lot of time. It's only recognizing all of these factors. Graydon now sitting on a very similar stack to O'Neill. Both of them sub 10 big blinds, and wow! Graydon, oh, Tononi limps the king queen, okay. Graydon completes 7-8. I thought Graydon flatted. Tononi, I expect to see a continuation here for about 20,000. Does bet 25k. Nice and easy, keep it breezy, and does take it down. I'm not too in tune with limping strategies, especially in ICM, but I can understand why Tononi would do it. My reasoning would be, a hand like King Queen is a hand that he wants to play. It's a hand he wants to VPip. He is conscious of the 3-bet shoving from Chan, and he's also conscious that both blinds do have sub 10 big blind stacks. They have stacks that want to re-steal over an open. And a hand like King Queen, I mean, for a sub 10 big blind shove, it's going to be very hard to fold, but you don't necessarily want to call. So the limp does make sense. It's not something that I necessarily have in my repertoire, but I think I've logicked why Tononi is definitely working his way towards that limp pre-flop with the King Queen. O'Neill from the cutoff, very easy shove with the ace-7. And it looks like it's going to fold to the big stack Stuart with 5s. This is not going to be a fold. And it's going to be a flip for O'Neill's life. O'Neill being the short stack for a reasonable amount of play today. All in and at risk. Stuart, a slight favourite in this race. It is a pretty clean flip. Oh! Running cards or a 5 needed for Stewart, or O'Neill will double. An 8 or a 5, now outs for Stewart. O'Neill has a sweat and finds the full double. Nice hand, O'Neill. Stays alive. Stewart loses a couple of chips. Pretty standard flip though. Very standard spot. Yeah, as you can see, the players are bantering, all the short stacks going, oh, I wish you bust, I wish you bust. I would have loved to have been one step closer to the money. Instead, the short stacks now sweating that little bit harder. O'Neill can take a slight deeper breath.
So on the high roller, we're gonna play M4M.
Tononi is 10. It's a weird spot in the big blind, but I think calling an ICM is going to be better than going for a raise, and that is what he elects to do.
Players on the main event, if you're on table from 1 to 12, we are now on a 60-minute dinner break.
And top pair for Tononi. Stewart, I think, is going to check this flop a lot. I don't think he's going to continue on 10-6-4 two-tone when the big blind calls his raise. But Stewart does continue for 40,000. Tononi can go both ways. He can definitely elect to raise, he can definitely just continue, and it does look like he's going to control these pots, keep these pots small, even with top. Because as I said before, colliding with the big stack is not something you want to do, but Stewart drills the turn, picks up top pair, continues for 60k. Tononi, he's not going to be able to fold his hand just yet, not to 60k. Oh, sorry, 85k. Still, again, not much of a difference. He has to continue. Both players going to slow down. It's going to go check. Tononi is going to be shown the bad news. I would be very surprised if Tononi turned his hand into a bluff. Stewart with top pair, no need to turn his hand into a bluff either. And Tononi going to check that he does indeed have no spade, has the 10. Look, he gets shown the bad news. He's not very happy with that one. Stewart picks up a nice pot. Tononi disgusted at that turn card.
60-minute break. If you're on table 13 and up, you have a new blind level 300, 600, 600 big blind empty. Players on the table 13 and up, play one more level before the dinner break.
Were your thousands or?
So that's them saying that, yeah, on the next break they will be colouring up. Removing those blue chips from play. Graydon not getting in any trouble with hands like these, but Kukis, this is just a shove. This is definitely all in. He's just deciding his options, but there's no other way about it. His chips should be going into the middle pre-flop here. Do we see someone wake up with it in the blinds? Chan. 9-10, he's considering it, but I don't think this is a call. It is a shove for only 8 big blinds, but 9-10 is just not going to be good enough, and a very disciplined fold from Chan. Definitely worth thinking about, but does come to the correct conclusion.
One more hand, please.
For any of you who do not know me or have just joined the stream, this is the Unibet stream for the IPO, the International Poker Open. My name is Pred Poker, here on Twitch, otherwise known as Tom Parsons in real life. We're providing coverage of day 2 of the Luxon Pay €1,100 super high roller, and we see an all-in for 8 big blinds from Graydon with the ace-7 off. He doesn't want to see a call, and he doesn't see a call. Picks up some chips. The dream. Definitely a well-needed pickup. Picks up the blinds before entering the big blind and posting that big blind ante. Jack 9 just going to have to be a fold. Stuart picks up a legitimate hand. Of course he's going to open these pocket 8s. Folding round to the blinds. O'Neill. Queen 9 suited. Unfortunately not going to be able to call, even though it does look like such a pretty hand. Looks like he's considering it, but I do not think that this is a call, especially in ICM. His stack size is very vulnerable, it's very volatile. He only has 16 big blinds. Does make the correct fold. And 10-2 suited, just going to fold from Graydon. Again, he's not looking to lose chips here. He wants to find this min cash. He only has 10 big blinds, now down to 9 after posting his big blind. It just lacks post-flop playability. The big blind is going to be betting every single board against you whenever you defend in a situation like this. Or sorry, the early position player is going to bet every single board. And a hand like 10-2 suited is just not going to flop well enough. Again, pocket 8s for Stuart. Again, going to raise it to 40k. And even though he's getting strong hands like this, Stuart will be opening hands that are much, much weaker. And O'Neill on the button is having a think. I think he is looking at what the stack sizes are, where everyone is on the table, what the clock is like. Ace-5 suited, you could definitely argue for shoving. Ace-5 off is just going to have to be a fold here. He does reluctantly let it go. 8-9 suited, of course, going to be a fold in the small blind for Graydon. And Kukas is queens! Wow, this is going to be all in, and it's not going to be a fold from the pocket 8s. It is a hand that is just too strong. Snap call. And once again, showing the bad news for Stuart. He's already going to start going, okay, how many chips? Look, you can see him looking at the stack. He knows that he's only going to win this 1 in 5 times. Queens in amazing shape versus the 8s. Very happy to not see an overcard. It would give 10% more equity. Just cuts out the perfect amount, knowing that a lot of the time that those chips will be departing from his stack. An ace-high flop, no help to the pocket 8s. A 5 or a 6 on the turn will give a gut shot to Stuart. But Kukas in great shape to find the double with pocket queens. The dealer providing a sweat. Oh, dead on the turn for the pocket 8s. Nice hand to Kukas. He finds the double. The short stacks don't want to bust. And the 8 on the river. A little needle to Stuart. Set over set. How sick. All right, we do not lose a player. We still stay on the soft bubble of the IPO. Apologies if you can hear the tournament director. There is a speaker above my head. I am doing my best to mute the mic whenever I hear it coming over the intercom. O'Neill, ace-4 off in the cutoff, 15 bigs, just shy of 16. Wow. I think this is too loose, especially when you're nearing the bubble of a tournament. There are other short stacks in the tournament. Oh, Stewart has queens. O'Neill, that is just, it's just not a good shove in ICM. I'm sorry, my man. He needs help. He needs an ace from space. Do we get another ace high flop like we saw last hand? Jack in the window. Diamonds working for O'Neill. A diamond on the turn could provide some extra equity. A 4 isn't out now as well. The 3 is no help. 5 outs for O'Neill going to the river. And that is a bust. We are now down to either 11 players or we're on the stone bubble. I'm not too sure, as I don't have any info on what is happening on the outer table. But that is O'Neill departing our feature table. Stewart, the chip leader, the rich get richer. O'Neill making a questionable shove for 16 big blinds. Opening it potentially fine, but just folding that one pre-flop is, I think, going to be the way that you work forward. Nothing wrong with the min raise, but unfortunately he does seal his own fate, walks into the queens. Good evening, Dark Angel. How are we? And it looks like the players are going to take a break. They're going to be getting coloured up. So it looks like they're having a chip race break. Whether or not they're also just factoring in a 20-minute break as well, I'm not too sure. But our start of the last few hours, chip leader continuing to be the chip leader, and it does look like we are going to go to a break. I hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage of IPO 2022. We had the main event, day 1B yesterday. Today we have day 2 of the €1,100 Luxon Pay Super High Roller. We are now nearing the stone bubble. We have either 11 or 10 players left with 9 paid and €19,000 just shy of for first place. My name is Pred Poker. I've had a great time commentating, and I will see you guys in 20 minutes. Enjoy your bricks. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to the IPO 2022 coverage of the €1,100 Luxon Pay Super High Roller. We are on the final table bubble, coming back with 11 players remaining. There is a min cash of 1,800 of your finest euros, and first place 18,800 euros. Just shy of 19,000 euros for first place, not a bad return. As you can see, we're coming back to what looks like shorter chip stacks, but we have coloured up our blue 1,000 chips. My name is Pred Poker. I am your commentator for the IPO. I've had a great time. Welcome if you are listening over at the Unibet Poker Twitch channel or on YouTube or the International Poker Open.ie website. We have table chip leader in seat 6, fellow Northern Irishman Joshua Stewart. Chan in table 8 has the next biggest stack at this table with the Italian Stallion in seat 7, taking up the third biggest stack. Great position at the table here for Joshua Stewart. We have one of the fan favourites, Big Michael Graydon, in seat 2. One of the shorter stacks left in the tournament, with the short stack survival Marius Kukris, who was down to 4 big blinds at one point today, trying to squeeze his way into the money. Whether or not he'll be able to do that will remain to be seen. Graydon, very easy shove with the pocket 8s off of his short stack. And we do see it get through. I do not believe that we're hand for hand. Final table pays, which does make me believe that there are 11 players, not 10 players remaining. The outer table still featuring some fan favourites that we saw earlier. Among them, Simon Wilson and Conal Prendergrass. Vautour. Nicky Levine, who was featured on this table earlier in the day, still in the tournament. But it'll be interesting to see who can find their way into a cash, who can make that deep run on the final table and eventually take down the trophy. Stewart finding the fold with deuce 3 off to Noni. Does just fold, knows that he is going to get punished blind v blind by the bigger stack in these ICM situations. Has been playing very well off of his stack, navigating the streets correctly, at least to my knowledge. If anyone is watching on Twitch, hello, hello, hope you're all well. And it looks like the dealer is waiting. Maybe we are hand for hand. I think I just heard at the table say hand for hand, so maybe they are down to 10 on the stone bubble of the final table. It does indeed look like we're hand for hand. So the play will slow a little bit. It does just help protect the integrity of the game. Make sure that there's no controversy if there were 2 all-ins at the same time on different tables, making sure they know who is the player that would not make that min cash. $25,000 big blind with a 25,000 big blind ante. Stewart with king 7 is going to open the cutoff. Very reasonable spot to do this as the chip leader on the stone bubble of this tournament. Falls to Graydon. Going to be all in here with the ace-9. Very, very easy shove. Stewart with a very easy fold. Well, all in for 210. He's all in for Yeah, he's on for 9 big blinds. King 7 can fold here in ICM. In Chippy V, you're just kind of like whatever. But King 7 is quite low down the range that Stuart would like to call. Just getting a nice idea of how much the stack size is. And I would be very surprised to see Stuart call off with King 7 here, especially on the bubble. He knows Graydon isn't going to be getting out of line here with, you know, King 4, King 3. He is counting out the chips, which I am surprised. Stuart has been playing very well recently. I think he is trying to work it out in his head. What does he need to call with? What parts of his range are going to find a call? I think King 7 would be a little bit light. I think he knows it too. And he does make it good lay down. Nice fold. Big McG picking up some chips. Much needed off his stack size. Finding them in cash off these shorter stacks can be tricky. It can be hard to navigate, knowing when to shove, knowing when you have to fold to try and make the money. But a very reasonable all-in and a very disciplined fold from the King 7. Stuart is going to be able to open a lot of these hands. Queen 8 under the gun is a hand that he could also open. Understands that this is a spot, but he does just let it go. The reason why he's able to do these things is the likes of Tononi, the likes of Chan, aren't really able to punish these stacks too much. Chan with the Queen Deuce off. Wanting to see what the big blind stack is. To what extent can he push the aggressive factor? 9-4 suited, contender for a defend here from Kukas. In ICM, you're going to want to call a lot of suited hands, but the issue with a hand like this, and the issue with his stack size, is they're on the stone bubble, and he's sitting on a relatively comfortable sort of 17 big blinds, 16 big blinds. And look at this flop, like, it doesn't matter what Chan has, there's so many flops you're going to have to fold. And I think he can just save himself that big blind pre-flop. I don't believe that 9-4 suited is a continuation from the big blind in this ICM scenario. It looks like we are going to have a dealer change. I don't know if we're hand for hand just yet though. I thought the players were saying it'll be hand for hand, but the play does look pretty free flowing. Maybe I was wrong, maybe we are still playing 11 players and we're not on the stone bubble. But even still, ICM a huge consideration for these middling stacks. Tononi in one of those really horrible spots, 25 big blinds, surrounded by 2 big stacks. He's probably got the worst spot on the table for all these guys.
You're now on a 60-minute break. 60-minute break.
Okay, we must be hand for hand because the play has stopped, so it looked like it was free-flowing for, for 2 hands there, but you can see these players waiting to be told by the tournament director. And they've just found out there are a few sort of 8 big blind stacks in this 1K on the other table. Tononi is 7 suited under the gun. It's a hand he could open, but again, he's just going to get the pressure applied to him, and that's a very good fold, a very disciplined fold in ICM. Understanding that Chan can 3-bet, understanding that the big blind can apply maximum pressure pre-flop. Graydon's going to let this one go. Kukas, again, going to have a really hard time doing anything in the small blind off his stack size, knowing that there's stacks that are much more at risk than him. He may only have sub-20 big blinds, but there's stacks that are sub-10. And they will have almost double the chance of busting before he will on this stone bubble. All these players looking towards that €1,800 min cash. $18,824 first. Stuart in the best seat, seat 6, with the biggest stack in the tournament. Playing well, understanding that he can abuse this bubble. Chip leader Stuart saying that he got here today or yesterday and jumped straight into this 1K. Day 1 was yesterday. And it looks like it might have been a good decision. At the very least, looking like he's going to make a profit of at least €800 on his buy-in. Minus the registration fee, of course. Kukis can go either way. He can definitely go all in here with the A7 suited. But I think with the suited hand, the playability post-flop in position, call or just raising here is pretty reasonable. But I do see justification for all in, and he is going to move all in, and I think that is completely fine. Stuart counting. Stuart is not going to fold a hand as strong as Ace-10 here. Not in this position. He's going to have a think, but I would have a hard time folding this Ace-10 if I was Stuart. You know he is shoving weaker Ace-X. You know he's shoving weaker 10X. You're dominating large parts of his range. You have equity versus other hands. You're flipping against others. I would be very surprised if Stuart finds the fold. He does move all in. He pushes out the big blind. And Kukis is at risk. He's going to be the bubble boy if he cannot find the hearts or a 7. All unannounced. Of course, the players do not show their hands yet. They have to wait for the floor. They have to know if the other table is going to have an all-in. Kukis, he does not look happy that he's been called. He knows that he needs help. It's rare that he's going to get reshoved on. And this is a big pot. 800,000 chips in the middle. It could propel Stuart into a massive, massive chip lead. Do we see the final table? Do we see the bubble burst in the 1K high roller? Kukis all in at risk, Ace-7 of hearts. He came back from 4 big blinds earlier in the day. Can he find a huge double up? He finds a 7 on the flop. That is absolutely massive. But that does not remove Stuart from this hand. An 8 or a 10. Oh, it's the 8. Kukis finds the best of it on the flop, but it is rivered this straight for the chip leader Stuart. Playing well, running well. We are in the money and we are on the final table of the IPO 1.1K super high roller. Kukis very unlucky with the Ace-7 of hearts. Bit of a cooler that the big stack wakes up with it. I can completely justify that shove pre-flop with the Ace-7 of hearts. Whether or not it is a go, ICMizer would know the answer. That is not something I would know. But wow. What a way, what a river for that bubble to burst. You can see Stuart counting out his chips, trying to figure out what is his chip lead, what is his stack depth, equivalent to the big blind. How can he use his chip lead to navigate this final table, get some pay jumps, get some ladders, and propel himself into a position that could potentially take that trophy and the €18,820 that he would love to see. Chip rocks, why? Oh, chip rocks because they are going to have the redraw for the final table. You can see here, we will be back in 9 minutes with this final table. ICM is going to be huge. It's going to be hard to commentate on. It's going to be something that I'll need some divine inspiration for. ICM is tricky. Final tables are even trickier. And we were playing at a high level. It's a 1K. Hopefully you guys can join me back in 8.5 minutes when we get this final table. It's the final countdown. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, we are going to come back here with the final table of the IPO 2022 Super High Roller. There is just shy of 19,000 euros for the winner. Once we get in, I can give you guys a detailed breakdown of our final table. Something that I'm sure you would all love. It is no surprise to anyone that Joshua Stewart, who broke the bubble and has been commanding the feature table all day, is our final table chip leader. Fan favourite, Conal Prendergast is still in. That's right, Wouter navigated a short stack on the outer table. It looks like we have 3 more minutes to wait. I guess it wasn't really the final countdown, but I have the stats. I can give you guys a little teaser. He is sitting as the shortest stack on this final table, but he did find the min cash off a short stack. Chad Colm, of course, on the feature table. Nicky Levine. Earlier in the day, we saw him on our feature table, and he has managed to slide his way into the cash. He is the second shortest stack at the table. He is followed by Michael Graydon. Big Mickey G found his way into busting. Dara O'Kearney in 13th. He has found his way into the money with another short stack, 285k. A lot of short stacks here, guys. There's going to be a lot of weird ICM play because there's a couple of stacks over a mil, a couple of half a mil stacks, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks under 400k, 3 stacks under 300k, and the big blind is at 25k. Sub 10 big blind stacks for some people, 10 big blind stacks for others. The people who have the 600k stacks are the likes of James J. O'Brien. O'Brien we saw start well in the high roller at the start of today, and he has managed to find 600k, 6 starting stacks, roughly what he left us with whenever he came to the final table, or when he came, sorry, to our feature table earlier on in the day when it was broken with Dara O'Kearney on that one. He has managed to slide his way into this final table 4th in chips. Simon Wilson, a name we have not seen yet today, he is 3rd in chips coming into this final table, 1.3 million. We've got Ivan Tononi, the Italian stallion, found a massive hero fold with Pocket Kings. He's coming in with 500,000 chips, 20 big blinds. He is not going to want to bust before these short stacks. Himself and James J. O'Brien sitting on these 500,000 stacks are going to be an ICM hell. Pretty similar though for Simon Wilson on that 1.2 million chip and Chan on that 1 million chip. Joshua Stewart will be able to command this table with a 2 million chip stack or just shy of. But, you know, 2 million sounds better than 190, 1,900,000. And taking up the last seat on the table is Michael Dwyer, 400k in chips. That is your final table. You will see all of the names, or all of the faces that you can put to those names that I have just said in just a moment. You'll see some interesting dynamics in how they have drawn their seats. Joshua Stewart will be very happy with the position on his table. It will leave Nicky Levine and Michael Graydon spots to be desired, as they are on the direct right of the big stack. He will be able to punish these guys, make sure they try and fold. Simon Wilson not in a bad spot, 3rd in chips. He's across the table from Joshua Stewart in seat 6. But our short stacks are not going to be too happy. Chan Colm, or Colm Chan, sorry, not in a great spot as the 2nd in chip stack. Or 3rd, he's actually just 3rd in chips. Simon Wilson is ahead. But like, there you go. Here they're all sitting down, all the boys coming to this final table. There is fan favourite rejoining us in seat 7. Conal Prendergast, Wouter as he's known online and in the Twitch streets. He was on seat 7 when he joined our feature table earlier. It's only right that he comes back over. Joshua Stewart was also in seat 2 earlier in the day when he built his stack up over 1 million chips and managed to contain that and control that chip lead getting into the money. New faces we have not seen today. Seat 6, Simon Wilson, 2nd in chips, rocking the mullet and the stash combo. Man knows how to stay up to date with fashion. He is sitting with 1.3 million. Chan, seat 1, out of position to the chip leader, not ideal in an ICM and final table situation. Short stacks, of course, seen around the table, highlighted by, well, the lack of chips in front of them. You can see the phones getting chucked into the middle. They want no collusion. They don't want anyone talking. Chip leader says his phone's in his bag. The rest of the table going, yeah, sure it is, sure it is. Who are your favourites in the Twitch chat? Let me know who you think is going to win this tournament. Who do you think is going to bust in 9th? Where are the ladders going to come from? What are the big hands going to be? Is Josh Stewart, with his almost 2-to-1 chip lead over second in chips on the table, a massive favourite to win? We just heard they have 15 minutes left at this 25k big blind stack. I know I'm a commentator, I know I should be impartial, but I am friends with Seat 7, with the short stack voucher. It would be nice to see him get a few ladders, but I'll do my best to try and keep this analysis, well, let's say unbiased. I'll try not to root for him whenever he's all in. It's going to be tricky trying to work out these ICM situations with such a chip lead being held by Josh Stewart. 2 1 million stacks with Colm Chan in seat 1 and Simon Wilson in seat 6. Some absolute hard situations for James J. O'Brien in seat 5, 600k to his name. And Tony Uni with the ace-10, very reasonable hand to open here. The only issue is, even with a hand as strong as ace-10, if Joshua Stewart knows anything about ICM, he knows that Tony Uni is in the absolute bin. And he did have a look, he didn't muck the king 3, you know, he thought that there is a spot where I just 3-bet here, and Tony Uni is in hell. Falls to the big blind, Graydon, ace-7 off. Playing 9 big blinds, I don't think he gets to fold this one. I think shoving would also be a mistake, knowing Tony Uni cannot open too much. And a very disciplined fold from Graydon. I don't know if he's allowed to fold a hand as strong as ace-7. However, I have been told that he is an ICM wizard, a former sit-and-go crusher, so he will know better than I that this is a spot that maybe you just give up the ace-7 off. He is not the shortest stack at the table. He was coming into this final table as the 3rd shortest. There are our chip stacks. Look at some of those short stacks. Levine, Graydon, Vautour, Prendergast in seat 7. Sub 250k, Dwyer's not in a great spot. Tony Uni, 600k, O'Brien, 600k, and then there's the jump to the 1 mil stacks. And Stewart, look at that chip lead. He is in a great spot. It's not, they're not actually playing for Corona, they are playing for Euros. That is a slight mistake on the graphics there. 18,000 kroner would be a lot less than 18,000 euros. If one of the mods in the Twitch chat could let people know that we are on the final table, that would be amazing if you could change the title. Brian in the small blind with ace-10 here. Chan taking the liberties as one of the bigger stacks to open the king 4 suited. O'Brien, not too sure if he's actually allowed to call here in ICM with the ace-10 off. Playing out of position to a big stack, there are a lot of boards that he's going to have to fold on. Wilson 7-4 suited will come along multi-way. He could be considering the squeeze, knowing that Chan will be put in the bin by his stack size, but of course a hand like 7-4 suited just plays way too well post-flop. He has position on O'Brien in the small blind. And Jack 9-4 rainbow. I expect this to check to Chan. Chan could go either way here. A c-bet could be reasonable, but checking back with bottom pair is not the worst thing to do here with the king 4. But it does look like he's going to fire a c-bet, which is definitely something that you will see often from these bigger stacks. O'Brien playing an incredibly capped range here. Realistically, I think he should just be folding the ace-10 from the small blind. A little bit of an ICM mistake. And he will just have to fold to this sort of 1.7 big blind c-bet. He does have a bit of a grimace on his face. Wilson, bottom pair, but a very static hand. Knows it can't improve on turn cards. I would expect to see a fold here, even to the small sizing. And that is a very nice fold from the 7-4 of clubs. Having a hand like 7-4 of spades would be much better. He has backdoor equity. But 7-4 of clubs is just going to get punished. It's going to get pushed off a lot of hands on the turn. There's essentially no turn card that is good except for a repeat 4. And of course you can see that in that very specific situation, it would have led to a trips over trips situation where he was coolered. Nice hand to Chan. Executes his plan. That rhymed. And does well to pick up those chips. Our Italian stallion folding from under the gun. Dwyer has managed to make the money. He was playing very solid, tight as right style earlier on in the 1K on the feature table. Chan, pretty reasonable open with ace-7. Doesn't appear to be too scared of the big stack punishing him on his left. He is taking liberties here. Stuart could start to understand that Chan is getting a little bit out of line with his opens. Does need to respect that Stuart can put him in the bin.
We are going to play 15 levels. All the rest can be as a normal flag for the defense, but...
And Boucher on the big blind with the ace-6 off. He is playing a very short stack. He does know that Chan is going to be opening pretty liberally. He's definitely not folding. It's just whether or not the play here is all in or is it call. And I think both options are pretty reasonable here. Chan, he has no fold equity, but Chan is going to be opening very liberally. It looks like he's reaching for calling chips. And it's not a great flop for Prendergast. Fouter, fan favorite. Chan, just going to bet one big blind here, 25k. And of course Fouter just cannot continue with his ace high. Alright, so we now have a clear shorty at the table, a favourite to bust, and unfortunately it is fan favourite, maybe my favourite, Fouter in seat 7. Playing just a stack of 6 to 7 big blinds. Stuart, chip leader, ace-6, actually a very respectable hand. Considering some of the hands that he will be able to take liberties to open. O'Brien just going to have to fold the Queen-Jack offsuit here, not allowed to get involved with ICM in the cutoff. And that is a very nice disciplined fold. Wilson, ace-3 suited on the button, definitely a hand he can continue just calling. He can also use this as a 3-bet button versus Stuart. The only issue is Stuart can quite literally 4-bet. I don't know if these guys have history, I don't know if they've played together often. But this is a very reasonable candidate to 3-bet versus the chip leader. You don't want to collide too much, but if you are going to choose a combination to 3-bet that's not for value, ace-3 suited is a very nice one. Ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 suited, and it does look like he's going to reach for chips. Folding is not an option. And I would love to see a 3-bet from the ace-3 suited, it would be very, very nice. And we do see a 3-bet from Wilson, very nice, very nice. Understanding. Stuart will be opening, but as you can see, Stuart not snap folding, asking what is your stack. Understanding that he is playing against the second biggest stack, or third biggest stack in the tournament. 40 big blinds effective. Can he use ace-6 as a 4-bet jam? If he does this, if he shoves the ace-6, what can he fold? Can Wilson call ace-king? Can Wilson call, queens, jacks? But a very, very nice 3-bet from Wilson. Showing a clear understanding of what hands to use, what stack sizes that he can use them with. And we do see a dealer change on this final table. 9th place, as a reminder, has locked up €1,800. First place, €18,800. And if anybody is new to the stream, my name is Pred Poker. You can check me out here on Twitch. I play poker full time myself, and I enjoy doing a little bit of commentary on the side. It is a pleasure being able to commentate for you all. Chan, a very reasonable hand. Pocket tens, not going to be folding that. Oh, misdeal potentially? Because there is absolutely no way Chan folded pocket tens under the gun. It had to be a software error. Unless I misread his hand. This is going to be a very easy all-in for Wouter. Just shy of 5 big blinds. Queen Jack suited. Big blind is going to have to call pretty light here. It's a very, very, very small shove. And oh, the Italian Stallion and both the big blind have absolutely nothing. Dwyer, look at him, he goes. He knows he's calling a lot of his range, and that's a really nice outcome for Prendergast. Wouter in seat 7, shoving from the button. Alright, let's get that title changed. We are in the money and on the final table here of this fantastic event, the 1K high roller, super high roller here at the IPO. There's a Leslie McLean high roller, €550 that I think starts tonight, maybe tomorrow. Levine, pocket sevens. Very hard spot knowing the short stacks. Very tricky. I do think all in is the correct play, and he does decide to move forward. But there is opportunity for players to wake up behind. Stuart, I don't think, is able to fold the pocket fours. It is a 10 big blind shove. He knows Levine can't be too loose over his under the gun open. Oh, I thought that might have been queens for our Italian Stallion on the button. Asks for the count, doesn't get the snap call. Levine very happy to fade that snap call. But it looks like he is going to make the call. He's going to get shown the bad news. Unfortunately, his pair is dominated. Stuart, both holding hearts and diamonds, does mean he is not in good shape. He needs to find that 4 or some form of running straight or chop. And that's a brilliant flop for pocket sevens. Pocket fours really not getting any extra help at all. And only a 4 on the river. We'll see an elimination and a ladder. And we don't see it. That is a full double for Levine, who is going to be very happy that he was not flipping or dominated in that situation. Doesn't show it. Doesn't even look like he won the hand. But that is a very important double. And the other short stacks, a little bit sad that they didn't find the double, especially those on the right-hand side of the table. Apologies if the quality of the stream has gone down a bit. On my end, it is a little bit fuzzy. I'm not sure if it's the same for you guys. It's like the bit rate or something has gone down a bit on my end, but looking on my phone, the stream looks pretty good, so it must just be on my end. Wilson with the pocket fives, very reasonable open, especially off of his stack size. Does have to be wary about these sort of 600k stacks coming after him. But definitely not enough to want to get rid of this. Wouter has a pretty interesting spot here. King 10. I think it is just going to be a fold. Chippy V would just flick that in, or Italian Stallion folding from the cutoff. Chan in the small blind, King 4 suited. Thought it looked like he was looking. Stuart knows that he can 3-bet pretty liberally here. But it looks like he is just going to defend his big blind. It looks like we're sweating with Wilson. 2 black 5s. Wilson, the mullet man. Oh, that is not a good flop for Wilson. Jack, 9, 10, 2-tone. Still going to be aboard. Wilson's going to c-bet though. I would expect Wilson to fire to c-bet in the midst of sort of 40,000 chips. 40, 45,000, definitely very reasonable here. He could just go a third part. Could stick out 2 grey chips, put 50,000 into the middle. But in ICM, smaller sizings are going to get used, especially when you're playing big stack versus big stack. Does look like he's gone for 60 or 55, somewhere in the midst, 55. So he has just taken that third pot sizing. And pretty relieved to see Stuart let that one go with his underpair, but he is going to be range betting that board. Nice standard spot, and Wilson picks up some chips. And there are your payouts. 8th place, getting 2,450. Oh, we must be down to 8. I thought. So this Graydon is out in 9th. And 8th is getting 2,450. I didn't actually realize we were playing 8-handed. We must have seen a bust out on both tables. Or did we see a player bust on the final table? I'm kind of confused. Did I miss something? Did I miss something that you guys didn't miss? Have we seen a bust on this final table? These players have got a pay jump that I was not aware of. Cocky says, Chan, the massive luck box to take it down. I hope you're one of his friends or he might come after you. Chan opening the button here with King 7. Stuart knows better. Folds the Queen 5. Queen 5 suited, he could definitely use as a 3-bet, start to put pressure on Chan's button opens. Levine is not going to be folding Queen 10 offsuit from the big blind. He is in pretty horrible ICM jail. That is the only thing. I wonder at what point his offsuit combinations are no longer allowed to defend. Is it Queen 9? Is it Queen 8? Is it Queen 7? Offsuit that he's not allowed to defend here. ICM does provide many interesting factors on a final table. However, he's unfortunately going to lose his big blind. He's going to lose the money he put in to see a flop. Chan will be c-betting this Ace-Jack-6 board, and unfortunately Levine will just have to fold. Does just go for the one big blind bet on the ace-high board. It may incentivize Levine to call. He shouldn't call, especially without a club in his hand. But it looks like he's going to make the call. I don't know. He does have a gut shot to the nuts. But it just feels a little bit, Chan now wondering, does a double barrel get him to fold Jack X? Does a double barrel get him to fold his 6X that continues for one big blind? Do I want to bet King X twice? And I do think the answer is yes, and it does look like Chan is going to reach for chips and fire out a second bet. And we do see a quick fold from Levine. Not too sure on Levine's flop defense. He's drawing very thin with a hand like Queen 10 there. Even if he turns a queen, turns a 10, he's going to face a lot of pressure. He's going to face a lot of double barrels. What if it's a club? Chan can very liberally just go bet, bet, bet in boards like this. He knows he can apply pressure. He knows that there is a lot of short stacks at this table. but a very nice double barrel from Chan to take that one down. Wilson gonna let this one go with 8-9 in a very comfortable spot. Vautour, Prendergast, King Jack. He is gonna be all in here for his five big blinds. And there we go. We see the all in. He does not really want to see a reshove, to be honest. Chan asking how many. Not going to be great. 10s. It's flip. It's a flip so far. Chan, I'm expecting will just call. I would be surprised to see an all in. He could re-ISO. He could make it 10 big blinds. But in ICM, I think just calling is very reasonable. And he is put in one chip. That denotes a call. And he is going to count out the rest. Levine in the small blind, of course, going to have to fold that ace deuce. O'Brien in the big blind, having a good look at his cards. Pocket queens! Oh, this is going to be disaster. Vautour drawing pretty thin now. There is going to be a shove from O'Brien. Chan just can't fold. He is priced in with his pocket 10s. He'll ask for a count and he'll know that he has to call. A potential triple up for Vautour. Shoving the King Jack from under the gun +1. Very standard play. Chan shoving. Look at it, he sees it. He knows he has to call, but he does not like it at all with his pocket 10s. He only has to call an extra 290 to win over a mil. I'd be very, very surprised if we see 10s fold here. But like, I think he knows. He knows himself. Vautour with his King Jack is going to be very pleasantly surprised to see that he has a live card. He does have that king. But what is O'Brien's reshoving range? Is it 9s? Is it 8s? Is it 7s? He of course has ace king. He of course has ace queen. Apologies if you guys are hearing that static that I am also hearing. It's a really hard spot with the 10s. I wouldn't fold. Chan doesn't fold. Gonna get shown the bad news from the queens. Vautour is going to be very pleasantly surprised that he has an overcard. He is very happy that his hand is essentially not dead here. He needs a king to find a triple up. O'Brien needs to fade the 10 to stay in this tournament. And we have a three-way all-in this 1K high roller. Do we see a king on this flop? Do we see a 10 on this flop? It is a very bad board for Vautour. He needs a spade on this turn. He needs a king. It's a spade. Out for the King Jack. Vautour can triple up with a spade or a king. Oh, it is an ace. Vautour eliminated in 8th place. GG to the friend of the stream. Chan, unfortunately, doubling up O'Brien as well. And that is a massive, massive spot for O'Brien. Propelling himself up to 3rd in chips. Chan moving down to 4th in chips. 1.135 million chips now for O'Brien. He was our start of day chip leader on the feature table. Potentially even the tournament, and he has managed to pull himself up. Chan probably wondering if the 10s is a call, but I do not fault it at all. I don't even know the answer. Maybe some sickos find the fold, but the price is very, very good. There's always a chance that both the early position player and O'Brien are blocking each other's outs. Not an easy spot. The Italian stallion gonna have to fold this King 10 from under the gun, and he does so correctly. What games have I been playing? I played the 80 Euro Cheap and Deep, but because I was commentating for all of the day one, I am also commentating the Super High Roller. I'm commentating tomorrow, and I'm commentating on Monday. You will have the pleasure of my voice for all of these days. Queen 9 suited from Chan. Definitely starting to get a little bit loose off his stack size. There are now 4 players that cover him. Busting now would be not good for Chan. The big stacks may recognize that they can start to put some pressure on him. Wilson with the ace-8 offsuit in the big blind. Could go either way. Could use this as a 3-bet, but I think a defend is going to be much more commonplace. What's my usual games? I play an ABI of about $16.50 at the minute, so like anything up to and including like 22s and 20 euro tournaments. Occasionally the odd 33. Wilson finds the call, and it looks like we are going to go to a flop. And a little bit of something for both players. Wilson with an overcard and a gut shot. Chan with top pair and a backdoor flush draw. Wilson going to check this flop every time, and the question is, what sizing does Chan take? I think he has to take a small sizing. I would like to see a sizing in the midst of 40k, recognizing that the big blind has a lot of this board. Maybe that means you size up, and ICM small bets are always going to be nice. It does look like he is going to take the larger sizing. It does look like he's going to go for half pot. I do like this bet. It's something I'm not too sure about, especially in ICM. But there is a lot of sort of bet big and check on boards where ranges are a little bit more merged, where the big blind is going to have a lot of the board as well as the hijack, or either or. And it looks like Wilson is just going to put in some calling chips here. And that is a turn card for Wilson, a turn card of dreams. Chan potentially going to slow down here with Queen 9. I would be surprised to see a double barrel. Of course, the backdoor flush draw has come in if either player had hearts. But I just don't think this is the kind of card that Chan's going to double barrel with this particular holding. He has to think how much ace-x is c-betting this flop to half pot. Aces and ace-9 suited are really the only hands that I can think of. Can he credibly continue on this turn? Does he need to continue betting with a hand like Queen 9? And it looks like he is going to continue to quite a large sizing. It looks like it's just over 200k. 175k. Wilson not going to be able to fold. Top pair and a gut shot now. If Wilson starts thinking about this, he's going to work out that what ace-x is Chan representing? Does Chan bet half pot with ace-king on the flop? Does Chan bet half pot with ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, ace-5 suited, ace-7 suited? Very, very unlikely. I think Chan should just check this turn. I could be wrong. And we are going to go to a river. Wilson with the best of it. Chan with just second pair. Oh, Chan gets lucky. He rivers 3 of a kind. This is a spot, and I really think Wilson should check.
The IPO main event, day 1T, new blind level, 100, 100 big blind.
But I wonder if Wilson's considering a block bet. I wonder if he's considering a lead. When the 9 pairs, he'll be thinking, to how often does Chan bet twice with a 9? But he does find the check, and Chan is going to go for value here, I think. There is a chance he just polarizes. He could very comfortably just go all in with Queen 9. He has pot behind. I do believe Wilson will be able to find the fold if Chan does go all in, but he does check back with Queen 9. That's a very strange line from Chan. Wait. What? Is it just me? Okay, the graphics had to have been wrong because that is not Chan that the chips just got pushed to. That is Wilson picking up those chips, and Chan did not show his hand at Showdown. Wilson picking up a very large pot. What the fuck happened there? I have no idea. And also the fact that Wilson won the hand. I'm getting a message. What just happened in that hand? That is... I've never seen that before. I'm very confused. Because now the chip stacks are wrong. Now it says Wilson has less chips than he has. I do like this shove with Ace Jack for what it's worth. I'm also just trying to figure out what's going on here. I don't know, Irish graphics and all. And also, do you guys hear that crackling audio, or is that just on my end as well? A little bit scuffed here, unfortunately, at this final table. Very nice 3-bet shove though from Wilson with the Ace Jack. Graphics guy's been on the Guinness all day. There's always a chance. Alright, Chan, King Jack. See, it says he has 1.3 mil, but he lost the hand. These chip stacks are wrong. Alright chat, I will very quickly try and figure out what's going on with these graphics. I will be back momentarily. Alright, Levine opening. Levine calling out of the gun with 8-9 suited. Seems like an interesting play in ICM. I don't think I would recommend doing this. Italian Stallion, Queen Jack on the button. Okay, graphics aren't accurate, but we can definitely still play here. We can still work this one out. Chan checking his option in the big blind. Levine with that early position limp with the 8-9 suited. Taking his liberty to check the flop. I would expect Levine to put in a bet on the turn now once he's limped pre. And it does look like that is going to be the case. I don't think I would recommend this limp pre in ICM. It could be a strategy that I'm not aware of. But it is not something that I am aware of, so I don't think it is necessarily advisable. But I could definitely be wrong. I could be happily proven wrong in a spot like that. Seven-handed on this final table. Each player has locked up a certain amount of money that I will be able to tell you guys in just a moment. 3,150 euros guaranteed. The pay jump to 4,000 euros. We then have pay jumps to 5,000, 6.5, 8.8, 13, and 18,800 for the winner. Wilson opening the hijack with King 6 suited. Very reasonable hand to open here as second in chips. It's not as comfortable, especially when you're opening it into the chip leader. Very comfortable whenever you flop top pair. If you're going to check back some king high boards, using the worst of your king X is going to be advisable. So using your King 6 suited would be a nice check back on a board like this. But I think when his hand has so much equity, a c-bet is pretty reasonable. He has 3 deuce straight, a backdoor flush draw, top pair. Could just c-bet 40 to 50,000. And does fire out a c-bet of 50,000. I think this is very reasonable with a hand like King 6 of diamonds. But sometimes you are going to check back the worst of your top pairs to protect that range. Stuart, unlikely to be going anywhere, 3 deuce straight himself. And it looks like he's going for the check raise with bottom pair. This is something that you do see on some boards like King 4 deuce, King 6 4, and by the looks of it, King 7 5 as well. I do like this check raise. He also blocks 2 backdoor flush draws, that being clubs and spades. So I think this is a nice combination to do it with if Stuart was going to check raise bottom pair on a board like King 7 5. Of course, Wilson not going to be going anywhere with top pair, 3 deuce straight, and the backdoor flush draw. But this isn't necessarily out of line of Stuart. This is something that you do see in Sims. Stuart has clearly studied spots like this. And Stuart will slow down on this turn. You see a lot of checking once the check raise does come in, especially with the hands like bottom pair. Wilson picking up even more equity. Of course, Stuart cannot know that, but once the check raise has been called, it does narrow Wilson's range to a lot of things, or to a very, well, it narrows his range to a well-defined range. Lots of King X, pocket 5s, pocket 7s, maybe some aces, maybe some queens, jacks, 10s, maybe getting sticky. Wilson, it would be nice to see a check back here. You don't really want to blow up the pot. You don't want to get double check raised. Continue betting your King 5 suited, your King 7 suited. Does look like he's reaching for chips. I'm not sure. Well, actually, sorry, the graphics are incorrect. Wilson has more than 900k in his stack. So I do actually think that turn continuation is correct. Looking at the graphics, was confusing me, but Wilson actually had more chips than what it was crediting him. He had more than 800k behind in his stack, as you can see. Because in grey chips alone, he had almost 1 million. Never mind the 3 towers of 5Ks he had on the side. A very fun hand. Quite a theoretical hand coming out from both players, Wilson and our going into final table chip leader, but it appears the chip lead has been passed over to our man with the mullet. Alright guys, I'm just coming back, rejoining the action. A beautiful hand here for Wilson Pocket Queens, the chip leader picking up some equity. Stuart in the small blind. Looks like he's electing to lead the turn here with the Jack 10, 2 overcards and a gut shot. I'm not sure how flop went. I think flop might have gone check-check. Flop did go check-check. Wilson just pot controlling the queens on the 7-8-4 board. He will not be going anywhere with queens just yet. Wilson has been impressing me on this feature table so far this evening, and if Stuart's going to bluff turn, he does not have any clubs in his hand or any hearts in his hand, which does make it a little bit more favourable. However, a hand like Jack 10 is the kind of hand he wants Wilson to have. He wants Wilson to have these kind of hands. But it does look like he is going to continue. He does have Jack high. And after Wilson checks flop, he's massively under-repped his hand. He has to think, yeah, great call. Has to think Stuart's up to something. And he does take that one down with queens. And that is a commanding chip lead for Wilson. Stuart has lost his chip lead, is still in a very, very good place on this final table. He is sitting second in chips, does not need to panic, but Wilson has been on an absolute tear. Mullet magic in action. Look at that stack of chips. Wilson having a great time on this final table. The short stack still trying to find those ladders, just letting these big stacks clash with each other. But it'll now be Wilson who's going to be pretty liberally opening. 5-4 off though will not be a hand that he's going to choose to use. Would much rather use hands like King 5, King 4, Queen 5, Queen 4. Italian Stallion having to fold his 9-10. Chan, King 6 suited on the cutoff. Doesn't have as many chips as he's being accredited with. Does recognise that this is a pretty reasonable spot to open. However, Stuart, the big stack in position, looks like he might just let this one go. Folds round to the blinds. Levine with Queen 9 suited in the small blind can't continue here. He does only have 11 big blinds behind in his stack. It would be a pretty out of line continuation. But he does look like he wants to see a flop. There's a wee smile. Of course, has to let it go. O'Brien, ace 10. Very easy hand to defend here. Don't think he should be 3-betting it. And it looks like we're going to see a flop. Ace 10 versus the King 6 of Chan. O'Brien is in the mathematical advantage before the flop. And both players flop a pair. Chan going to be pretty confident in c-betting this board. Expect to see a c-bet in the midst of about 60k. Wouldn't be particularly out of line to check back this King 6 of clubs either. Again, using like the top pairs. We do see the c-bet, and we do see a very quick call. That's 100k on the flop. Jack on the turn. Does Chan want to continue betting with his weak top pair? Queen 9 does get there. Ace Queen, definitely a hand that's in O'Brien's range. Chan trying to figure out the SPR. Can he really get 3 streets of value with just top pair? There's a lot of combo draws that could check shove from the big blind, and that's a very nice check back. I do think that Chan does want to slow down. And O'Brien gets there on the river. Do we see a lead? We shouldn't see a lead from O'Brien, in my opinion. But O'Brien, he's a man who looks like he wants to bet. It's a man who looks like he wants value. But a check here would be very standard, and Chan would check back and be shown the bad news. He's like, yeah, I guess I check. It seems like a bad river. Yeah, he knows himself. He knows it's a bad river. And slides his cards over to the muck. Nice hand for O'Brien. Chan, unfortunately, on this final table, it has not gone his way so far. He has found a ladder, but of course he much would have rather been able to maintain that chip stack that he had coming into this FT. And O'Brien stacks them high. All right, dealer giving the cards a good wash before this next hand. Wilson into the big blind. He is our new table chip leader. He's been playing beautifully on this final table. Have to give him credit to that. Our Italian Stallion sitting to his left, unfortunately had to be quite quiet with his chip stack. Understands that off his stack size, it would be a disaster to bust before the other shorties. And we've seen play from all the younger players at the table. They were the guys with the chips coming in, and they're the guys still with the chips, just they've been funneled towards Wilson. Dwyer, 5 big blinds, ace 3, does let it go. Stuart, very, very comfortable open with the ace jack here. Second in chips. Yes, he's raising into the big stack, which is not ideal, especially in an ICM situation like this where you do have some very, very short stacks. And if Wilson is in tune to this, he does actually understand that he can just do some 3-bet shoving. He can do some non-all-in big 3-bets versus Stuart's open in the cutoff. Because Stuart really just has to fold such a huge amount of his range. Because you see these chip stacks, 10 big blinds, 5 big blinds, 6 big blinds. Of course a hand like 10-6 suited, not going to be applying that pressure. You do prefer to have blockers, you want to be able to duplicate those strong hands. Hands like Ace-4, Ace-5, King-4, King-5, even Queen-4 and Queen-5 as ICM moves in for these bigger stacks, applying pressure against the other big stacks. 10-6 suited though, just a great hand to defend your big blind with. And it looks like we're going to see a flop. 10-6 suited, a lot of equity in this hand, and they do pick up the gut shot and the flush draw. Ace-Jack, very little for Stuart. Is this a board that the cutoff is going to check back? I don't think so. It's just going to be a range bet here. Anywhere around 50,000 is going to be a really solid C-bet, and it looks like it's exactly 50,000 from Stuart. His sizings have been very good. I have to commend Stuart on that. Definitely been taking these sort of quarter pot sizings, third pot sizings, and understanding that in ICM your C-bets are going to be smaller, even when you do have a range advantage. Wilson now understanding, is this a board that I can check raise on? I have a gut shot to the low end of a straight. I have a flush draw, but I also have 10 high. To me, it seems like the perfect spot to check raise. He also covers Stuart, and it does look like he is reaching for raising chips. Stuart, unfortunately, gonna feel like he's getting pushed around by the big stack, but there is absolutely nothing he can do with this combination. Ace of spades, Jack of diamonds. Whoa! That is incredibly sticky. Stuart, I don't understand that call at all. Wilson can just shove this turn. I would love to see an all-in from Wilson, apply maximum pressure. Even hands like Ace-King, King-Queen, gonna have a horrible time. Checks his cards again, wants to make sure he has the right combination. But he can apply maximum pressure to Stuart with these short stacks on the table. Stuart has to fold a massive amount of his range. Stuart can't continue with dominating flush draws. Ace-Queen of clubs, Ace-Jack of clubs, any Ace-X of clubs, any Queen-X of clubs just cannot continue anymore if Wilson decides to shove. Wilson has equity against every single hand that calls him. And there we have it. I love to see it. The mullet magic coming out. And it is a beautiful all-in from Wilson. Stuart shouldn't have seen a turn card with Ace-Jack. He decided to get sticky. I don't know what he's counting. Maybe his hand is being misread by the RFID because he actually looks like he has a decision. To me, this is just Hollywooding. I love this shove from Wilson. Folding out better hands, folding out dominating flush draws, folding out dominating straight draws. An absolutely beautiful play on this final table. Wilson has been navigating this final table very, very well. Stuart gone from 2 million chips down to 800k, and Wilson putting him to the test. As long as these graphics are correct, Stuart has ace high. He can't call here. I don't know what he's even considering. This would be the sickest hero call I think I've ever seen in my life, but it is just not a combination you wanted to do it with. You don't want the jack in your hand. You want Jack 10 to be in your opponent's range. I guess he doesn't have a club. That makes it a little bit nicer. He does have a spade though, and holding a spade is not going to be great. There are going to be check raises with backdoor equity from Wilson, and I just don't know what Stuart is thinking about here with Ace-Jack. Wilson's going to do this with King 7. He's going to do it with King 9. He needs to deny equity to all those hands that I aforementioned, you know, Jack 10 of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs. And I just don't know what Stuart's considering with the Ace-Jack here. This would be the most ridiculous hero call, but he just can't do it. He has Ace-Jack. And he really looks like he's considering it. What a crazy, crazy hand on this final table of the super high roller. He does pick up his hand to fold. Of course he folds, but he can't call. What a play from Wilson. Absolutely amazing. Wilson gets it through, but I absolutely love that play. Fantastic play with the 10-6 of clubs. A beautiful move from Wilson. And a monster chip lead. Wow. That would have been the craziest hero call I think I've ever seen in my life with Ace-Jack. I don't know where he was coming from, I don't know where it was going, but there was serious consideration into the Ace-High hero call. Dwyer gonna be all in with Ace-Queen suited here. No other way about it. Look at the smile on his face. All right, it folds to the Italian Stallion in the big blind, and he lets it go. Tononi having to fold that one. Tononi one of our shorter stacks at the table alongside Dwyer. But what a fantastic performance from Wilson so far at this final table. That is a stack and a half in front of him. Eight-9 suited in the hijack with 11 big blinds. I don't think you can shove this, not with the short stacks. Let the short stacks collide, let the big stack do his job. This is not your job to bust them. And that's a good fold. There's going to be some all-inning from Wilson in this spot versus the two short stacks in the blinds. Any ace is going to be a shove. A lot of his king X's are going to be a shove. A lot of his suited connectors are going to be all in. A lot of his pairs are going to be all in. And it looks like he's going to make the move. He is going to go effectively all in versus the two short stacks. We don't know what he has, but he has made the move that I guessed. And our big blind, we cannot see what he has, but he does look in pain. He doesn't look like he wants to call. I guess Tononi's like, hey, yeah, you should call, you should bust. I want my ladder. And he lets it go. We'll never know. Okay, Wilson with the king 9. Very standard. Dwyer queen 8 suited. 6 big blinds. I think he's made a correct fold. Wilson, beautiful shove, playing this final table. I would like to say exactly how I would, but it's very, very difficult to put yourself in that position. He made the joke and said he folded aces in the big blind. But I very much enjoyed the way that this final table has been played by lots of players. I feel like Chan has played it well. Like, I feel like the big stacks have been playing well. It's just gone the way of Wilson so far. And it looks like we're going to see an under the gun open from our former chip leader, and now second in chips. Oh, Stuart is down to third in chips now. And Levine, 11 big blinds and ace-10 suited. This is painful. This is a very painful spot. Believe it or not, I'm going to say I think this is a fold. With the short stacks in seat 7 and seat 8. And that's a great fold from Levine. I think in ICM that is a fantastic fold. You just do not want to bust before those two players at the right-hand side of the table. Players opposite you are going to bust so much more frequently. Wilson over the 2.3 million mark. And here we go, pocket jacks. Our Italian Stallion, he has played very, very well. And he's going to effectively go all in. He's leaving some chips behind. I have very much enjoyed watching Tononi play. Chan has ace king in the big blind. Wait, what? He didn't even think. Chan did not even think about that ace king reshove. He had ace king suited. Ace king suited is not a fold there. It just is not a fold. Wow, what? Did he really just fold ace king suited? Stuart hasn't folded. Stuart only opened off 20 bigs. His range is going to be very strong. Lets it go. O'Brien getting a crazy price with pocket fours. Our Italian Stallion looks like he's going to pick up a big pot uncontested. I would be surprised to see O'Brien call with the pocket fours here. But I cannot believe that we just saw ace king suited fold in the big blind from Chan. That is just a little bit too tight for my liking. Even with ICM, even with that early position open, I just do not think you fold ace king suited. He is correct. Jacks is way ahead of the pocket fours of O'Brien. O'Brien will win this hand, 1 in 5. Our Italian Stallion all in and at risk. Tononi has played very well today in this 1K. Made a great hero fold with kings early on in the day. He's navigated difficult positions on the table, middling stacks that have had a lot of ICM pressure. No help for fours on this flop. Jacks in a great spot to find a double. Tononi has played well. Does he get rewarded? Can he fade the 2-outer on the river? Bang. Yes, he can. A double up for Tononi. The Italian Stallion remains in this tournament. But I am shocked to see that ace king fold from the big blind. If that was correct, if that card read was correct, which I do believe it was, that was an insanely quick fold and almost a lack of consideration from Chan. That hand was folded before the graphic even came up for the most part. I'm a little bit shocked, to say the least. You can hear the excitement in the room as this final table gets played out. But we do not lose a player. We still remain 7-handed as it reaches 9 PM. Wilson with a pretty, well, you kind of go two ways with the 7-8 suited here. You can understand that the two stacks to your left have great reshove stacks, and it looks like I am going to be joined by the one and only Dara O'Kearney, who unfortunately was one of the bubble boys in this high roller. Well, how are we, Dara?
Hi Tom, how are you?
I'm very good, very good. Been enjoying this final table. We've had a masterclass from Wilson so far. Stuart came in as our final table chip leader, but Wilson has been playing beautifully and has managed to amass quite a large chip lead.
Yeah, he got very lucky on the bubble. He shoved 23 bigs over David Lappin's raise, and he had 6s against 10s and had David dead by the turn.
Oh,
or by
wow.
the river rather. But he's out. Yeah, he's a really good player. We know him very well from Unibet.
Ah.
He plays on Unibet. His line is Lomu.
He's been playing very nicely on this final table, that's for sure.
So I know a few of these players. I know Michael Dwyer as well. Michael is a very successful businessman, guy behind pigsback.com. Very enthusiastic poker player as well.
And it does look like Wilson did open the 7-8 suited. Dwyer shoved his remaining 5 big blinds into the middle. Wilson, obviously with no fold equity, did call off and flopped beautifully. And it's always a sweat.
Always a sweat, yeah.
Unfortunately, we do lose another player on this final table. We go down to 6 players and a pay jump for the remaining short stacks. That does leave 3,990 euros locked up for all the remaining players. And of course the trophy and just over 19,000 up top, but look at that chip lead for Wilson. 2.7 million chips. Chan, second in chips with 1 million. The Italian stallion, Tononi, 900k, been playing very well today. Made a great fold with kings earlier on the bubble. But we have Levine and Stuart as our short stack. Stuart came in as the final table chip leader. Going to be disappointed that he's not up there where Wilson is sitting. But sometimes final tables go that way, don't they, Dara?
Yeah, for sure. I played with him on the second last table, and he had a big stack at that point. So obviously things haven't gone great for him since then. I know Colm Chan as well. Colm was one of the deepest runs in the WSOP main event this year for Ireland in his first Vegas. He's a former student of mine. Extremely good player. Definitely one I would tip. And Ivan Tononi is the defending champion.
Ah, that's very interesting. So Colm Chan here with the pocket queen, second in chips. Very standard open from the button. One thing that I found interesting, Dara, was we saw potential that Chan folded ace-king suited to a 5 big blind all in. It went under the gun open off of 20 big blinds, a flat from middle position off of 40 big blinds, a 5 big blind reshove, and he folded ace-king suited with very little thought in the big blind. It could have been a graphical error, but I wasn't too sure.
It sounds like it probably was, yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't think, by the way he was playing, I would have been very surprised to have seen him fold the ace-king.
Yeah, no. I ran into Colm just before I came in, and he didn't tell me anything about that hand, so I suspect he might have would if he folded ace-king for 5 big blinds. Yeah,
because he covered everybody as well, and I just thought it would be a spot that would be very surprising to see a fold from ace-king suited, never mind potentially ace-king off.
I can hear myself, but not
you. Apologies if you guys can hear the TD there in the background. It is quite loud in the room tonight. There's a lot of excitement, main events going on, side events, of course, this high roller final table.
Yeah, it's a very full schedule, and tomorrow is probably the most packed day. We have the second so-called high roller, the Leslie McLean high roller, which is a 550, and then we have the chip race mystery bounty in the evening.
Very, very exciting stuff.
And of course, day 2 of them.
If it doesn't tickle your fancy, and Chan just open shoving the 9s here. For 20 big blinds effective to the remainder of the stacks from the cutoff. Definitely don't think it's necessarily a mistake, but just open raising there is going to, of course, be profitable as well. Because it would be a disaster to see 3 all-ins behind you. But Wilson with that towering stack of chips. Very much in a commanding position on this final table. But although his stack may be deceptive, our Italian stallion Tony has made some fantastic plays today. He is now sitting around 25 big blinds, or 22 and a half big blinds, I should say. Stuart, ace 10 off in the cutoff, and I do really like this shove with the ace 10. Levine gonna have to fold on the button from his short stack, 8 big blinds. O'Brien not gonna be able to do anything with the ace 4 off. That falls to the big stack. Wilson, 8-9, not going to be able to continue. And Stuart is going to take this one down uncontested.
I thought I was calling you, I saw an ace. So you said I might have read it wrong. You look back and ace looks shit. No, I thought, sorry about that. I had 8, 9, I thought it was 9s or 8s.
But there has been some fantastic play on the high roller today. How did you find your stint before, unfortunately, bubbling on the stream?
How did I find?
Find your stint in the high roller. Did you enjoy it? Did you feel like there was a good level of play at this 1K?
Yeah, it was. It was fairly high quality field. Weren't really too many spots. I came back in short, and I obviously got lucky early on, but never really got a stack that was anything more than a short stack. Probably the turning point for me was actually I lost a big one blind on blind. Dara Davy shoved into me from the small blind, and I had ace 10, he had ace 8, and he rivered his 8. If I'd held there, I would have been up to 350, 400. It would have been a different tournament.
That would have been a very different tournament as well, because you came back to our feature table as one of the short stacks, and unfortunately you were just not able to hold on through the bubble.
Yeah, I was probably the shortest in the tournament with 13 left, so had to take a flip at that point.
We see yet another walk at this final table. Chan raising under the gun with the ace-2 of hearts, second biggest stack in the tournament. Definitely been a story of one side, and that side has been Wilson's. The younger guys at this final table have been controlling the play, but that is not to say that we will see one of them crowned as a champion. Of course, Wilson in a favourable position at the minute, but we are six-handed. Anything can happen. And it looks like we are going to see an all-in from the hijack. The shortest stack remaining in the tournament. Levine, ace-8. Very, very nice hand to pick up off 9 big blinds. Folds to the blinds. The Italian stallion lets one go very quickly, and Chan is not going to be calling with the Jack-7 offsuit. I think he wants a count. Teasing Levine, asking for the count. But it does look like there is going to be a break on this feature table. And final table of the €1,100 Luxon Pays super high roller.
Yeah, I think they're going on a dinner break now.
There has been a story of the magic mullet. Wilson picking up many, many chips and now has a commanding chip lead six-handed. It does appear there to be a dinner break. It's been a pleasure commentating. Dara, of course, coming in for these last few minutes just to say hello to everybody, provide me with some company. I've had a pleasure, guys. We will be back with coverage of this super high roller once they get back from their dinner break. Any words, Dara?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be back.
Thanks, man. Somebody doesn't want his phone.
Well, 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 we are back with our main event coverage, or our final table coverage, I should say, of the high roller, €1,100 Luxon pay buy-in. We have a large chip lead going the way of the Magic Mullet in seat 6. Start of final table chip leader in seat 2, the one and only Joshua Stewart has not been able to continue that form, and he is now down to 740,000 chips. Chan, $500,000, 11 big blinds in the small blind, does give the walkover to Stewart, who did have the king 9 and would not have folded 2 and all in. There are our chip counts. Look at that huge chip lead for Wilson, 3.3 million chips. And look at the ICM hell. O'Brien, the Italian stallion, Tononi have put themselves in. The Venus short stack, Chan and Stewart both short. A stand. They're talking about the graphics, but there's a huge, huge chip lead for Wilson. And honestly, it may not take him too long to clean up this final table if he runs well. Lots of 10 big blind stacks, lots of 12 big blind stacks. And he does pick up a huge hand, pocket 9s here for Wilson. For those of you just joining us on this day 2 of the 1000 high roller, there is just shy of €19,000 for first place. And would you look at this, pocket kings for Stewart. Oh, I mean, Chan has pocket 3s. He's folded Stewart with kings. I don't know if he can go for a non-all-in 3-bet sizing here. All-in is going to be a very, very reasonable option, and Wilson will not be folding a hand as strong as pocket 9s. Very unlikely to see Stewart lose this one. Lots of coolers. It is just going to be an all-in, I do think. There we go. All-in announced, and Wilson will not be folding these pocket 9s. There is a very slim chance, but I would say it's close to 0. Big blind lets it go. 6s, wow! 3s, 6s, 9s, and kings all built around this table. What are the odds? Wilson not snapping, does want a quick count, just wants to make sure that he's not putting in too many big blinds here with the pocket 9s, but this is just going to be a call. There we go, there is the all-in, there is the call. Wilson showing the bad news. He's waiting to show his hand. Look at it, he's not particularly happy, but he's still in an amazing spot. He loses this and he is still a commanding chip lead. But there is a pretty reasonable chance that the pocket 9s could win this one. No 9s folded. 2 outs, no help on the flop for the pocket 9s of Wilson. Not a great turn, drawing thinly to take a ladder on this FT. It is the upside down 9, the 6 on the river, and Stewart finds a double, which propels him into second place. Bandit Country calling for the 9, wanting to see that bust. But that is a commanding chip lead. The short stacks, of course, would have loved to have seen the kings get cracked. Another ladder would have been amazing. All 6 players do have €3,990 locked up. The pay jump is to €5,150. Fourth pays 6,630. Third, just shy of 9,000. Second place, €13,000. And the trophy, and €18,820 going the way of first place. King 8 suited going to be a very reasonable open. The Italian stallion, Tononi, He's been playing very well. He's been very aware of the ICM situation and the implications that that's had on his stack size. Very impressed with his play throughout today on and off the feature table. Chan, considering his options here, with 11 big blinds, ace-8 suited from the cutoff. It's going to be close, but I do think this is going to be a fold. He knows Tononi has not been getting out of line. He knows Tononi has been finding correct folds. He knows he made that hero fold with kings earlier on in the day. He knows he will not be getting out of line here. Yes, king 8 suited is the bottom of Tononi's opening range in this situation. He does decide to put it in. It could be correct. That is a spot, but I'm not too sure. It's definitely close for Chan here. Definitely going to be close with the ace-8 suited. You know what? The more I think about it, the more I do like it, but it is tough just looking at all these stack sizes. And Chan being the shortest of them, it is going to be easier for him to put these chips in than, say, our players in seat 3 and 4. Or I guess 4 and 5 to the table, but 3 and 4 from your guys' vision. Just want to say hello to everyone who is watching on the Unibet Poker Twitch channel. My name is Pred Poker. I have been your commentator for today and yesterday. You will be enjoying my commentary, hopefully, tomorrow for day 2 of the €300 main event. And the final table that I think ensures on Monday. This has been the 1K Super High Roller, sponsored by Luxon Pay. Chan, Ace King. With Ace King offsuit, definitely has grounds to induce. Going all in is also not unreasonable. Now it does look like he is just going to min raise. Very reasonable with the top of his range. Levine, the short second. O'Brien, Queens, it's going to be a flip. These players not getting away from hands as strong as these. The classic race on the final table. Chan came into this final table second in chips. But as you guys can see, the stack depths all bled towards that man right there, Wilson. 2.5 million, a commanding chip lead in a great spot to pick up a huge score. Of course, the call from Ace King. And we are off to the races. The most classic and purest. Queens versus Ace King. Queens, a slight mathematical favourite. And Queens in a very, very good spot on a flop like this. Ace King are the only outs remaining for Chan, or he is down to just over 1 big blind. And that is the full double for O'Brien. Chan down to 60,000, and we have a new second in chips. Very unlucky for Chan with that flip. And the short stacks at the rest of the table. Those guys on 11, 12, 13 big blinds. Going to be very grateful to see a potential ladder incoming. Chan a little bit deflated, sitting back in his chair here. Realizes that he does have a chip in a chair. He does have a dream with a big blind and a half. He is going to be mandatory all-in in the big blind shortly. Depending on the tournament rules, there is a chance that he will just go all in under the gun, depending on if it's the ante-posted first or the big blind. How much of his chip stack would be surrendered to going and waiting one more hand into the big blind. But he's with a large amount of his range, top 50% of his range, at the very least is going to be all in here. Hoping for the spin up from under the gun. Queen 4. 1.1 big blinds, and he does let it go, hoping that by some miracle there is a massive, massive cooler. And O'Brien has grounds for folding King Jack here with the 1 big blind stack, because when he opens, Wilson can't just go all in and put maximum pressure. Considering there's a 1.1 big blind stack behind, Wilson has pocket nines. I honestly think that there is grounds for just a 3-bet shove. O'Brien essentially cannot call anything for aces and kings, maybe queens, with the way the stack distribution is. There we go. I love it from Wilson. I absolutely love that all in. O'Brien just, 99% of his hands are just going to have to fold. They just don't stand a chance. Even if O'Brien has ace-king offsuit here, it may not even be a winning call with ICM. Ace-queen off would have to fold. Pocket jacks, pocket tens could be forced to fold. And he's just like, I guess I have to fold. I don't want to. But this is kind of what I was thinking. Like, you can just fold king-jack here, because an aggressive and knowledgeable player such as Wilson is going to know that he can just play. Of course he has. Like, he has nines, so it's going to be sick. It's an easy spot. But he can get up to so much tomfoolery here. And he's just like, yeah, okay, I'll show, I'll fold, whatever. I guess you'll see on the camera in half an hour. But a beautiful 3-bet shove there from Wilson. Big fan. Big fan. There's been some great understanding of ICM on this final table, and also as we approach the bubble. The Italian Stallion to the far right of your screens made an amazing fold with pocket kings, an overpair to the board on the turn. No straights and no flushes. Actually, a straight might have been available, but no flushes were available. He found a great fold as we neared the money in a multi-way pot. Chan, picks up a monster off his stack size. King 10. Levine, ace-7 suited, should be all in here. Ooh, actually, no. That's a good fold, because the issue is he can just run into a monster from one of the players behind, and busting before Chan is an absolute nightmare, so I actually like the fold. Wilson, I guess, just calls. He just calls. He's like, yeah, I guess I call the big blind, whatever. I want a bust, I want the ladder. Folding's not unreasonable with this hand. He does his fold, he just lets it go blind be blind. And Chan can have the best hand here, and he does. He is in good shape. Chip in a chair, the Italian Stallion, 9-8 off. Tononi. King 10, an absolute monster to find off that stack size. He probably can't believe what he's seeing with the King 10. Do we go down to 5 players? No, we do not. No, the graphics are wrong. The graphics are very wrong. There is no 10 on that flop. By the looks of the graphics, Chan is going to bust if he does not hit a king or a 10 on the river. That 8 on the turn, sealing his fate. Making him sweat every last ounce for his whole big blind. For the ladder. To really know what's going on. Why such a pause? Put the man out of his misery. Maybe there was a dealing error, maybe they're getting the floor over. I don't think so.
This is so sick.
He just said it's so sick. No, they were just making him sweat. I think he asked for the dealer to make him sweat. Because it looks like the dealer's kind of messing around with him, moving the hand back and forward. You can hear the players saying this is so sick. Flop is 4 deuce 3, the turn is 8, there is no 10 on board. He does not have a club, Tononi does not have a club. And that is 3 of a kind on the river. Chan is eliminated in 6th place for a payday of €3,990. He will be disappointed with this finish. He did come into the final table sitting 3rd in chips, if my memory serves me correctly. The Italian Stallion soaring with that extra big blind in his stack. Much happier with the ladder than the extra big blind. All players now locking up 5,150 euros. Four-handed will take them to 6,630 euros. Wilson, still the chip leader, still in the best spot on the table. Still getting banter between the players, something you'd love to see, even though they are on the final table of a 1k, 19,000 euros for first. They understand that a lot of these spots are just going to be push forward. There's going to be a lot of coolers with these short stacks. Wilson in a great spot to at least get heads up versus someone here. Does fold round to him in the cutoff. And he does decide to do something. He does decide to raise to 100k, and the Italian Stallion. 11 big blinds, pocket jacks. This man is going to be all in. Stoic. And there's no chance that Wilson calls. Italian Stallion's going to pick up a nice pot uncontested. That's a very important pot. Moving him up to 700k, putting a gap between him and the next shortest stack. Sitting with the black cap at the top left of your screen. Counting out that big blind ante, understanding that he is very, very short. He would love a ladder, but whether or not Nicky Levine can find that ladder is yet to be seen. (10:20) here in Dublin. The room is hiving with action from all of the players in both the main event, the side events, and of course this featured final table of the 1k Super High Roller. And like magic, we have one of Ireland's most well-known players, Dara O'Kearney, joining me in the booth as we see the play go down to five-handed. Wilson still with the chip lead. Our shortest stack, Levine, in the big blind with ace-2. I can't see a way that this doesn't go all in. The graphics, not quite correct there, but we do know that Levine has a very short stack.
He's very, yeah, if he's very short, he's got an ace against a hijack open, yeah. Especially against somebody like Wilson.
And it looks like he's just called off of his 4 big blind stack. And that is a terrible flop for the ace-2. Wow, is he somehow going to get away from this hand? Wilson, does he check back? Does he bet 1 big blind? Does he just put him in for 3 big blinds? Like, what is theory here?
I'm not sure what you do in 4 big blind spots here.
I think I guess you can just shove, like, the vast majority of your range is just going to go all in. Maybe you can bet 1 big blind with a hand as strong as this. Like, do you just check back? Hope to get Levine to do something, and
no,
he does
just looks like he's stuck in enough to put him all in.
And Levine is in a horrible spot, but that makes it very, very tough for chips to be picked up by anyone other than Wilson. The risk premium of busting now, with a 3 big blind stack that has just gone through the blinds, would be disastrous for these slightly larger stacks. Still playing sub 15 bigs, and there's the payouts on the screen. They all have this 5k locked up. Page up to 6k, third just shy of 9. And heads up is where all of these players want to be. 13,510 euros for second, and just shy of 19,000 euros, and the trophy for first place. Dara, what would you have done with that 18,000? Did you dream of it?
Yeah, I didn't even know it was up top. I try not to pay much attention to the actual amounts, but yeah, it would have been nice. Sure. Particularly disappointed that myself, David, and Dara were all still in with 16 left, and none of us managed to make the final time.
I know, that is one of those things where it was like, oh, we have great action on the outer table currently. Hopefully we can see these guys get to the final table. A bit of friendly action to go through with it.
Yeah.
But that is poker, sometimes it's just not the way. And Levine folding the 8-4 off. He now has 2.5 big blinds.
Thank you very much.
He's just hoping for the ladder, he's hoping for the cooler. He knows that getting chips here still puts him as the shortest stack. He's not going to be in a great spot. He has done well to find a cash. He was short for a lot of today. He did win a couple of pots from behind earlier on in the day. He did find his way to this final table as a short stack and has managed to ladder his way up to the final 5. How much pressure, Dara, does this put on these middling stacks of Tononi sitting here with 12 big blinds, knowing that there's a 2.5 big blind stack on the button?
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure because they obviously really don't want to bust. They just want them guns so they can play a bit more normally. It actually doesn't make as much difference as people probably think as it does. You know, still most of the money is up top, but yeah, definitely. Even psychologically, you just kind of think, I don't want to give this guy a letter.
Yeah, you don't want to give him the free double up either. But
no.
Stuart with a very standard open here with the Queen 10. Wilson with 10-5 off. Could get extraordinarily out of line once more, but he's actually just going to let this one go. He does say, nice hand, and just respectfully passes his big blind over to Stuart. Stuart was our start of final table chip leader, and he has managed to pull some chips back up over the 1.5 million chip mark, but still fewer chips than he came to this final table with.
Yeah, it's a very interesting character. He's only playing poker for about 2 years, but as I said, he's one of the better regs on Unibet, where he plays under the name Linus Lomu. Definitely one to watch for the future. And he's only played about 5 games live, one of which he's actually won, I think in Bratislava.
And Stuart, here we go, pocket jacks. A lovely hand to see in a position like this on a final table. Any big pair is always something that you enjoy looking down at. Levine just going to have to fold again. O'Brien with the ace-9 offsuit. Interesting spot. Knowing there's the short stack behind, it's not a hand that you're going to particularly want to call in position. He does just let it go. Very disciplined fold from O'Brien. Wilson 6-2 off, going to let go of this small blind, and it folds round to the Italian stallion, Tononi in the big blind. And he is going to see a flop. Queen 10, of course, a very reasonable hand. And it does flop best. The jacks of Stuart being pipped by the Queen 10 of our Italian stallion. Stuart here likely to fire out a c-bet. He does indeed.
Yeah, the Queen is the one card you don't worry too much about.
And Tononi definitely not going anywhere with top pair. And that's a turn that can save Stuart some chips. Brings in the backdoor flush draw. He's going to want a pot control here a reasonable amount of the time. Doesn't have any spades in his hand. Does have the jack of diamonds. It looks like he is going to continue again. I'm not too sure about this one, Dara. I definitely prefer the pot control on the turn, getting check jammed on by potential combo draws. 5-7 of spades, 5-6 of spades.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws there for sure.
And having to fold your jacks would be
He's gone for a very small
disastrous.
size, I think.
He has, yes. He's gone for
So
about
it's
a quarter to a third
blocker,
pot.
basically.
Tononi in this position. He does hold a spade, but it's not particularly relevant. Looks like he is just going to call. Again, he really does not want to bust before this short stack. 3 of clubs, a pretty inconsequential card on the river. Tononi, I doubt, is going to do any leading here. He's not going to do anything frisky. He does check, and I would be extraordinarily surprised to see Stuart turn Jackson do a bluff and go all in. He has to think that a lot of the time he is up against a queen here.
Yeah.
And he has to know that this is just a spot that sometimes you have to let them go.
Yeah.
He does know, he does rightfully so, he does give up.
Your jacks are good.
And the Italian stallion, Tononi, up over 1 million chips for the first time today. Played very conservatively, made some very nice ICM folds. Understood very acutely the position he was in on the bubble, with a middling stack sandwiched between the 2 chip leaders in the tournament. A spot where he could get bullied, and he made some tight but correct folds.
6-2.
And we remain 5-handed. The likelihood of going four-handed is very, very soon. We have a 2.25 or 2.5 big blind stack. That will soon be in the big blind. He has one more hand to make some magic happen from under the gun, or else he will essentially be forced all in his next hand with over half of his stack in the middle.
Yeah, the advantage of going under the gun is you win more.
Wow, and he picks up a monster for his stack size as well.
10. Yeah.
More than happy to get these chips in. O'Brien, there we go. Wondering why he only had one card in his hand. Jack 9 of clubs. Does make a disciplined fold. Wilson, King 2 offsuit. Just going to be a fold. No need to come along here. Stacks that are very capable of calling this size in the big blinds and the small blind. He is wondering. And it does look like he is going to come along with the King 2 for the 2.5 big blinds. This does open up a spot, doesn't it, Dara, where both the small blind and the big blind might want to complete and just check this one down to try and get that
Yeah, we
ladder.
had a similar spot when Owen Mullen was short and he moved in under the gun, or under the gun +1, I think, and I had Queen Jack suited on the button. I decided to just call as well. You're kind of hoping for implicit collusion there.
Yeah. I think that is what Wilson's looking for, and our Italian stallion dominating Levine, holding 21 big blinds. Do you think the players call and look for the ladder? Do you think you come over the top of Wilson?
Yeah, I think either play is reasonable. You'd be slightly worried that Wilson might be trapping, but that's going to be once in a blue moon.
Yeah, it's sort of the can't be too scared of the monster in the closet.
No, not when you're five-handed.
Chips are very important at the stage with such money being up top. Wow, that is, I think, too tight a fold. I don't think folding should be an option there. Stuart also
I think
just letting
natural
it go.
instincts are definitely on the tight side.
And Levine dodging a bullet here, potentially finding a double up. And our Italian stallion potentially kicking himself in the small blind. Oh, there's a 2 on the flop. Levine. He is not going to be happy. Oh, the 10 on the turn. And there's the queen on the river. They all would have hit their kicker.
Yeah, Ivan's kicking himself now, I think. That would have been elimination.
Elimination, a ladder, and some chips coming his way, but instead the short stack doubles. And it just makes his life that little bit harder. Takes it with a smile, though. It does slow down play for these stacks that are all of similar sizes, around 1 million chips each, 20 big blinds shared by both O'Brien, the Italian stallion, and our start of day chip leader, Stuart. Wilson, still in a lovely spot, still chip leading this table. O'Brien, just shy of 30 big blinds. Hasn't had too many hands on this final table. Just managed to find, I think it was a double up with pocket kings. Wilson, of course, going to open this ace-10.
Wilson finding another hand.
I think he might just be considering an all-in, knowing that the blinds can't continue, but I think that would be a little bit out of line with the current stack dynamics. And I think a min-raise would be very reasonable. I think he's a little confused as to something that's going on.
Yeah, he's very inexperienced live, so when I played with him, he was asking everybody's stack constantly. So he struggles with counting people's stacks and stuff like that. Basic live stuff.
He has used the ace-10 all-in.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in a spot where he doesn't want to have face a decision if he raises and gets 3-bet. So he just put the chips in first.
I think that is definitely a reasonable play with the ace-10. And we do still only have a 5 big blind stack here in the small blind. Levine just trying his best to hold on. Interesting spot here for the Italian stallion. Queen Jack offsuit here on the cutoff. Definitely a spot where he is going to want to raise, but pressure can be applied by O'Brien, who is in the big blind. Levine does just let the king-9 go, wants to find that ladder. Jack-deuce of hearts, not an unreasonable spot to defend with a suited hand, but the issue with it being Jack-2 is your post-flop playability just isn't going to be that great.
Yeah, I think James is also playing the waiting game. He doesn't want to really face a difficult decision or put himself at risk while the short stack is there.
Is that your man commentating? It is indeed myself, Pred Poker, is joined by Dara O'Kearney in the booth. Dara, is there much more of the schedule that you're planning on playing? Of course, you have made day 2 in the main event.
Yeah, mid day 2, so we'll see how that goes. Tomorrow's a very busy day. We have the second high roller, the Leslie McLean. You can reg that quite late, so depending on how my day 2 goes, I might be in that. And if I bust very late tomorrow, I'll definitely be in the Mystery Bounty, the chip race Mystery Bounty.
This is a nice little hand here for Tononi to open the ace-9 suited. He's been playing very well on this final table. Of course, that king-queen may be a bit of a misstep. But with ICM, folding is usually never the worst option. And it looks like it's going to go round to our chip leader in the big blind. Wilson, king-3 offsuit. A combination of hands that he could actually use as a 3-bet here, holding a king in his hand, but he probably understands that Tononi isn't going to be getting too out of line. If he has friends telling him how these players have been playing at the tables, he knows that Tononi has been on the tighter side, has been willing to wait, and he does make a very disciplined fold. But using some of those king-3, king-4, ace-3, ace-4 combinations as a 3-bet in these ICM situations can be very, very profitable, especially as the chip leader, over these middling stacks that do not want to bust. The benefit being that you do have duplication of your strongest hands, and of course the card removal from the strongest hands of the person's range that you're targeting.
See a few familiar faces in the Twitch chat. Thank you to everybody who's joined us.
It's been a lovely day, especially for those who have stuck around since the start of this day 2 Luxon Pay €1,100 super high roller. And Levine just continuing to fold. He really wants to see this cooler happen. He wants 2 of these big stacks. Well, I say big stacks. Effective big blinds are quite short, but he wants to see a clash. He wants this ladder. He wants an extra €1,000 in his back pocket. Wilson in the small blind, Jack 4 suited. Not unreasonable to complete, not unreasonable to raise as well. Put pressure on Tononi's range.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be the chip leader because the other stacks really don't want to risk it now. It's very hard for the short stack because not only is he short stack, but they're short-handed, so the blinds are racing around that much faster.
We don't even get to see what our Italian stallion had, but he is laughing, so...
Yeah, he knows the situation.
King-3 and a nice raise from Wilson. So Dara, where's your next live adventures taking you then for the rest of this year?
Probably nothing before the Wynn Classic in December in Vegas. 15 million guarantee. It's going to be absolutely a massive tournament. Quite a lot of Irish have already qualified for that. I know Fintan Gavin, Chris Dowling and Stephen Keogh said they've all qualified.
And would you be looking to qualify online as well?
Yeah,
or?
I'd absolutely be looking to qualify. Apparently the satellites are running a reasonable overlay.
Lovely. And what are the dates for that event for anyone who may be interested in the chat? Do you know what the dates are for that event for anyone who would be interested? Do you know the dates of that event for those who are interested?
I know we are going from the 11th to the 21st. Yeah, apologies, I'm not actually deaf. It's just I can't hear Tom through my headphones, so I have to take my headphones off there to listen to him.
Yeah, it's a loud and bustling room here in the Bonington Hotel. You guys should get down either today or for Monday for a little bit of poker, a little bit of chat, catch up with your poker heroes. And Wilson with a very reasonable hand. Ace Queen suited from the button. Stuart with a very defendable hand in the big blind as well. We know Stuart can play post flop. We know he's not going to shy away.
Yeah,
from playing
16 big blinds. It's a bit icky. These hands are under-realised this shallow, and especially when the other guys they're that short.
And wow, would you look at that? 25 outs for Stuart. He may not have a made hand, but he does have the best.
He's a very significant favourite here, yeah.
I love spots like this. Is it too many outs? Is it going to spell doom for Stuart?
You might just check fold here.
I was going to say, it's very, very hard for 10
even if you're ahead,
to realise
like,
it's
if the guy's going to, you're up against somebody like Wilson who's going to keep the pressure on.
And you can kind of see it now. He's just sort of bouncing in his chair as he shuffles his chips.
Yeah.
Does flick in the call.
He's going to test him for 1 street anyway.
But Wilson holding the ace of spades just makes this the most simple triple barrel of his life.
Yeah. And the ICM situation.
Yeah, it's just the perfect storm for Wilson here. Never mind making the nuts on the
now
turn.
He's made the nuts.
Do you think there is ever a spot where Wilson checks back with the ace of spades here? It's a weird one.
It's a weird one, yeah. It's very tempting now that you have the nuts, pretty much unbreakable nuts as well.
He's just going to make sure.
Pretending to check. I'm pretty sure he knows he has the ace of spades. He's trying to make it look like, do I have a spade? I can't remember. Maybe a small bet here.
Yeah, you see him looking at the chips. One of those sort of live tells. The player looks at their cards, moves to their chips, and then looks up. And as you can see, it almost always means bet. It almost always means they want to put chips in. Doesn't necessarily insinuate value, but it does usually mean that you can expect a bet coming out. And it looks like it's gone for roughly a half-pot bet.
Yeah, he's trying to get the stack in. Yeah. His hand movement was quite interesting there too. He did that kind of reluctant put the chips in, which often is weak trying to look, or strong look trying to look weak.
Look weak, yes, yeah. It is interesting, these live tells. It's something I wouldn't have as much experience on, having been primarily an online player for my career. But it is fun when you hear sort of little tidbits like that, tendencies the player notice, you know.
Yeah, you tend not to see too many players giving live tells away anymore. It tends to be more inexperienced players. Because Simon's a tremendous player, but he is very inexperienced live.
And O'Brien, even though he's got a very comfortable stack on this final table, he's probably played some of the least hands. He just had 1 or 2 big hands, and he's just been able to fold his way into these pay jumps. The Italian stallion to Noni, very reasonable open here with his 7 suited on the button, and it looks like he has just put it all in. Not a spot that I think is incorrect, especially with the short stack big blind. He does not want to get punished by the small blind.
Yeah.
Very, very nice shove. And a decision for Stuart. Sorry, for Levine. Oh, of course. What a call. What a hand to see when you get shoved on. Pocket sixes.
Yeah, this is my exit as well.
Off to the races. What do you think, Dara? Do we see an ace on this flop?
Sixes can't always lose, so let's see. Maybe today's just an unlucky day for sixes. This is a big enough pot for everybody at the table that isn't Wilson now.
Oh, it's 7 on the flop.
That's it, yeah.
And that's
some backdoors for the sixes, but
let's see a little 8. Spice it up. 2 is no good.
No.
2 outs. Levine did well to hold on, and it looks like he is exiting our final table. That is a valiant effort coming in as one of the shortest stacks into the day, but Nicky Levine will be exiting in 5th place. Everyone at the table relieved that the significant shorty has been removed from the tournament. Not only that, but it does mean ladders, 5,150 euros going the way of Levine, 6,630 euros for these remaining 4 players. And this is where we might see a little bit more action. We may have a slightly clearer chip lead, but the other 3 players are on very similar stacks, all floating around that 20 big blind mark. This is where you're going to see a lot of 3-bet stealing from the small blind. You're going to see a lot more opens, trying to dominate chips, build up a stack, try and force the issue to get heads up. ICM less of a factor for everyone, except for now the biggest stack. He does not want to lose this chip lead that he has. He wants to get heads up, let these short stacks collide. It's a very interesting dynamic. This is why final tables can be so fun.
Yeah, these are always interesting, and it's short-handed now as well with the big blind ante, which means you blind down very quickly if you don't stay active.
And of course, we get the privilege of watching this at a high level, a 1K final table. Everything that someone can pick up from, even the more experienced players will see spots that they may need to go back and review, study. And it looks like we're getting a stack count from our start of final table chip leader. And he is just going to move all in from the button into O'Brien, who snap calls. We don't see the cards, but that could spell disaster. O'Brien does not mess around. Stuart ace deuce shoves for 15 big blinds. O'Brien, we don't see his cards just yet. I think I see his queen. I do, and it's Domination Nation. Stuart looks like he's going to be exiting in 4th place unless he gets some help. Ace 4. Some opportunities that could potentially run out on this board. They are making a sweat. Oh, that is just dead on the turn for Stuart, and we lose him in 4th. Just as we talk about stacks colliding, it occurs, and our start of final table chip leader, Joshua Stuart, eliminated in 4th place, ace 2 versus O'Brien's ace queen. That is a lovely little payday of 6,630 going to Stuart. He will be disappointed coming into this final table with the chip lead, but a nice score all the same, 6,630 euros. We now are 3-handed, 8,780 euros locked up. Our final 3 players, O'Brien, solid, sophisticated throughout this final table. The Italian Stallion, Ivan Tononi, and of course, our final table dominator, Simon Wilson. Playing for that trophy, 18,820 euros. Who are your guys' favourites to win this tournament? Who do you want to see heads up? Stacks aside. Is it the mullet? Is it the Italian Stallion? Is it the wisdom of an experienced Irish player? O'Brien, 7-5 off on the button. Just checking what each of them are playing as far as their effective stack sizes are. Making sure they know their opening ranges. I would like to see a complete here from Wilson with the deuce 3 of clubs. Does look at the clock like he's thinking about raising this deuce 3 suited, but he does call. He raises to 200,000. Tononi, 20 big blinds and king 7 off. Wow, that's a tight fold. Tononi has been seen to make some of these bigger folds. I think that is definitely a hand that you're going to want to play in position blind v blind. You are the shortest stack at the table. You're going to want to pick up some chips in this three-handed scenario, and if you're holding hands as strong as King 7 blind v blind to an open from the chip leader small blind, I think that you're losing a significant portion of equity. Our Italian stallion has been navigating this field well, but I feel like that might be a slight misstep in this three-handed scenario. A lovely 3.5x open from Wilson blind v blind, and Tononi 10-5 off. Again, this should be a spot that we should see a completion of the small blind. And it looks like that is what we are going to see. O'Brien 9-4 off. One of those combinations that you can actually use as a raise from the big blinds. Your Jack 4s, King 4s, Queen 4s, 9-4 not so much. But it's just such a poor hand post flop. Ranges are so wide. Tononi checking the ace 8-8, which is, I think, interesting. He is going to have a density of 8x. He's going to have a density of ace-x. Whereas O'Brien, of course, having any two cards except for the top of his range. And I think I would have liked to have seen a flop bet from Tononi. I think that was a missed spot. Of course, O'Brien picking up a pair blind v blind is never going to be folding his 4. The 4 gets counterfeit. Tononi picks up the best hand. I expect Tononi to check, and O'Brien, he's going to have to turn his hand into a bluff. Instead, he just decides that he is happy to lose with 9 high, but I think he needs to turn his pair into a bluff. Is Tononi checking ace-x on the flop? Is Tononi checking 8x on the flop? How much king-x is really going to bet the turn from Tononi? Can you fold out queen high, jack high, 10 high on that river card after calling turn? What happened there? Walked out to get your bets and 2 of them were gone. We saw an all-in with the ever gracious and ever short-stacked Nicky Levine busting in 5th place. And I think it was potentially the very next hand we saw our start of day chip leader Joshua Stewart go all in for about 15 big blinds from the button with ace 2 off. O'Brien, stoic as ever, woke up with ace queen in the small blind, and he turned a full house. And that was the end of that. We became three-handed. And O'Brien calling the ace 7 off here from the small blind. It's a hand that you could definitely consider raising blind v blind. Calling some of your stronger suited hands that can play back. Can also go for some limp raises with some ace 4, ace 6, ace 7. Jack 10, a pretty reasonable hand for Wilson to also raise, especially if he thinks that he is a stronger player in these three-handed situations than O'Brien. Taking the aggressive line in position, it's going to be very nice, but this is to see what is O'Brien made of. Does he want to use ace 7 off as a check or as a limp re-raise? Instead, he does just decide to call ace 7, not actually that playable post-flop. Of course, a very strong hand, blind v blind. And Wilson with the jack 10, flopping the best of it. O'Brien may get sticky here. Ace high is going to be good or reasonable into a time. He does have the ace of diamonds. He does have some backdoor straight draws as well. I would expect to see a bet and a call. O'Brien could even start using ace 7 as a check raise on this flop, holding the ace of diamonds, holding this 7, being able to continue on diamonds, 9x, 6x, 5x. That would be a very, very fun play from O'Brien to see a check raise, but Wilson is going to start going for some value here. I'd expect to see a sizing somewhere in the midst of about 150. It looks like Wilson bets 160k, so pretty nail on the head with that continuation bet after the isolation pre. O'Brien, this is where we see, what are you made of? Do you want to use your hand? Do you want to use the blockers that you're holding? Do you want to find a check raise? The ace of diamonds and holding a 7 are very strong cards in this situation. And he is reaching for chips. Is it just going to be a call? Is he just going to float out of position? Those are calling chips that he is currently holding in his hand. He does decide to continue with ace high. I would have loved to have seen the check raise, but calling definitely not unreasonable. This is a turn card that you're going to see the small blind lead a lot in theory. The board pairing is going to be better for the small blind. The 4x especially, how much 4x is the big blind going to be isolating and continuing with on the flop. It also brings the backdoor flush draw. More floats are going to come from the small blind in those types of hands. But I would expect to see a hand as strong as Jack 10 bet twice here. You still want to charge hearts, you want to charge diamonds, you want to charge straight draws, you don't want to give a free card to a lot of these hands. Anything from north of half pot would be reasonable, but the pot control is decided by Wilson. 2 of hearts on the river, the backdoor flush completing, but a pretty inconsequential card. Does O'Brien think ace high is good at showdown? If so, it's very likely we see a check. We could even see sort of a 1 big blind block bet, go for a 10th pot here. But I don't think you would want to do that with a hand as strong as ace 7. He does elect to check. This is where Wilson has to know that his hand is good. And I would expect to see some value coming in here. Anywhere between 400,000 and 600,000 would be a very reasonable value bet. Especially when you're holding a heart in your hand. Does look at his chips. Does start to think, how many chips are in this pot? What's the kind of value I can get once I go for this bet, check, bet line? And it would be very nice to see a bet around the 600,000 mark. And I think I might have hit the nail on the head. $600,000, the exact bet called. Things that we love to see. Wilson with the beautiful sizing. O'Brien, see, this is where it comes hard. I have ace high, the board is paired, we're blind v blind, and I really don't mind. Holding a 7 is not a card you're going to want to have when you're hero calling. You want your opponent to have 9, 7, 6, 7 if they're isolating hands like that, 5, 7. And Wilson, an ever commanding chip lead, a beautiful value bet on the end. That 3/4 pot sizing, beautifully utilized to pick up some value from ace high. Definitely not the most unreasonable hero call from O'Brien, but holding a prevalent diamond, holding a 7, not particularly cards you're going to want to have, but with ranges being so wide, blind v blind, knowing Wilson is an aggressive player, ace high is going to be pretty reasonable there. It's just whether or not you can maybe remove that specific combination by having the ace of diamonds from your hero call range. Maybe you'd rather the ace of hearts, blocking that backdoor flush. And Ben says big props to the commentator. Thank you very much. Good to see you, man. I hope you're well. I hope the kid is almost on the way. But here we are, three-handed. Wilson with a big chip lead. Again, we can see a completion from Wilson. But if, as has been the case, our Italian stallion in the big blind has been on the slightly tighter side, we may just see an open, and it looks exactly like that is going to be the case. And he does just get it done. I'm not sure what our Italian stallion showed. He showed 6-3 off to the table, and Wilson just commanding this table. 4 million chips is his stack size. Our Italian stallion and O'Brien on very, very similar chip stacks, both playing about 20 big blinds. What are the payouts? I can tell you right now, third place has €8,780 locked up. Second, €13,500, and first place with the trophy goes €18,820. Wilson, queen 4 off on the button. If this was me, this would just be a nice fold. You want the small stacks to collide. This is a spot, it's a hand you can fold. Queen 4 suited, of course you can open, but you want these two stacks in the blinds. Take tips off each other, start playing against each other. And 6-7 is going to be a very easy completion from Tononi. O'Brien, 9-5 off, once again. I expect to see him check. We could get some spicy flops. These two hands do interact well with each other. And instead, we see Jack, Jack 6. Tononi expecting I am expecting him to bet one big blind here. Whether or not that is the case will be unknown. I think he's gone for like just above a big blind. Yeah, he's gone for 70. Not too much of a difference there. O'Brien, just going to let this one go. If you were going to get a little bit out line and try and click it, you would probably want to block some backdoor flush draws at this shorter stack depth. You maybe want to be wrapped around the 6, have some 4 5s, 5 7s, hands with a little bit of equity. A little bit of equity, and you want to block continuations. We do get a dealer change. Final 3 here. Look at that chip stack from Wilson. Almost 4-1 over his nearest competitor. He has steamrolled this final table. He came in third in chips, but quickly established his dominance. O'Brien currently in third in chips, but he has played this final table with poise. He has stayed sensible. He has not gotten out of line at all. Wilson, of course, as you can see, a 41% VPIP, 35 PFR, 45% aggression frequency. He has been commanding this final table. Antononi, who put on some lovely ICM folds earlier on in the tournament, closing the bubble, and also on this final table. None of these players to be without their faults, none of them without their flaws, but all three definitely deserving of making this final table, all three definitely deserving of getting to the stage in the tournament, and a very reasonable open from Tononi here with King 9. 120 of your finest chips, please. I think he maybe sized up a teeny bit. Oh wow, he calls? That is a very interesting call. It does allow O'Brien to move all in with the ace-10. That is the case. Wilson, of course, going to fold, but I don't really understand this limp from Tononi with the King 9. It is a spot that you're going to want to shove. I think if you're going to have a limping range on the button, you're going to want to use maybe some like King 5 suiteds, King 4 suiteds, like the bottom of your range, and then also maybe limp some like aces, kings, and queens. But I don't really know where that limp is coming from. Maybe I'm missing something in three-handed play. But I don't think that is a usual play off these stack depths. Back over the million mark for O'Brien. And a big hand for Wilson. I think continuing his trend of raising blind v blind here would be very good. It is the kind of hand that you can use as a limp to trap, but when you're playing sort of 20 big blinds effective, knowing that there's a shorter stack, you've been playing aggressive. I love to see it. I love to see this open. He's been playing very well, Wilson. Tononi, knowing the way he's playing, I would be surprised to see him defend a hand like 6-3 suited, even though it would not be outside the realm of possibility. Suited hands, relatively connected. With the small blinds range, you are going to have live cards a lot of the time. You are going to have the equity necessary to call. But there is a big pay jump between third and second. Just shy of 9,000 currently locked up for each of these players, but 13,500 is your next pay jump. I think you guys can hear that door squeaking open, which is quite funny. At least it was in my ears. Just Wilson, disciplined fold with the 5 deuce, and Tononi is probably just going to fold this 10-3. Seeing the way he's playing, if you're going to give a walk, this is the kind of hand that you're going to do it with. But it looks like he is going to raise the 10-3 off. What is it with 10-3 off? 10-3 off, 10-4 off. For some reason, players have just been raising this hand. Have I missed a memo? Is there a solver where 10-3 and 10-4 have just become the new, I don't know, pocket aces? It's been happening quite regularly, not only in this 1K, but also in the €300 main event. So I've clearly missed a trick.
Don't get it away with it. No.
Oh, look at that beautiful trophy. Look at that star, because the winner of this tournament sure is a star. Three-handed still here. Tanoni 9-7 of hearts. Seeing his strategy on the button before, we may see him limp. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I'm a tired guy. Let me laugh at this one. I think he is going to limp here with the 9-7 suited. I'm not too sure. No, instead raises the 9-7 suited. I don't really know what's going on. I've kind of lost the strategy of these guys at the minute. O'Brien, of course, makes a very reasonable fold. Wilson 9-4 off. Going to let this one go as well. Oh. I think we're just having a quick toilet break by the looks of things. Just running themselves down to the bathroom. It does look like they're all going to have a very quick bathroom break. But there are your chip counts. Just shy of 4 million chips for your chip leader, Wilson. He has managed to command a chip lead throughout this table for most of today. He did not come into this final table with the chip lead, but he did amount it very early on. O'Brien is the short stack. Sub 20 big blinds. Blinds will be increasing in not too long. Tanoni, the Italian stallion, second in chips. Played very reasonably. Done a few things, like folding the king-queen to the 2.5 big blind shove that myself and Dara weren't too sure on. We don't think it would necessarily be construed as, you know, game theory optimal. But he's the one that's sitting there, second in chips. Almost 9,000 euros locked up. And the dream of taking it down for just shy of 19k. I'm not sure, are they doing a color up with the 5Ks? Or are they just doing a chip count just to make sure that they have chip counts correct? I'd be very surprised if they were coloring up the 5Ks. I think they're just doing a quick chip count while the players go use the bathroom. Best of luck to James O'Brien from all at House of Cards Poker Club. One of the nicest people in the game and a great player too. Very kind of you to say. House of Cards Poker Club, which I can't. He has performed well on this final table. He may be third in chips, but a double will propel him into second. And if it's through Tanoni, Tanoni will be left with only 600k and 10 big blinds. I think the players are currently just on a bathroom break as Dara comes back to the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's nicely set up now for Simon. He has over half the chips. The other two guys will probably be laddering eyeing the ladder from third to second.
Yeah, it does seem that seems to be the way. For example, Tanoni decided that King 9 offsuit was a candidate he wanted to open limp off of his 28 big blind stack on the button.
Yeah.
Which was not something that I expected and not something that I think is potentially theory. But it was part of his strategy, and O'Brien did get a shove through with ace-10 in the small blind. I just think playing three-handed, there isn't going to be much button limping off of a over than 20 big blind stack, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure if you're aware of.
Yeah, the big blind actually really confuses things. Like, you want to play a lot of hands, and in a spot where you want to play a lot of hands, if you're raising too many hands, you're exploitable to the 3-bet when you're not the chip leader. So it's an interesting one.
For sure. Definitely choosing hands like King 9 offsuit. My sort of theory was you might want to use some King 5 suited, some King 6 suited, and then maybe balance that with some Ace King suited or Kings. So definitely interesting hand choice, but I guess we can see the logic, especially with the big blind ante sort of pumping up these pots. Because in the past, would it have been the case, would you have removed the ante when you got three-handed or heads up?
Yeah, well, with the traditional ante, the ante sort of contracts naturally anyway, because it's only 3/9 of what it would have been at the start. But in this structure, it stays the same. So it's actually huge. There's 2.5 big blinds out there every single pot. So you're effectively paying almost a big blind a pot.
Definitely makes it a lot worse for the shorter stacks, I guess, at these final tables. And the big stacks are kind of loving life because they're just able to take down so many pots pre-flop.
Yeah, I remember when the big blind ante came out first, people were suggesting that maybe when they got short-handed, the big blind ante should become the same as the small blind rather than the big blind.
And do you think that would be a good idea to potentially implement, or is it more just people are getting used to the big blind ante?
I think people are used to the big blind ante. That's probably why. And tournament organisers like tournaments to get over as quickly possible.
Yeah, keep things simple. Keep it simple, keep it stupid. O'Brien here, still having a whale of a time, of course. Getting a podium finish in a super high roller. Always going to be laughs and smiles for any of the players.
Yeah, it's a great spot for all of these guys. Now, Ivan, of course, is trying to defend his title, which is a remarkable achievement in itself. Here in the Bonington a few months ago, played a high roller at a UK IPT, and Ivan was in the mix, Feraldo was in the mix, Kasuk was in the mix, I was there as well, and Dave Doherty, who just final table at EPT, and the bubble went on for about 4 hours, and Ivan actually ended up being the unlucky bubble boy. He got coolered by Kasuk.
So is Ivan a regular of the high roller scene then?
Yeah, Ivan used to be a full-time player, and he was a coach for some stable, I can't remember which, but I believe he went back working, but he still shows up at all of these. Very, very seasoned performer.
I think this is a pretty reasonable all-in with King 9 offsuit. Blinds up to 40-80. O'Brien raising to 200k here with the Queen Jack. So he was playing a 13 big blind effective stack. So a very reasonable defense here with the King 9.
Just flatten.
And that's a great flop for King 9.
Great flop.
I think there is going to be some checking from...
Yeah, James tends to just bet in these spots, at least try 1C bet.
Yeah.
And Ivan now has the choice between calling or raising.
I think calling with the backup of the King of Clubs is definitely something that would be a little bit more appealing, but I guess he may have more player-specific reads and just knows that O'Brien won't be folding certain hands, or he might fold certain hands to an all-in, but it does look like he is just going to go all in.
He's just gone all in. He's protecting his equity here, basically. There's a lot of possible draws out there, and even if O'Brien isn't done one of those draws, there are certain hands that O'Brien would call an all-in now that would shut down if a club arrived, for example.
Very, very reasonable. Big smiles when you pick up a pot like that. You make a nice gap between you and third and chips, looking to get heads up in a tournament with a lovely trophy on the side of the table, and 19,000 euros for first. Rycius in the Twitch chat cheering on Ivan.
Yeah, Ivan is a real gentleman. A couple of years ago he won the Irish Poker Rankings, and the reason why I remember that is he pipped me by half a point.
Oh, that is devastating.
Back in the days when we had live Irish Poker Rankings.
Do you like the leaderboards in poker? Do you think they're good things for players to choose?
Yeah, no, I love leaderboards. It gives you something else to focus on rather than just every individual tournament. Essentially, they're an excuse to grind. And speaking of leaderboards, we have a 10k weekly leaderboard on Unibet now, which is added. It's not actually taken out of the prize pool.
And is that coming through different tournaments or different buy-in levels?
Yeah,
or?
I think your best 3 or 4 results every week count towards the leaderboard.
That's quite nice.
Yeah.
And O'Brien, Jack 7 off. It's not the worst defend in the world to min-raise here. I think it's a very reasonable defend.
And as the shortest stack now, he's actually the one. He has a lot less ICM pressure on him against the chip leader than Tononi would have.
But unfortunately, it's not a flop, and that is even remotely okay for the Jack 7 and Wilson flopping trips.
Wilson is running really well. He's playing superbly, obviously, but he's running really well as well.
He is, and I would love to see a one big blind bet. Just put out 80,000 here. Not necessary to fire any more chips. It looks like, is there a red chip in there? No, I think he has just gone for the one big blind bet.
Yeah. As I said earlier, like, he's very inexperienced live, but he's very, very impressive at the table. Even though you can see he's still a little bit raw.
Yes.
But he is one of the top tournament regs on Unibet. So I expect him to make a big splash live now that he's playing. Now that he's able to play
Yeah.
live. I mean, he basically learned to play poker during the pandemic. So.
And the conventional c-bet gets the conventional reply, a fold from O'Brien, and the 420 stack from O'Brien. Something that he won't be able to nurse for much longer.
No.
There will be a white-hot all-in moment and a potential heads-up battle ensuing. Would you say a lot of people are looking forward to the Mystery Bounty event? Would you like to tell anyone more about that?
Yeah, the Mystery Bounty is the format that's really caught fire in the last year or so. I've played a few of them, and they're completely unique experiences. It just creates a tremendous buzz.
Being able to pull those envelopes or win the raffle and get those big bounties is something that's very exciting.
It just encourages a really aggressive, gambly style of play as well.
And here we see the all-in, Queen 8, 9-5 from Wilson. Unfortunately not going to call.
No. He's not going to give him the courtesy double up there. He is asking for a count. As I said, he does struggle with the whole what stack sizes people have. It's nice to see him at least take his time, because like if you were getting 2.5 to 1 here, it would actually be a call. But
I think that is why he is sort of going, do I actually have the equity?
Yeah.
Because that is an effective double up for O'Brien.
Yeah, it's huge.
Or at least he's increased his chip stack by 50%.
Yeah. And the least happy man at the table right now is Ivan. No one else seen that.
Yeah. Why didn't you call? Any two, go on, flick it in.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. It's just the one no sorry, the 1 to 10. I called
And it's been good to see. There's been a lot of table chat, both in the main event and in this 1K. Lots of friendly people having a lot of conversations with each other.
Yeah, this has been a tremendously friendly event. I mean, historically it always has been. It's sort of the grassroots event in Ireland. But I think everybody's delighted as well that live poker is back on this scale. I was actually talking to Simon earlier too, and he said that he played the online leg of the main event and bagged up a decent stack in that, so he's already into day 2.
Has no worries about having to fire a max late reg bullet in the hyper tomorrow.
Yeah. Simon, again, he's asking for the count because he'd really... But it's a great sign that he's doing this, because obviously the stack sizes are crucial.
No, it does show a great understanding of the game, and I mean, if you're playing a 1K, you would. His fundamentals are obviously very, very sound.
Yeah, he shows the 9 deuce there.
And Ivan with the 7-3, showing it back. Collision avoided. O'Brien hoping for fireworks, does not get it, and he is now going to be in the big blind. Posting that big blind and that big blind ante. It's going to be a significant portion of his stack.
It is, yeah. As I said, it's really hard when you're short stacked and you're 3-handed, because the blinds and antes just race around so much faster. So, Wilson's picked up another. I mean, this is a monster 3-way. So, if he opened here and Tononi shoved, he would call off. That's how strong his hand is.
And the min raise is going to come out again as standard.
Yeah.
And there could be fireworks. Tononi!
Oh! Yes. This is going in, I think.
I would be very surprised to not see this.
This is 18 big blind.
I don't think there's any non-all-in 3 bets here, and I think Tononi knows it as well. Counting out a stack.
This is an amazing spot now for O'Brien.
Yeah,
he could actually get the ladder here.
Wow, what a spot.
He could get the ladder here.
And a queen is dead, and Wilson will not be folding.
O'Brien looks like he's thinking of calling. This would not be advised.
No. Oh, what is
he's
that
put
call?
The chips in. Oh, yeah.
We could be crowned a winner.
Oh, wow. He's in such horrible shape here. Can't hit his queen.
I forget the 3 is dead. If Wilson finds the call.
The 3 is no good because against the overpair. Yeah, he's in terrible shape. Yeah, he really should have just let that one go and hope to get the ladder.
Wow, I was very, very surprised to see that call from the queen 3.
And this could be it. It could be all over if the 10's hold. 10s are a 57% favourite. So 57% of universes, the tournament ends here with the man in the picture there, Simon Wilson, winning. Ivan Tononi's last year's champion will come second because he does cover O'Brien. Another reason why O'Brien should have folded. He had to win the hand to not come third, basically.
And he's just checking on the stack sizes. This would be a hero fold from Wilson.
Yeah, I don't think he's folding here. This is too much.
It's just too strong a hand, three-handed.
Tononi is definitely on the tighter side.
Yes.
We have seen that he doesn't put himself at risk. But, you know, you have to think if he looks down at 9s or 8s, he's going to do the same.
Yeah. And 10s is still an equity favourite against Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack.
But it is a lot of chips. But he's going to make the call.
Lovely, great call.
Great call by Simon, who has not put a foot wrong since he sucked out on David Lappin on the final table bubble.
O'Brien say, "Ooh, that's bad."
Oh, that is bad. Yeah, that's as bad as it gets, unfortunately, for O'Brien.
And
He basically needs to hit 2 cards.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. Clubs are live for Tononi.
This is a huge shift as well because if Wilson loses, he will be down to 1.7 million.
Yeah, he'll be down to 20 big blinds.
Tononi would be the massive chip leader heads up.
And that's a great flop for the 10s.
Yeah.
They are very, very happy right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be it. There's 1 card to come.
The 3, he's still alive. Well, Brian's actually in better shape than Tononi now.
Wow, it's all over.
It's over.
And a fantastic play from Wilson seals the deal. He takes that trophy. He takes that prize money of 18,820 euros. Second place going to the Italian stallion, Tononi. 13,510 euros to go with that second place. O'Brien's saying I was calling NE2 as the short stack. There's Paul Carr in the background, also running very well. At the
massive chip leader from yesterday. He got through. I met Paul at the end of play yesterday and I asked him how much he had and he said 840k, and I started laughing, assuming he was joking because that's 28 starting stacks. He was not joking. He has 840k going into day 2.
And did you know he is fresh off of back-to-back Irish Poker Tour
wins. Yeah, the Irish Poker Tour is the great new tour on the scene, grassroots poker in Ireland, and as Tom said, Paul has won the last 2 of them, so he's a man in form.
He's definitely in form, and that is the 1K over. That is your super high roller. That is the content provided on Wilson. A masterclass on this final table. He managed to hold on in that final three-way all-in. Always a very exciting way to end the day, but that is a fantastic win for Wilson. Stuart finishing 4th will be disappointed coming into this final table with the chip lead, but Wilson really did manage to come through, picked up that chip lead, performed it well. Our Italian stallion in 2nd, hero folding kings earlier on in the day, correctly so, and manages to get rewarded with a 2nd place finish. What a fantastic event it's been, Dara. Thank you very much for coming in commentary.
Thank you, Tom. Great
Unfortunate
job.
that we did have that bubble from you, but it would have always been nice to see you on the final table, but that was a lovely finish from Wilson. And there's plenty more poker to be had. Tomorrow we will be live with day 2 of the €300 International Poker Open main event. Dara could potentially be on our feature table. You never know. There's always a chance you guys see him again tomorrow. I will be back again. I think it'll be 2:30 for you in the UK. It has been an absolute pleasure. We may end up seeing the trophy get awarded in a photo, but I'm not too sure. I haven't heard too much, but it's been lovely. I have been Pred Poker, Tom Parsons. I'll sit with you guys for a little while longer as we work out what's going on. But thank you very much, Dara, for coming along.
Thanks,
with the
Tom. Pleasure as always.
Right, guys, that was an absolute pleasure. I had a great time. What a great way to end that tournament. Thank you, everyone who came along through the International Poker Open website, watching through YouTube, or here on the Unibet Poker channel on Twitch. If you guys want to check me out, my name is Pred Poker. I am on Twitch. I do play full-time myself. You will have me for commentary tomorrow. My soothing dulcet tones and mildly competent analysis will be bringing you the action of a fast-fueled day 2 in the €300 main event. Did Voucher make the money? He did indeed. He did indeed. There he is, Prendergast, finishing in 8th, Graydon coming 9th. What a great final table. There's his winner's photo coming up, getting his trophy. Massive congratulations to Wilson. Very, very well played. It's been a pleasure, guys. No worries. I've had a great time. I will be catching you all tomorrow It's been a lovely one. And until tomorrow for day 2 of the main event, I have been Pred Poker, and I hope you guys have a great night.
Yeah, it's nice for the photo. Last time it was 4-7, where is it? 4-7 of hearts, that's what I had last time.
Anyways, you know what? I'll see you back on the main here, alright?
Absolutely, thank you. Thanks. Well, lucky dealer, I said so, remember?